And you had a lot of great teams involved as well, including WSR Esports, Blue Soul, one of the Soul Pet cars, Falken Sim Team Racing, Blue Fiercely Forward, Gold, all involved in an opening lap crash. Drago Racing with Nicholas Mateo took the lead from Coanda Esports. That was the last time that they saw the lead. First pit stops took place around 23 hours ago, with Redline taking the lead on that pit exit battle. And they've not looked back since then, in spite of other issues. So Redline 22 lost the car at just after the 22-hour to mark go at the Tyre Bears at Blanchemont. They were running 1, 2, 3 for at least a half hour, and then recently the number 069 Drago Racing Ferrari made contact on the pit exit barriers with Rubilar driving. So what you're seeing now, completely calm compared to what we saw earlier on in this race. This is the battle for 12th place that you're watching right now. It is Lucas Perez leading a train of Aaron Vasquez, Isaac Illison, Rasmus Christensen, and Oskari Kaikkonen, 12th through 16th.
Yeah, good battle, or a good train battle, basically, between everybody. Meanwhile, St. Coiter in the lead. I think they had a driver swap as Lulum conceded to his teammate, and Coiter just did the fastest lap for their car, not in their race, but for their car. A 2:15.441 for that BMW number 21.
The driver's still running 2:15s at night. If you're keeping score of the temperatures, well, they haven't changed too much. Air temperature 21 degrees centigrade, 70 degrees Fahrenheit. Track temp 23 degrees Celsius, 73 degrees Fahrenheit. So things kind of not too bad. Again, we're past 10 o'clock in the sim time, almost 11 o'clock with mostly cloudy skies. Wind not too bad, 3 kilometers an hour with a 50% humidity. So we're at that point in the day where the humidity will start to creep up. We've seen it as low as in the 30s, so it's been a little dry most of the day. Of course, that means also that there's a very good chance we'll not see any rain. None's predicted for the sim. Oh, look at that beautiful sky out there with the waning daylight and the clouds, and wow.
I tell you, man, I haven't been to Spa personally. I think I put up a personal goal. Maybe 2026 might be the year I go. I don't know what my wife is going to think about this. She does have to know. She's not around in the house to know about this.
Is she listening to the broadcast? That's the question.
No, she's not. It's fine. But actually, truth be told, she went with me to Le Mans last year. So, and she liked it. So, you know, maybe the wife can come along too. She liked the experience. What about a Spa experience? Maybe next year.
We have actually decided to do more sports car races over the next couple of years because we've been kind of IndyCar heavy. Obviously, you live here in the U.S., in the Midwest, here in the United States. You've got plenty of racetracks you can get to, but I think we're going to start to do more IMSA. I'm trying to get her to do some SRO, but I've got a friend now who lives over, one of my best friends moved overseas, so I'm trying to see if I can plan it with some sort of other big race, mostly a four-wheel race. So if I do a two-wheel race, it's going to be the one going on through France right now. But I don't know. Spa's definitely on my list of tracks I need to get to, but I fear it's going to be one of those ones that I have to work in order to get there. As we're watching Chris Lulum all over the back of Sam Kiter, they're trying to open up a gap that they've not been able to open up with the young McLaren driver Dries van Langendonk. In part one of the YouTube page, we were told that he's a karting champion. Oh yeah, he's an okay karting champ. I'm not saying okay, I'm saying that's the formula that he races in.
Yeah, that's the category he races on. He's a road champion, really fast driver. I've been racing against Dries sometimes in I think that was F3s, F4s as well. He always showed the speed. He's still a very young kid. It surprises me how young Dries is. I think Dries is 14 years old. So you have an idea. I think he's 14, 15 years old. He's already part of the McLaren program. So, yeah.
I remember a couple years ago, On our anniversary weekend, mind you. Don't call a race on your anniversary weekend. It's not fun, I'll tell you that. I called a kid in 206. I think he was 206 junior at the time. Now he's running the regional F4 series. I'm just sitting there like, when did this all happen? But then again, a lot of the drivers who I've called over the years, you know, they basically, they've really come up through the ranks, and I'm watching them in, you know, Toyota GR Cup. I'm watching them in Porsche Sprint Challenge. I'm watching them in Indy Next, USF Pro 2000. I'm sorry, Indy Pro 2000. Oh, God, oh, that's it. I'm done.
Yeah, I know what you mean, man. It's kind of funny. I've been talking this with the Brazilian community. Shout out to the Brazilian iRacing community, by the way. Some people in there. It's weird that right now we're seeing more of these kids, like 11, 12, 10-year-old kids coming into the simulator. And I'm 34, man. Like, I'm not the slowest guy in the bunch. Of course, I am not the highest I-rated driver as well. I'm 3.3 and rising. And I'll get back to you in a bit, as I think we see an issue with Julian Reimer on the come. Oh, making contact with G&G car, from what it looks like.
Yeah, I do believe that was, let's see which one that was, probably the only one that was around. That would have been Vasquez, maybe.
Was that Vasquez?
Yeah, because
from what I saw, it was P20 something.
Well, right now, he's sitting 25th, and the only close, well, it could be one of the ones that was a lap down, too. So, no, that's the only G&G car right now, because the 002 that was out for a bit, still in the pits with repairs.
Okay, fair. Oh, but coming back, it's like you see these kids coming from karting, right? They are doing karting, but they're using iRacing to prep, because right now we're seeing the FIA do, you know, more programs. Like, oh, that's Nicholas Solis. Okay, it's not P20, it's 20 something. That's the SCK Racing that is right now being. Oh, that's the voracious car that we saw. I think for Kundurago having issues earlier.
Yeah, so Talise sitting in 33rd, able to gain a spot, but thank Ramiro for that double check. But carry on. Yeah, it's interesting seeing all these kids. All these kids. We'll take a look here in the States. You have Connor Zilic, who's been a standout in the Mazda formula, now basically leading the points in the NASCAR Xfinity Series. You know, I was filling in on a TV station, and we had him on. You forget how young these kids are. And they're like, oh, yeah, I started karting at 4 or 5 years old.
Yeah, and if I remember correctly, Connor is 19, is 18. He's going to be 19
he's going to be 19 this year.
Yeah, he's going to be 19 in 10 days. So it's incredible to see that we're seeing this, like, again, these young kids. And I raced them against them because I'm 3.3. I'm trying to get back my rating back to 4K because I've been 4K for a while. I just want to try to get back to the end of the year. Personal objectives. But coming back really quickly, it's amazing to see these young guys coming in, and they easily got used to, because now you see, for example, the French, the UK, the French Motorsport Association, right? The UK Motorsport, and in the other bodies, and the other bodies of racing, they're making sure that the young kids or people who want to come, they have like these F4 cars, and they're already getting into the virtual early, and they're prepping for the real thing afterwards. So you're seeing these kids like so young and putting laps around you in iRacing, and I'm like, oh my god. At first you get frustrated. It's like, don't these people have anything else to do? But then again, they're just young people. They're having fun and you know, trying to get more experiences and being watched by other people and things like that, and trying to improve racecraft.
And of course now too, I don't know if you see the ads on Facebook, and now all y'all are going to see the ads on Facebook. There's now a karting sim, like you see the 7-post sims that a lot of these top iRacers have. I know the kart track down the road for me, they just got it.
A kart sim? I've driven one made by, I think, Ozone. I think that was the brand name back in the Sim Racing Expo in 2022. It wasn't as, I think, I'm not going to say as advanced as it is today, because it did have quite a jump, but of course it's not going to properly simulate what a karting actually does, right? Because the true feel is going to be on on your bottom and feel the, you know, how the car shifts weights, because the steering is actually your true feedback. You do get some feedback from it, but it's amazing how technology came from that age until you can see proper car simulators for people to use nowadays.
So, we're talking about the young drivers. Black Solar 212 on the YouTube stream said 14-year-old Travis McKee won the Trans Am 2 race today. And here's some of the names that were there: Kristen McKee, Tyler Casera, Carson Brown, Gian Buffamani, who I've watched grow up. I actually know his dad. They're locals to me. You know, you got Sam Corey in the field. So you're starting to see these young drivers run higher and higher horsepower vehicles. So it's very, very interesting to see how far we've come. And I have a feeling we might see a 16-year-old champion in the Xfinity Series probably in the next 5 to 10 years. Heck, maybe even in the Big Bore Trans Am Series. Still watching this battle for 8th place between Mitchell DeYoung and Lucas Herman. We're starting to see cars also come into the pits. So Lorenzo, we're about 5 to 10 minutes away from our next round of pit stops. You're also seeing Leo Gariboli sitting in 17th in that Ferrari, trying to hold off Alejandro Avin Ruiz Sanchez and Dino Filippa for that position, as all three of those drivers trying to snake their way around and see if they can find any kind of opening to get around and look home.
Yeah, so you were talking about that. I'm looking into cars that are very close to pit stops. I'm looking, maybe the first team might be the Chick X team, driven by Paul Mounet, and then it's going to be probably the Vlachi Trustmaster and the Mala Racing team, which sits in 9th place. They have 23 laps. So it is something like that. Is going to be quite interesting. Those who are not making it to the hour, this is going to, I think, we're right at the point of the race where if you haven't fuel saved and you need to do it, I think that's the cut. I think either you start saving now or you're gonna have to get punished and do a splash and dash towards the end. And that's the way it is, because sometimes the pace of the race is so fast that sometimes you're not even allowed to do such a thing.
Well, it just goes back to something that I drive home every once in a while. You know, the difference between endurance racing 20 years ago and endurance racing today is today, these are 24-hour sprints because the cars are so much more mechanically sound than they were 20 years ago, when, yeah, you could do 16, 18 hours, you know, full throttle qualifying laps, and maybe, you know, the middle of the race when it's nighttime, back it off to about 8/10. But now you've got to do 10/10 the whole way around, because these manufacturers are building purpose-built GT3 vehicles to where you bought a car off the street, put a chassis in it, you know, souped up that motor to make sure it had all the correct parts, and off you go racing.
Yeah, and it's cool to see that evolution of GT3s. I was actually, again, my research, I was doing real-life research with this. Of course, I think we were having this topic. I think the tires might actually lose a little bit in total grip on the cars, maybe for season 4. Apparently, I've been hearing feedback like the cars operate really good whenever they are on their optimal heat, or the buildup is okay. But I think they still have some grip, but I think that's going to be fixed or addressed later on. I think what blows my mind the most, I was looking to, I think that was a 2005 24 hours of Spa, or the 2004, and I was looking towards the fastest lap. The fastest lap was actually 2:18, done by a one of the winning cars. I think that was the GT Squadra Corsa car. That was one of the Ferrari 550 GTS Maranellos. So that was a V12 car, and that was early in the early days of GT, right? When the cars were nearly GT1. And now today, GT cars basically do nearly the same stuff, right? They do 217s in real life, 216s within real life, and that's race pace, not as even quali pace, which is amazing to see.
I was going to say, that's just, amazing. And plus, that was also the era where you had a race motor and a qualifying motor. Now it's all one, so that way, A, you're saving money, and B, you save money more than one way. You're saving money on equipment, and you're saving money on manpower. On the screen, you've got the battle for fourth with Rainier Tolvar trying to hold off Rico Ricardo R in the 069. They're 11 seconds back of the top three, who've really inched out a big advantage. And what's interesting, too, is your top three running hundredths of a second off their best laps here at the end of the stint in the middle of the night.
Yeah, and also someone brought a great point talking about with the lap as well. Talk about a spot that also had a modified version of the bus stop. Whereas I think we're gonna go to a battle right below on the screen. Drago, I think, gonna get over by the 76 of item of the Simmercy.
So Isaacson getting around Diegas, as now we see the Chick Hicks team start to come in. So that tells me we're 2 laps away from the start of the leaders coming into the pits. But the bus stop was an actual quote-unquote bus stop, and it was a proper bus stop chicane back then. So we're seeing a different track layout.
Yeah, it's kind of, I was looking, I think, into this on Reese's Gardner, hands Southpaw Racer, for those who are, sim racing fans or racing fans as usual, and my sub to his channel. Really cool guy, commentates here on RaceSpot, and he did a tier of all track versions, right? F1 track versions, and that version ran back in the late 1990s to early 2000s. It's insane, the evolution of that corner. I think there was a few tweaks as well. Of course, the biggest tweak nowadays has been the Eau Rouge Radeon. But other than that, that was the biggest corner that had its fair share of changes back in the years.
I'm going to pull up a website that would have, again, all those changes as we're watching more cars come into the pits. Battle for 17th, though, heating up as well between Gariboli, Ivan Ruiz Sanchez, and Felipa. Let's see here, 2022 today. Looks like that that's not what I want. You press a button, it's like, oh, you want that? No, I don't want that. But no, this battle's been quite nice. The battle for the lead's been pretty good as well. As we see Ferrari, BMW, essentially running 1, 2, 3 for 17th place down the pits as they're getting ready for their pit stops. But remember, too, a lot of this racetrack used to be used as public roads back in the day. They shut that down about 20, 25 years ago.
Yeah, one day I think they decided to make this a properly permanent racetrack, because back in the old days, there's actually the All Radeon, basically the All Rouge Radeon. It's kind of funny. People say All Rouge Radeon, but basically it's Radeon on Le Rouge, right? That's the proper pronunciation of the corner name, because Radeon is basically the crest and Eau Rouge is the bottom part of the track where it crosses over the river. After that, it was basically an insertion into public roads, because Spa back in the days, I think, was a 40-kilometer track.
So the modern chicane as we know it right now was redone in 2007.
Yep.
because they would go straight. Of course, it was reprofiled back in 2022, and then some changes, obviously, back in the 90s. They sharpened it in '94 as a response to the death of Ayrton Senna, but for the most part,
basically were a thing after.
Yeah, exactly.
After Imola had chicanes.
So here's what's interesting too. You have to go back to 1981 to the first time the bus stop was actually used in competition. Before the track as we know it, for the most part, that came around in 1971. So very interesting to see that kind of history. As our producer has kind of sent us a video of what that picture of what Rouge used to look like with that center chicane.
It was hideous. Ugh.
Not as bad as the one in Barcelona, where it was just tires.
Barcelona needed to be nuked. When they made that one in Barcelona, that needed to be nuked. I'm sorry. No wonder I think Reese put the 94 version of Barcelona. I think it was on F tier or into D tier, if I remember correctly.
To look that one up because I think I remember what you're talking about. That's the kind of discussion that So confirming from the YouTube chat that the bus stop was an actual bus stop back in the day, which that is kind of cool. As somebody who actually commutes through a city that just held a street course race, it is so cool to watch them set up, break down, look at Shane Van Gisbergen's mark on the front straightaway for both days that he won. It's kind of neat, to say the least.
Yeah.
Hold on, this is interesting. So we are seeing pit stops, but Dries Van Langendock is not pitted. So both Redlines have pitted. The BMW M Team BS competition have pitted. The other two Drago racing cars have pitted. Oh, could we see the overcut being done on the 169?
The problem, it will happen, I think. But it comes down to Dries or whoever takes over the car ability to get out of the race car and drive, because they're going to be at the bottom of the right on Eau Rouge, and for the car to pick up, it might be a little bit of a setback.
New drivers for the two-team Redline cars. You've got Gustavo Ariel in the 21, Florian Leberger in the number 20. But here's what's interesting, too. Van Langendock has logged his fastest lap of the race. I think that is it's not the fastest lap of the race, but close. 2:15.3. So 2:15.3 out of that number 169 Ferrari, as cars are going up and down on the pits. And, of course, that's given a little bit of a thorn in the side to GridandGo.com. Esports 001 is now they are sitting second place. Isaac Gillickson sits in third as cars are finally coming out of the pits once again. Great pit stops by the BMW M Team Redline cars as they come out 1 and 2 out of the pits. Who's going to be third? It looks like it's going to be the BS competition BMW of Renier Tolvar, who's back in for his third stint.
And you were talking about the fastest lap of the race. I'm trying to find somebody get a faster lap than that.
It was a 2:15.2, I thought I saw.
Really?
I gotta go back and look. I may be mistaken.
Oh yeah, Redline did a 2:15.280. That was
the 21 did a 2:7.
Yeah, that's true. Ariel has the fastest car, but they're close. It's close to one another. It's the same.
All right, Dries Van Langendock is in the pits, I should say. We'll see if he'll be out of the car or if he's going to do one more stint. And yeah, take a look at that chicane that we mentioned. Yeah, that's something.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see the leftovers. Hey, the one good thing that we got out of this is at least now we have a space to do rallycross in.
In that corner?
Use part of that corner for rallycross. If you look overhead, there's where they do the bands for the Spa 24 hours. That is the start.
True.
That's where they do the rallycross, and they use part of Eau Rouge for it.
True. By the way, I was gonna say Fenelos's in the car, but I'm wrong.
No, you're right. Carlos Fenelos's in the 169. There's Gillickson, your third place driver, in the number 50 Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team, going down into the endurance pits, and he'll be pulling off and going for a full service pit stop. Also, so that leaves Aaron Vasquez as your leader right now.
Yeah, but I really want to see Fenelos's exit of the pit lane. He might beat both cars, and it's gonna be not gonna be barely, but it's gonna be close. Or the
Yep, there they are coming up the crest of the hill. We'll watch them as they go through into Lacombe. Right now, they're all down the Kemmel Straight, and they're really closing in, but I don't know if that's going to be enough so far. I mean, they may catch them at Blanchemont or maybe even through campus, but this is a great battle. If Fenelosa can stay ahead of the two BMWs, well done by Drago Racing for making a call like that. But here's the question. If this does stay hold, how much longer can Fenelosa keep the two BMWs behind him?
It's going to be hard, especially given the fact he's going to be a sitting duck for maybe the first and second lap of his stint, whereas the Redlines have somewhat better tires than them at the current moment.
Of course, Fenelosa has 1 lap newer tires for the time being, but still Fenelosa trying to get those up to temperature. That gap now down to just about a second. Now it's under a second as working their way through into campus. Again, Fenelosa sitting second overall, but that's all based on Vasquez going into the pits, which he has not done as of yet. He just crossed the Sector 2. We'll be crossing Sector 3 area here shortly, but he also may be going into the pits, and it may be game over through Blanchemont for the 169, sitting in second place. But regardless, it was still a fantastic call. Throw the Hail Mary early on, see if it works. If it doesn't, well, you know what? Go back to the board and see what happens. Here's the battle for second place. Oh, Lebegier almost goes for it, decides better of it. Fenelosa has it a little slow off that final corner, but still the battle for second rages on as they work their way heading towards the source. Lebergier looks to the inside as Fenelosa is going to defend. Not too much, though. It's going to be a little tough as the 20 able to get ahead for the time being, and Ariel gets around as well. So led for just a little bit, but nonetheless, now we do know that Fenelosa might have something for these two drivers, and he too may be able to hold station with the two BMWs.
Yeah, interesting. A little bit of I'm not going to say all-in move because it's still so far into the race lap. There's so much of the race lap that I don't think it is necessary. As Ariel is going to take over the net lead of the race, as Lebigra just gave the position away from him, I think right before Lacombe.
So far, so good in that battle, but this battle for fifth, possibly fourth once Vasquez goes into the pits. It's the 89 of Renier Talivar and Ricardo Rico R in the Drago Racing Ferrari. Troncoso almost ending up in the gravel trap there through the exit of Lacombe. It's an interesting line to say the least, but then again, they all just came out of the pits here shortly. So that could be cold tires, you know, could be cold brain, either or. Still plenty of racing action. Here's Ole Steinbraten. Let's see what happened to him as he's going for position. Actually, that's live on the circuit right now. Lost that position to the 14th of Leandro Andriudi as they go through Lacombe right now. And looks like behind him as well is Lasse Bach in number 25, Veloce Thrustmaster 25. who no name is Lasse Bach, trying to do all he can to stay in that 16th spot. He's lost one position. Will he be able to keep that 16th spot as he's fallen back through the field? We'll also see Fabrizio Belziti into the pits as he hits his marks and gets ready for his pit stop. There's also this battle up ahead that we're watching between the 89 and the 069. Talvar and Ricardo Rico are still in battle for 5th and 6th spot.
Oh, by the way, just really quick, remember that Redline car that had a little bit of movement in Blanchimont?
Yes.
They only had 12 seconds of options. It got fixed in one pit stop.
Wow, that's luck right there. Well, it helps that you hit it square, so that helps.
Well, true. Not gonna lie about that. I think this is Rico's overtake to make, but I don't think he's gonna risk that. Still early on in the race.
That's the crazy part. We've been running for, I gotta do math here, about 8 hours, and we're still 6 hours, I should say, and we're saying, oh, it's still too early in the race. But that's the nature of endurance racing.
True.
So as we said, we're at 17 hours and 50 minutes left to go. There's Casper Ullman in 26th spot. Hard to see in the dark. Paul Monet, who we've been featuring that Chick Hicks car, moving his way up, their way up to 26 is Casper Ullman now. Doesn't have to worry about anybody behind him that it could battle him. It's still a bit of a gap between Ullman and De Gues in the 369 DR Hops Custom. It's a couple of seconds. I believe that's a BMW there as we take a look at that. Actually, it's going to be a Ferrari. So,
yep. I wonder one thing though. I wonder if when they went side by side, Paul said on his Discord or whatever he is right now, what Chick said to Lightning McQueen before he blew his tire, and Guido did the fastest pit stop ever in the history of mankind. No, you don't.
Luigi only watched Ferrari. Root for Ferrari, says. No, that's yeah.
All my take is beat stop.
We're on board with the 22nd driver of Nicholas Lausich in the Lausich, I should say, in the fiercely forward yellow number 14, trying to chase down Luis Carl in the WSR Esports red. Both of those teams having a little bit of rough races. Both cars had teammates out in that lap 1 crash on the top of Radion, as it was just you could just see it coming there at the start.
Yeah. I had hopes and dreams it wouldn't happen, but I've always been proven wrong, and the officials I've been seeing the clips, they prove me right.
Well, you know, I've done enough racing to know that if you think it can't happen, it can.
It can't happen. Yeah, that's true. I believe I still have some naivety from my own personality that I cannot seem to get it away from me.
Yeah, no, I know. I totally get it. I totally get it. Battle for 5th heats up right now between Ricardo Rico R, who wants a position, and Rainier Talvar, who has a position. That's for 5th right now on aggregate, as Aaron Vasquez still leading in the 001 GridandGo.com esports Ferrari, and now we're almost 15 minutes. That's the last pit stop that everybody came in on. There he is in the Grid and Go Virtual Coach sponsored Ferrari, towards the Cal Straight. It's going to be interesting to see how this plays out in terms of in terms of getting pit strategy, which, by the way, that car that just passed, that was the number 2 Altitude Freedom Esports 111 of James Bumy. He could be one of the first cars that could be put one lap down by the leader without having an issue.
I figured that when that time would come, that they would start getting lapped and everything, right? But what surprises me more than anything and everything in this race so far is how is he able to save fuel without traffic on his side? I know he's doing the majority with traffic, but normally you would expect, oh, there's no traffic around. Normally you would see the fuel gauge in, like the fuel usage increase quite a lot. But it's just keeping it consistent enough for 27 laps, which boggles my mind. How is he doing that?
Well, we know that Scott Dixon's not behind the wheel because he's racing this weekend in Iowa. So we can automatically eliminate that possibility. But yeah, the fact they're able to save so much and still, still have these leads and have that pit window just extended so much, it's absolutely baffling.
True, man. It showcases that how average of a sim racer I am nowadays.
Well, that's why I sit in the booth. It's better for me just to sit in the booth.
True, same.
Yeah, so.
But there's a but in all this. I am still RaceSpot finest driver on the Commentators race.
Vasquez into the pit, so that will end the lead reign for this time by the 001 GridandGo.com Esports 001. We'll see where he ends up. Last time by, he ended up in 14th spot. Looking at the gap, that may hold true once again. We'll find out as soon as he gets out, but this battle for 5th now becomes a battle for 4th place with it still is a battle for 5th, I should say. I know it will be the battle for 4th. As I see Vasquez moving down the order in our timing tower. BMW Team M-Team BS competition of Rainier Talvar and Ricardo Rico R in the 069 Drago Racing Ferrari. That's your top battle. The bottom battle is Mark Perez, Maxine Godino, and Juan Manuel Gomez for the 17th spot.
And I take that you've been paying attention to the timing tower a little bit.
Oh, yes.
We don't have a three-way battle anymore.
No, we don't, but that could be Felinosa falling back just a little bit because, why risk the equipment early on? If those two are going to go out and race, let them tear up their equipment.
But it's like we've seen, somebody decided to cut the no-name corner. That's P17. That's Semify. Is that Semify who cut the corner right there and got a slow down? But anyway, my fear is that I know Fenalosa, he's a very fast driver, right? But
right.
we've seen Redline deploy some strategies. I'm not going to say nefarious strategies, but we've seen them deploy strategies similar to what we've seen Apex doing the IMSA Global Esports Championship, or even in some of the official events, which is basically, push the car around every time and be consistent, right? Really consistent on the lap times. And I think Fenalosa is not being able to, as we look what happened to Elio Veyron on Piff Path.
Well, it's a little bit of a move there, as he's going to lose 2 spots there in the as he loses, And Veyron actually gets up to the top 10. Shantera, his teammate, finishes 11th as Vasquez now in 12th. So far he's already up 2 spots from when he came out after the last stint. As we're watching this battle for a 4th place heat up with Talvar and Ricardo Rico R. With it being dark, though, here's my question, Lorenzo. Do you risk it? Do you risk it, or do you just sit there and wait, save some fuel? But it looks like that Rico is going to try and prove me wrong as he closes in through the Kennel Straight on the 89.
Oh, he's going to keep pushing, and if he finds an opening, he's going to do it. Unless he's only going to overtake the car ahead of Talvar if Talvar makes a mistake. That's the only thing, because right now he's trying to use Talvar as basically his link shot or something like that, push him to get closer to the Sister Drago car. But the problem is the lap gaps they've been running are identical, like nearly equal. So it's hard for you to do that and push someone around in front of you and hope to get closer if nothing is happening in a sense.
Of course, now you're going to see, and fatigue is going to set in just a little bit easier, especially with those cars that, you know, may not have had the best of luck all race long, who have befallen some trouble. And it's going to happen, and that's where you're going to get these drivers who, you know, they'll make mistakes, and that could cost somebody else's race as well.
Yeah, absolutely, because we've seen this happen on multi-class racing, like endangering your car in such an unnecessary way, right? In a race that there's still a long way to go. Making an unnecessary move, making an aggressive move. For example, Veyron's move on fifth path. The entry was aggressive, but again, was legal. And there was a battle for place right behind. There was 40 and 41 battling. Some would say, oh, overly aggressive, but it's within his rights. It's a blue flag. But it's up to the faster driver to do those things in a safe fashion, as we're going to see what happened to Jerome Fisher. That's on fifth path again. Fifth path striking. Oh. Hello?
Though, you know... Yeah.
Okay.
All right, that's fine. Here's Andrew Caron, who we've mentioned all throughout the past couple of hours as he goes through No Name. And yep, sometimes that back end wants to see what the front end's looking at. Not able to do it, but still able to get out of the way and straighten before the faster traffic comes by.
Yep. Luckily enough, the Canadian managed to avoid the barrier on the inside. No cars around. Just a small scare, but because it is very easy for you to catch the sand on that outside part of the corner on No Name and spin the car around, because you're coming down the hill, right? So the car is a little bit light.
Yeah, car's just a little light, as we're watching also a battle with Vasquez trying to hold off the 15, and he can't. So Steinbraten in the number 50 able to get around for the other Ferrari. So move that Scuderia Ferrari HP back to 15 to up to 14th. So one has to wonder now if Grid and Go just implementing some especially in the middle of the night, some drastic fuel save measures to try and either A, eliminate, or B, shorten that final pit stop to a gas and go.
Good question, because when I saw them coming into the pit stop, wasn't the gap around 24 seconds, and on the previous ones was about 30 seconds.
Yes, yes, but also remember too, that was you know, Drago Racing had that little gap, and the team Redline was able to close that in. So technically, yes.
Yeah. So this is the thing for me. You know, it's like, you know, the strategy is working of sorts, right? You're beating the other teams outright in terms of pit stops. You're going longer than everybody else, but. Let's just say you're going to the pit stop and you fuel your car less. Let's just say 5, 6, maybe 5, 6, 7 laps less. I don't think that is enough trade-off for you to get your time back. But then again, like, I think it's a big if in my point of view right now than anything else. And we don't know how the race is going to translate for them later on, because again, 17 hours of racing is a long time for us to be commentating on or racing on as well.
At least we can hand it off to people here in a couple of hours, so that's actually pretty good. As we're still watching this battle between Talvar and Rico, 89 and the 069. This has been a pretty decent battle all race long. And I was also just looking at this one. So Ramiro reading my mind here. Coanda Esports 081 Sean Tyre, Lucas Camba Moreo in the number 3, Simify Esports number 3. We got Porsche, Ferrari, and Porsche with Leandro Andretti and the 114 sitting behind. So you've got these 3 cars. It looks like there might be some more. And we have a slowdown for the 081, I should say, as Moreno moves his way up to 11th. If the other Coanda gets around, then we know there might be something wrong with that Ferrari.
And Coanda losing again. One more spot.
Here's the thing, the Coanda Esports went in with the rest of the field. I don't know if we're going to be seeing that much a tire drop off in the cooler temperatures this soon. As the track temp's holding steady at about 23 degrees Celsius, 73 degrees Fahrenheit. So could it be a situation where we're starting to see teams fuel save for later on in the race?
Good question. That caught me by surprise a little bit, not gonna lie.
Yeah, I didn't expect Tyre to give up 2 positions. Huh. Keep an eye on this. Is Moreno trying to hold off Andretti and Tyre once again, but behind them is Steinbrotten and Vasquez. They go down the start straight. So it looks like we have a 5-car battle for 11th place. This is great.
Good stuff. Not gonna lie, it's. I know the battle for the lead has not always been the most enticing thing, and I want to blame one for that kind of stuff. Sorry, I coughed a little bit in here. My throat was scratching a little bit. But I think that in itself made us have good mid-pack battles, and I still think there's a lot of stuff undecided, because the gap right now, they're relatively okay between everybody. Let's just say the first guy that hasn't been lapped is P27, which is Dr. Hop Customs, right? After that, you got a first lap car in the field. It's a good race between everybody, and there's still lots of racing to do, but again, we barely raced for over 6 hours and a half.
Oh yeah, lots of great racing, but you know, that just goes to speak of the platform of GT3 cars. As we're watching off the nose of Lucas Camba Moreo, it's just some of these camera angles you see here on iRacing are just so darn cool. We're not forgetting about the battle for the lead either. Oh wait, there's not much of a battle. BMW M Team Redline just opens up a almost 3-second gap to Carlos Fenlosa and the number 169 Dragger racing with. This is the race, the battle of the race right now for 11th on back. Moreo, Andretti, Tyre, and Steinbrotten all involved. Also, Vasquez back in 15th. Sitting there as well. There's your battle for 4th place with Talvar in the 89 and Rico R in the 069. BMW and Ferrari back there as, oh, look at this. We're seeing Steinbrotten make a move on Tyre, so Tyre might be either falling off or deciding that we're going to start to save a little bit now, though that may be too late in the race. Now we're saying something's too late in the race to do something, as Tyre's going to try and get underneath Steinbrotten. Not going to make anything happen. Behind Tyre is Vasquez on the alternate strategy.
Yeah, but I've been looking towards the laps. Tyre has been their slowest driver in the whole pack, so I think naturally the other teams are watching that and they're like, let's minimize our track impact. So I believe whenever Vasquez reaches him, he's going to try to do the overtake. Well, not even so. I think Tyre just lets Vasquez go by because he really doesn't want to risk anything. He knows there's still a lot of a race left to do, and he can use the other drivers to catch up. The problem is the drop-off for that Porsche has been somewhat of an astounding topic to go on this thing.
Really has, and we're watching Vasquez around no name right now. He's got Steinbrotten up ahead of him, and that's good. Ferrari HP Esports team has been a little bit of a thorn in the side of the gridandgo.com esports 001, the only one that is still in the field. This has been your battle. This has been your quote-unquote battle for the lead, and I say that loosely because you got two teammates sitting there in Lebegier in the 20, who is behind the 21 Gustavo Ariel. Two BMW M Team Redline cars, and that's really all it's been all race long up at the point. You've had Drago Racing up at the front for a little bit, one of the Coandas, 08 up there at the front, but for the most part, it has been a race dominated by Team Redline.
Yeah, which in a sense surprises me given how qualifying transpired, but then again, then they've been really good to translate qualifying performance into racing performance, so it shouldn't surprise me, but it kind of did, given how strong the field is. And this is something that I wanted to talk about. It's about how the strength of field has made this race so much. I don't know if the proper word would be balanced or more competitive, because naturally, ever since the increase of people coming into night racing, I think mostly due to COVID, the strength of field, especially on top split, has skyrocketed, right? And because this is a one-make event, this is only GT3s. Normally, you would sit around 6K. Drivers with 6K I rating back in the old days, let's just say 5 years ago, could get in. Nowadays, you cannot get in, right? You're going to be basically faced with split 2 and 3, potentially. And the strength of field stayed around, I think, 8,500 I rating. So it's insane how skilled you would have to be, or how much of an I rating you would need to have today for you to feature within these top split events and race against some of the best in the world at what they do.
Well, then you go to the endurance races in the IRL off season. That's when the strength of I rating really jumps up, because now you've got drivers who they couldn't do these races because they're doing their day job. Now that they don't need to be at the racetrack, or they don't need to be at the shop every day, they can do this stuff. So you'll see some of the big name drivers who are still running these races. So that's going to be interesting to have in the offseason. Still watching the battle for fourth between Talvar and Ricardo R. Also, you're looking out the front of the double out one of Aaron Vasquez. They've gapped Shantera in the 081, so now you've got a lot of gaps, to say the least. Out of the Steinbrotten Vasquez battle, you've got what you're seeing now at the bottom part of your screen, Anderudi and Lucas Camba-Moreo. Those two drivers trying to work their way around. I think, if I'm looking correctly, yeah, that is Moreo up ahead. So that's Ferrari on Ferrari down towards Eau Rouge. We're not seeing the big packs that we saw early on in the race as Stefan Haas is into the pits in number 33. So we're not getting that little off-sequence pit stop there out of that number 6, but a little bit of bump draft. Yeah, indeed, that's you see that Cinefy all over the back of that Ferrari.
You gotta hump that bump the bottom.
I know some chief stewards that would watch that action and kind of give them a slap on the wrist when they came back into the pits.
True. One other thing I really want to bring up on that battle for fourth, because again, it's not been really a battle. I think it's more been Jocko pushing Vias around, right? Gap is around 10 seconds. It came down to 9.7 at one point. I don't think they're gonna catch Fenalosa by the end of their stint, but Fenalosa is gonna get caught by these two eventually. It's a matter of time, I think.
I think that's a fair assessment. It really is.
And yeah, and if they do, I think these three are able to collaborate just as well as the two Redlines are collaborating, because lap gaps, they've been at a certain point really good between them. But oddly enough, the last lap has been equal for the VS car and the Drago 69 car, but it's been slower than the Redline ones.
You're looking on the back of Gustavo Ariel on the top. Sean Tyre sitting there trying to hold off Lasse Bach. I don't know if that's, I think it's going to be a fruitless hold off here shortly, because we've seen how aggressive Bach can be in the number 25. But yeah, Ariel trying to help Libiger open up that gap. Now 4 seconds separate those two from the 169 of Carlos Fenalosa. As look, BMW team, M-Team Redline have been nothing short of amazing today, but like I said, there's something is bound to break. You know, this race has been going too, I'm watching the chats as I'm saying this. This race is going too calm for endurance racing standards. Yes, that first couple of hours was a little bit nuts, but it's still the middle of the night. That's when mayhem really starts to ensue.
Well, it's still not graveyard hours though, as we are proper nighttime racing at the Ardennes Forest, virtual Ardennes Forest. So yeah, it happens. It isn't always going to be action-packed like you would see around Daytona, Glen, Sebring, because those are multi-class races, and normally you have this more action between cars spreading around and everything, because it is it can make the race sometimes quite dull to watch. But then again, it's 24 hours of racing. You're never going to get action from start to finish. It never has happened, as far as I know.
Well, it depends on, you know, what series you're watching. You know, if you stay up long enough for the 24 hours of Daytona, you know, there's going to be action-packed almost everywhere. But yeah, I mean, for endurance racing, you're not going to have, oh my God, everything looking in you know, everything going on in 24 hours. I get that. Lasse Bach really over the back of Sean Tyre as he goes to Blanchemont here shortly. But, you know, back to my point, look, it's the nighttime. Weird stuff happens at night, especially here at Spa. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens. I get that we're not going to see a whole bunch of action, as Tyre's going to lose that spot to Bach going into the chicane. So move Bach back to 15th. I'm sorry, move Bach up to 15th, Tyre to 16th, as now lap down traffic is going to kind of hamper this battle just a little bit more.
Yeah, but it showcases I think it might be the first event I've been commentating with Sean Tyre in the car. Maybe a little bit of a struggle, nerves as well. Maybe not used with the car. So I know sometimes you're not fully used with the setup and you try to do the best you have. So I think he's gonna just push the Danish around. Give him a little bit of a love tap on the back of the car, and whenever they come into Lake Como, he's not going to overtake. He knows that it's not good enough for you to do that at some point. As they reach, I think that speed 37, that might be the voracious car in front.
We haven't seen many moves into Lacombe, which, you know, makes sense. You don't want to make a move through there. Granted, it is a good braking zone, but in the same token, you still want to keep things kind of nice and tidy as, you know, you go throughout the race. Will we see those moves later in the race? Yes, we will. But I don't think this is the right time for it. It's gonna happen sometime after 6 hours to go. That much I do know. As we're at 17 hours and 22 minutes left to go into this 24-hour race. It's the Falken Tires 24 Hours of Spa here on provided by RaceSpotTV on the iRacing channel. Special event brought to you exclusively here on RaceSpotTV and on the iRacing channel, the networks of YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch.
Boom. By the way, did you know have you ever had speculoos? They're kind of like cinnamon cookies.
I have not.
I did. Okay, they are a. I didn't know this. They are kind of like cinnamon biscuits made by wheat flour, candy syrup, and sometimes cinnamon.
Okay.
They're really good. They are extremely good, and normally they are very known here in Europe as Biscoff. Okay, you might have known.
I've had Biscoff then, yes.
Did you know they're actually Belgian?
I did not know that. The more you know.
No, I know. I was mind blown when I saw like Biscoff is from Belgium. They're from a Belgian company. It was like mind blown. My wife loves it. Well, I like it as well, but it's weird finding out the delicatessen of Belgium would have something like that. I've been going through their Wikipedia, man. Like they have apparently an appetizer from the Ardennes region, because Stavelo is in the Ardennes region, which is the Jambon de Ardennes, which is a particular smoked and ham and pâté, often made of game such as wild boar. Looks good on the pictures.
Yeah. I'll snack on my almonds that I have over here.
I have nothing right now on my table. I just have my water right now. I'm trying to save myself for the dinner that I'm probably gonna eat after I'm all done here.
Those who were around the first part of the race, we talked about supper clubs to go to in Wisconsin when you're up at Road America. I actually went downstairs and had a leftover pork chop. It was absolutely fantastic.
By the way,
sourdough bread.
The cheese, is it made in, is it famous because it is Wisconsin, or is it from outside of Wisconsin?
So a lot of cheese is made in Wisconsin, but a little bit of a bump there. Oh, tap by the 114. We'll get back to that in a bit. But yeah, wow, that could have been nasty by Anderuti all over the back of Lucas Hemimoreo like a cheap suit. I bet you there's a little bit of white on the back of that orange Ferrari. Now the headlights are getting flashed because somebody's getting just a little too impatient. But anyway, there are a lot of cheese that's made in Wisconsin. Last year, my wife and I went to Portland for she has family out there, so we went to the Tillamook factory. Fantastic.
Okay. All right. That's because I know American cheese is a little bit different from, let's just say, other cheeses that you would have. For example, the mozzarella, the brie, or other types of cheese. I know American is its own type of cheese. Believe it or not, I actually have on top why? Because I'm such a nerd. I have the ultimate cheese chart on my bookmarks. And they have all kinds of different cheese, man. That's why I know American cheese, it's its own kind of thing.
American cheese is different. I will say this. My favorite cheese is Munster cheese.
Fair. I'm half Italian, so I always go with the Italian ones. Parmesan, Parmigiano, Reggiano, so all the Italian ones, man. There's one which is the buffalo one, the buffalo, what do they call it over here? Which is fantastic, which is made by Buffalo, like I said before.
Bit of a pop out there by the Sim RC actually Chick Hicks team. Looks like that Chick Hicks car will get up to the 24th spot. The Sim RC Ferrari, though, trying to get around it. The Sim RC Ferrari with Marvin Strell at the helm. Paul Mooney, your driver in the number 18 Chick Hicks BMW, as they work their way through no name. Seen back there in the Manti Racing Green, however, Kaspar Umelin. Oddly enough, Kaspar is the last car on the lead lap. They got 10 seconds back to catch up to the lead lap, to the leader of Gustavo Ariel. And I think there they are right there, I believe. 1 and 2. Though I could be mistaken, but still, it's going to be interesting to see what happens here, though. Filanosa way too far back to make any sort of claim, as he's about 6 seconds off the pace of the leaders, who are in the BMW M Team Redline 21, as we're just about set for pit stops here in the next 10 to 15 minutes.
Yeah, approaching soon. I think the first one we're probably going to see, like before, might be the Veloce driven by Lasse Bach. That stands in pit 15, and the other one will be the Chick Hicks team that we just saw before. That Team Redline car, 18 on each drivers. We're going to be seeing 19 laps driven by both of them, as they are rounding up another lap. 2 minutes 15 seconds, 0.479 for the Brazilian. The French did a 4.21.
And a boy on YouTube, I love showing up to hear the commentator talking about cheese. So, yeah, that's what you get in these late hours when everybody's all stretched out and kind of taking it a little easy here in some of these endurance races. A lot of people wanted to see the front runners. Well, there you go. Right here, Talvar still holding on to an advantage in the 4th spot over the number 069 Drago Racing of Ricardo Rico R. Now, this is about the furthest away we've seen these two cars on the circuit since the last pit stop. But one has to wonder, is Talvar starting to, say some things, as now the pit window has opened with Atonas Despoticus into the pits.
Yeah, just looking over here. I think that's also for Lion GP's first top lit event. As well, as far as I can recall, commentating them, which is always good. Seeing new teams.
It really is.
It's because I've been mostly concentrated within our iRacing chat on YouTube. It's hard to keep track of all chats that we have. I'm not gonna have enough tabs on my on my browser to keep all chats.
Well,
let's say. You know?
So I've got on my phone, I'm going back and forth between the Facebook and the Twitch streams to catch those. And I've got the YouTube one on my iPad, because that seems to be the one that is the most active. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, and I apologize about that, but we're trying to read these comments as much as we can and keep you, the fans, involved in this race. I'm trying to see. I got to go into the the Facebook chat, but Rudy still closing in on Morea. But go ahead.
No, I actually saw a really good question. Now we were talking about browsers and giving up and everything. I saw a really good question about sponsors and everything, right? Because it's a good showcase for sponsors and things like that. I know most of the sponsors, a good portion of the sponsors, either when they're real life, sometimes they have some sponsors. I'm not going to talk about the Chick Hicks team. They have their sometimes the Dynaco or Lightning McQueen cars, but anyway, they have fictional sponsors, but some of them are mostly used with the sim racing environment, right? We have Simify, which is a shop that usually sells sim racing products. Grid and Go has their own stuff, and so many other stuff. And he was talking about sponsors giving out bonus awards for their drivers in case they win these events. There are some, yes, which give out in terms of performance. So if you win a 24 hours or a special event, you do get some sort of a bonus, let's just say about let's just say, what, 150 euros to something like that, depending on how big of the budget the team is. But there are things like that, yeah.
And it's all contractual, to say the least. So, of course, here's the thing. Here's the thing, though, too, Lorenzo. Even in real life racing, some of the sponsors aren't real. Did you not see the Magnus Racing Assen over the 6 Hours weekend?
The Glen weekend, you mean?
Yeah.
I couldn't follow the Glen weekend. I think I was away from home. Oh wait, I couldn't follow all race. I think I only saw the start. But go ahead.
Take a look at our buddy Arjuna Kankapati. I think he's got some pictures of that Assen. Let's just say that none of the sponsors were real, to say the least.
Oh yeah, true. I remember now. He posted. Yeah, that's factual. Yeah.
That was that was quite humorous, to say the least. Still watching this battle for 11th spot between the three Simify Esports Ferrari, just ahead of the number 114 PGZ P1Docs.com Porsche. Leandro Andarudi's been using that front bumper as sort of a paintbrush to Moreo's rear bumper, which is kind of a canvas for him the past couple of laps, but he's been getting real close. There's some lap down traffic ahead of him as well, as that's the 41st place driver right now of Augustine Benaire, the number 17 Apex Racing Academy 97 Ferrari, making his way around. We'll see if he moves over here on the Campbell Straight. We've seen a lot of the lap down drivers, and the drivers about to be lapped down, just, you know, kind of do the sportsman thing, move over, as we see the 29th place driver as well. That's Andrew Caron and the number 97 Addis Racing by WSR 97. They were earlier front runners, but as you can see on the bottom third, they've lost 24 spots.
Just not always great on the books, as we're back to Team PGZ versus P1 Docs. Trying to follow the Simify car. I think what's the car ahead of him? Is that the Apex Racing Academy car that I apparently?
Yeah, it's Augustine Benaire.
Yeah. I wonder if it is Bernier because he is French.
Oh,
but then again, we've been butchering names.
Yeah. I've butchered names a lot. I don't like doing it, but I've had people say, "Hey, this is actually my name," and I appreciate that. I don't appreciate the passive aggressiveness that I've had in the past, but you know, that's life. People do that. It is what it is. You just gotta shake it off and move on. And yeah, the Bernier is definitely that cork in the bottle. As I think once he gets out of the way, Andaruti and company will be able to get through. I don't think that anybody has caught up to this pair yet. No, they haven't, but Ole Steinbraten is close, about 2.2 seconds behind. So if Bernier can just stay there, we might have more of a battle for that 11th spot.
Problem is Steinbraten last lap was 3/10 slower than them. These two are going really quick the past few laps. 15.7 for both of them. So the Ferrari driver is going to have to do more. This is funny. I think this is one of the tracks that we often downplay the effect of draft, right? We know draft is always important, but in here, if you don't have draft and you are driving by yourself and somebody just are on a car on a two-car draft, follow each other around, good luck, man. You're gonna have to rely on the guys making errors or battling real hard for you to get close. The routine.
There we go. Sometimes you just got to make your move out of the way, and really I think it was too little too late for anything to happen there, but Andaruti still sitting back there waiting for Moreo to make a mistake. Saw a pass for position between Strout and Ullin as well for 25th.
Yeah. Clean move. And someone I think also brought up a question as well. I don't know if you've been noticing this, but you saw some of the Ferraris have more headlights than other Ferraris?
Yes.
I am opening iRacing. I am opening the UI and checking the paint shop, but I think this is something that you can adjust yourself. I think this is the engine slice that you can run around the car, and that's why some of the Ferraris have more headlights than others.
Oh, that's interesting. I've noticed that, but I didn't think that you could change the setting in that, which kind of makes sense because remember, if you take a look at the Ferraris in in real life, they have obviously the normal headlights, but on the front bumper they have the little bumper lights there too.
Yeah, this is why if Ramiro can grab an example of the Ferraris and showcase that to us, then people will be able to see that. The difference between why some of the Ferraris have more headlights than others.
And we'll see what he can do for that, and when he does, hopefully we'll have an answer, and we can give you guys an answer, because that's actually a great observation. I've noticed that myself and never put two and two together. Interesting to note here, Aiden Young with a 24.3 second pit stop time. So one has to wonder if Young's team is doing a gas and go, if they are double stinting their tires. That's something that I thought about with the WSR Esports Black, sitting 3 laps down in 38th spot. Young, a quick hot shoe in iRacing, a multi-time champion in multiple disciplines, but they ran into trouble early on in this race. So I wonder how many teams here are going to double stint their tires in the cool temperatures. Now, things have not changed too much. 21 degrees Celsius, 70 the ambient temperature, track temperature 23 degrees Celsius, 73 degrees Fahrenheit. And
I got an answer that apparently is not encouraging enough. Our producer, Ramiro, man, I picked on him just because he's a Boca Juniors fan. I picked him enough just because of that. Brazil versus Argentina rivalry. He says it might be filters or something like that, but that's why he might have that impression. But then again, it is what it is.
All right.
Okay, he says it's not the filter. He is correcting himself now. So it's fine.
Well, hey, I'm not the one who brought the question up, and he has checked that, so that'll be interesting.
Attaboy.
So that's just hashtag just iRacing things. Let's see what Lasse Bach does here as he is into the pits. We're starting to see cars come into the pits for yet another pit cycle as, this is going to be a full-service pit stop out of the 25. Paul Mooney into the pits as well. He's hit the pit stop for the Chick Hicks number 18. Kaspar Umelin also into the pits. So we'll see what these cars can do. So that means we're about 2 laps away from the leaders coming into the pits. Now, here's the question of the day. Does the 169 of Drago Racing stay out a longer lap? Does anyone in the top 10 join them? How much longer does the 001 Ferrari stay out of gridandgoesports.com? As we all say, stay tuned. Coming out of the pits in the number 18 Chick Hicks BMW. Little side camera as you see the cones deviating the track from the entrance of the endurance pits. Remember, you got to run both the Grand Prix and the endurance pits here and the 24 hours of Spa. 41-1 the time for Paul Mooney. I have a feeling his next pit stop will be a driver change out of the 18.
I've been wondering now, how many hours has Paul ever changed drivers?
This was his second stint because the last pit stop he got in the car.
Okay. Fair.
Yeah, so he did change. He did change drivers.
too many things happening on track. Sometimes we lose track of stuff. It is what it is. We're humans.
As I like to tell people who always, gripe and moan about, well, you commentators miss this. Yeah, because we're human. It happens. I put my pants on one leg at a time, like everybody else.
You do?
I have never mastered the 2 legs at a time yet. Shocking. I know.
I am getting proficient on the art of 2 legs at the same time, but you have to jump up like up and down like a roller coaster, some would say.
Yeah, but the problem is, too, when you get up as early as I do for your 9 to 5, it just, you know what, you just want to just do whatever's not going to kill you. It's bad enough getting up that early does kill you.
Yeah, and the worst thing I have to read is... Oh, never mind. Yeah, I know. It sometimes it is a pain. As we see Ruben Bonga coming in for BS competition, or the Mahler Racing Team on that sense. For his pit stop, we figured he would be one of the coming in as well first. So, I know some people have the rolling, rolling 2 legs, jumping 2 legs, normal 2 legs, but we'll never know. It's pants are a topic that we're not going to get into it.
Overrated.
Yeah, overrated topic.
I was it's funny. I was talking to one of my coworkers, and I told them, I'm like, yeah, I'm kind of detailing what's going on with me over the next month, and I'm like, yeah, I've got, the beginning of August, I got a race I got to go to, and darn it, I got to put pants on. And they look at me, I go, I do all my commentating from home now. I don't need to worry about getting dressed or anything like that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I am dressed, so just keep that, just take a deep breath. Everything's okay. We're going to be fine.
Yeah, even if it isn't our PJ sometimes.
So I've seen often on the question, why are we not following the battle for the lead? Well, A, right now it's in the pits. B, all race long it has been Team BMW Team Redline. And they've been running nose to tail all race long, not really challenging each other or getting challenged too much when they've been in the lead. It's usually been a pit swap. So really this battle for the lead, it's almost, there's been better battles all throughout the race circuit. So it's just been one of those battles where it's like, okay, it's there. We'll look at it. We'll mention it, but we won't say too much. Now, who's going to get in front? Will it be the 21 or the 20 as both those cars come down into their pit stall?
To be fair, will he change the thing?
Doubtfuls. We're not seeing the flash of the driver changes. There we go. There's a good example. Romero, can you go down to that car that's just got on the jacks? That's one of those Ferraris that, just disappeared. But it has those extra lights there on the front bumper. It's one of the Drago cars. So those are the cars that are running those extra lights on the Ferrari. Now, if we see any of the other Ferraris, those are the ones that aren't doing it. So it's great that we're seeing that during the pit stop. See, they're the ones on the track. On the right, you see those that don't have those noses. So only the Drago cars looks like that they are running those additional headlights on the bumpers. Now comes the treacherous pit exit for some of these drivers as the 21 gets out ahead of the 20 with Felinosa in aggregate 3rd place.
Yeah, and I think there's also a driver swap on the 22 as Isle of Manx driver Josh Thompson will get into the car, or if he was in the car already, I apologize, Bosch. Don't at me later.
No, Josh Thompson is a new driver to the 22.
Good. Don't add me then, Bosch. Carry on with your racing.
Adam.
Nope, don't have me. Otherwise, we're gonna have to solve this on CS:GO, which most likely CS:GO. Jesus, I'm back in 2000. CS2, and whenever that happens, he's gonna 1v1 me, and I'm gonna lose.
Why don't you just say Zanga and just get it over with? Jeez.
But oh, okay. Here's the thing: if you're playing Jenga, are we playing Jenga with your pressure on somebody's ears or quiet Jenga?
No, not Jenga. Zanga. XYNGA.
Oh, what is that?
I mean, this was the precursor to MySpace.
Oh, you went deep on the references. Jesus.
Yes, hey, you know what? I'm only a couple of years old. I'm maybe a year or two older than you are, so.
No, I know. It's just that that was a deep reference. You didn't remember about Zynga back in the old days.
Oh yeah, I remember that too, because you couldn't get on the. Oh no, it's Facebook you couldn't get on to unless you had a college email address.
No,
MySpace
not quite.
was
Not quite.
MySpace was a little restrictive.
Yeah, but believe it or not, I actually got in Facebook around 2006, I think. My account is in Facebook, might be 2006 and 2007 when I created. You didn't need a college account. Yeah, old account. You didn't need, I think, a college email back then.
Ollie Steinbrotten into the pits, and here's what's interesting. The BMW Redlines are so good, Lorenzo, that they have now cut their lead to 12 seconds behind Aaron Vasquez, who is in the double OT1 Grid and Go Esports Ferrari. So I'm starting to wonder if this pit strategy that they have might be coming to bite them because you've got the two BMWs.
I don't think it is. It is a matter of time. Remember when I told you the gap consistently came down on the second to last pit stop, and then the last pit stop was about 30, then decreased to 24, and now it's 12 seconds?
Yeah.
I know they're very committed to it, and they have a 6-lap offset on everybody else. And I think they're trying to do their best to get about 10 laps. But I think it's a massive bet. It's kind of like going all in on the fuel strategy. And to be fair, I think you're losing more time on the ground, trying to still fuel save and not going aggressively, clinging for going up for positions. That if they're looking to win, it's hard. It's real hard. Realistically speaking, let's just say they might reach within top 5. But then again, like I said before, you're gapping for straws at the current moment, and you still have 16 hours and 54 minutes of racing.
And we both know a lot can happen here in these next couple of hours, because strange things happen in the nighttime. As you see Gustavo Ariel sitting in second place, now making it to source as Vasquez makes his way out of Radion through the pit exit. They're closing the gap. Let's say that much. The BMW M Team Redline closing the gap. Of course, Josh Thompson sitting back there in 8th place as well. Aggregate 6th place as Maddox Max Schneider with a quick pit stop of 41.8. Interesting to note that during that pit stop as well, Felinosa fell back 8 seconds to these two cars right here. So it's 8 seconds back to Felinosa, another 6 seconds back to Talvar, who's in a battle now with Nicholas Mateo for position in the number 89. Mateo, as you remember, was one of your earlier leaders in the 069. But Drago Racing, in spite of switching drivers, Lorenzo, they've been looking pretty good.
It's been looking crisp. I know Matteo is back in the car, been really fast, and is going to be able to push Tyre even more. But more importantly is the fact they have a 6 second gap to Fenalosa, which I think they're going to be able to catch him. And with that, I think both Drago cars are going to have the advantage of working together again. The problem is going to be BS competition. What will it be of them moving forward? I know it's still gap battles for the lead, and the Redline cars hold all the cars at the current moment. But it's still interesting, I think, on a whole scope of things, that we can maybe see a comeback of the Ferraris and that BMW from BS closer to Redline. But their Redline space has been so amazing that it's gonna take something else for them to get closer to them.
It's going to be interesting to see if anybody can stop BMW M Team Redline. At first we thought, okay, you know what, the lead really hasn't, it'll change hands, but really it hasn't for the most part. They have led almost all of this race. And question on the YouTube chat, Justin R, 001 still not pit. They are running on an alternate strategy. I would not be surprised to see them pit in the next 10 minutes or so, as you see that gap. It's 13 seconds between first and second place. So this battle for fifth place between Tyre and Matteo really looking pretty good. Although Matteo's still too far away to make anything happen, but he is really closing in as they go through Le Combe. Now is the point where Matteo just needs to sit back and wait and see what happens through the second sector, because we've mentioned multiple times that this sector alone is just so tough to pass through.
It's really hard, but I don't think, again, we've been talking like this before. It sounds like we're beating over a dead horse, right? I don't think they're gonna be battling for position at the current moment, given the fact they are catching up to a fellow teammate, a fellow car on the track. They're collaborating with each other. I think BS Competition understands that. They are comfortable with the position they're sitting in right now. Problem is whenever they reach that other Ferrari, then it becomes a whole another history. Will they collaborate? Will be a 3-car collaborating and everything, but other than that, it is what it is. It's gap battles around the racetrack, and the good old cat and mouse following each other, like Tom and Jerry would follow each other forever, and Tom would never catch Jerry. Well, in 98% of the episodes throughout history.
22 cars on the lead lap so far. As just joining us, welcome. Where have you been? Second of all, we'll just say this, that the opening lap was a mess. 9 cars out of the running after a crash at the top of Radion. You saw all the Williams sim racing cars out. A couple of the Grid and Go cars out. Fiercely Forward out. Solpack out as well. Falken Sim Team Racing Blue out as well. So a lot of good fast cars taken out in a first lap crash, but since then it's been all Team Redline all the time, with the 21 leading the 20 right now. The 20 fell back to the bottom of the top 10, with the 22 and the 21 able to get in. Of course, the 22 fell back after the second pit stop, lost it right around Blanchemont and hit the nose square into the tire barrier. Was able to continue, but really they've not been able to recapture that lead, being up to the front like they had earlier on. It's been mostly BMW, M Team Redline, and Drago Racing in the top 10. BMWs actually right now occupy the first, as I'm counting, 3, 4, 5. The 5 of the top 10 spots, and you've got Porsche, one Porsche actually, with the rest Ferraris in the top 10 so far. So BMW really has the numbers so far in this race, with especially with BMW M Team Redline effectively 1 and 2 on aggregate. Aaron Vasquez still has yet to pit for his 7th pit stop of the race.
Yeah, and I know some people might would complain, no, BMW being strong and everything and something like that. But of course, I think we always say a good mirror to watch this race would be watching the officials, right? The GT Sprint officials. I'm not gonna say Fix might be the best example, but the Open is always the best example, even though they're running 40% fuel. But they're running also the BOP. If we had that, probably if we had the old one, it would be probably the whole majority of the field would be potentially McLaren's, because McLaren's basically had the whole thing going on. As we're gonna watch what happened to the Vide Lazzani around the bus stop. Oh my goodness.
Slow contact.
Mamma mia.
One has to wonder if Lanzani was trying to go into the pits and just entered in the wrong conversation.
Yeah, don't know. Miscommunication. I don't know if the Vide told he was going in, but I know there will be a few posts from the Vide whenever he comes out of the car, and a few discords about this. That's for sure. Oh, talking about teams and everything, even though the race is still going, if you want to hop in for a chat with us, we don't bite. Well, I don't know about my fellow commentator right here, but I don't bite. So
I don't bite hard.
Okay, fair. It's good. If you don't bite hard, it's always good. You can come to our Discord, talk to us here on the RaceSpot Discord, and have a chat with us. We're always open to receive teams.
I don't take criticism all that. No, but in all seriousness, yeah, join us on any of the chats that you're watching this race on right now, and we'll definitely answer any questions that we may or may not have. I don't have the lottery numbers or the lucky, whatever your lucky color is, that I can't answer. So I have this battle for 5th place over between Tolvar and Mateo, and of course behind them is some lap traffic as well, so that's not a battle for position. Andrew Caron into the pits, sitting in 20th. We'll see what the Addis Racing by WSR 97 has, see if they're going to continue on with the same driver, if they're going to change drivers. Be a last minute audible as well.
Seeing the our Canadian doing a pit stop right there, knowing that real life IMSA is in Canada. Someone would say, "Oh, why Andrew's in the sim? Maybe maybe he wants to drive the Spot 24 and didn't want to be in Motorsport, right?"
And maybe he's one of those ones over in Vancouver and just doesn't want to go to Ontario.
True.
And that's a whole nother story. We won't go down there.
Yeah.
Chris K on YouTube says won't bike but will rank cheese. Oh, that's a loaded subject. Limburger always so at the bottom.
Hey, listen. I rank cheese just like I rank my animes, like I rank my top F1 drivers, top drivers in history. Everybody has their opinion, man. I don't mind giving out my opinions. I'm not afraid. I was looking into the helmet of Mateo's driver helmet. Is that LEDs on the top of the helmet, or is that the reflection off the internal of the line, the internal part of the light of the car on his helmet?
That to me looks like the internals there that they have for the drivers, so they can have their disco party. Hello, good morning. As yeah, that is definitely the internals, because you see in the upper right there's a little bit of a glow there off the roll hoop.
Okay, fair enough. It's not cool anyway, Matt, because have you ever seen, you probably have seen some of the drivers running their custom helmets and everything, and you see those funny helmets, like I've seen one like Mr. Smithers from The Simpsons and something like that. They always run. They try funny stuffs within the helmets, man. That make me have a laugh sometimes.
Oh yeah, in the sim, there's some really clever helmet designs.
And my design is not smart. I got my iRacing default livery and stuff as Vasquez comes into the pit lane, finally.
That's the question that everybody wants. When will Vasquez pit? Well, it's now, as he will fall further down into the order, but he will come out somewhere in the bottom half of the top 10. As not be surprised to see him, 15th or 16th, as Vasquez will come out of the car. And who will go into the car?
Ben.
Oh, Sven comes back out. Oh, that'll be fun.
For which reasons, you'd ask?
Yeah, so we'll see what Sven has for the field once he gets back out there, but that hands the lead back over to the BMW M Team Redline pair of Ariel and Lebegier. Carlos Felanosa sitting in third place, about 10 seconds behind the two of them, but we're still watching several battles. There's Felanosa right there in the 169. Behind him, that's actually a lap down car. That's the 33rd place driver, and that is going to be Miguel San Martin in the voracious 315. So we've got that car back there, and of course, plenty gap between Felanosa and Renier Talvar, which that's the battle coming into your screen, I should say, briefly. Talvar doing his best to hold on to fourth place over Matteo in the 069 Drago Racing Ferrari.
Meanwhile, still looking to see if there's any more battles besides the one we've been looking currently. I can see Underuti and Steinbratton are battling for position. Something happened to Chanter at the exit of Pujon miss. Maybe the rear grip gave out on the Porsche. Luckily for him, just don't merge that car back. Good enough. Okay, scary moment for everybody. And Miguel San Martin losing out on Stavolo. Actually, Kurt Paul Frere. And the V-Day also having more issues on that Maniti car at Brussels. Did he hit the wall? Avoided it. Nice.
Yeah, some would call that self-discipline right there. As this battle for fourth continues on, this has been a good battle for the past couple of hours between the BMW and the Ferrari. Work their way out of the Colm into Brussels. Bruxelles, I should say.
Brussels?
Brussels, yeah, that too. We're getting to the point where it's like, how do we... Now we're getting to the point where we go, how do we pronounce this name? Well, we know that they just came out of no name, so that's easy to pronounce.
It's kind of funny. Some people say no name, some other people say Jackie X corner. There was another name for that corner as well. I cannot remember which name it was, but it was recent as well. It's kind of like the same thing for Pujon. You saw Jake call Pujon double gauche, right? Which is the appropriate name of the corner, right?
It is,
Some
yes.
other people call it Pujon.
Pujon's easier when you're announcing because you don't have to say too much.
Yeah, it's easier on the mouth and tongue. Question in the chat: why there is no Mercs? Unfortunately, the Mercedes is not strong within this BOP for drivers on top split to be running. Oh, which car went off track on Pujon and nearly, I think, hit the wall?
That was the Ferrari.
I know it was a Ferrari, but which Ferrari?
I gotta go back, look at my timing. I know when I see the name, I'll remember it. It was one that caused the problem over there in the chicane. That's a good question.
Yeah, but you know
Martin had an issue, and Davide Lanzani was the one. Oh, Sven Hasse with a little bit of an issue as well going into campus. That's campus. Yeah, they're coming out of no name and head towards double gosh. Whoa, one spinner as well. That is one of the that's one of the Ferraris at the Effect Simulations. I believe that was Marley Jaffe that was involved in that one. See if we can get a confirmation on that, but that was not a good spin.
No, not at all. And I might be wrong, but I think Sven lost his P11 to Ole and then Leandro on that issue because he lost a little bit of time. Good save nevertheless from Sven. All this.
No, he really did. He did because, yeah, he's sitting back there in 13th spot, so 2 seconds behind. He's got Lasse back behind him, and Rudy finally getting around a Ferrari to get into 11th. Here's a look at Lucas Camamoreo in the number 3, and yep, there we go. So it was Moreo who was involved in that. Now we know that he was up near the front, so a little bit of a spin and loses a whole bunch of positions.
Yeah, so Mayer right there, unfortunately for the Spaniard driver, but keep the car intact nevertheless, even though he lost some time in the whole process. Down to P17. No, never mind, P15. His sister car is in P17.
So let's see here. Looks like was it contact? Was it netcode? Might have been netcode actually. With one of the Falken BMWs. I believe that's the only one that's in the race still. That would have been Maddox Max Schneider with that, but yeah, that had all the makings of netcode, it looked like.
Can't do much is the is that thing about internet, man. Sometimes you're gonna have people driving from Australia and you're from Europe. You're gonna have that difference. Or from Brazil, you're driving against someone from the United States. You're gonna have that difference. It is what it is, man.
Yeah, no, it really is, and that was the point I was about ready to make too. So you made it for me. Here's Ole Steinbraten, who's had a couple of great stints here, sitting steady there in 12th for the number 50 Scuderia Ferrari HP esports team, trying to see if he can get that place back over Anderudi in the 114 PGZ P1 Docs.com Porsche. Coming around the La Source hairpin. Of course, he has his sights set on the one car, the one of the Mercedes that was one lap down. I think he's going to get around it here, if not down the Kemmel Straight. Probably going into Blanchemont, another place if he catches up to him. But that will also give Steinbraten a chance to really try and make a move or set up for a Sector 3 pass. As there they go around through Lacombe. Of course, that is the 30th place driver as well. That's Antonis Despercas in the Lion GP Mercedes. Hey, what though? This battle for 4th place also heating up as well between Talvar and Mateo. We'll get that for you in just a little bit. It looks like a little bit of position near the back. I think that's the Haas-Bach battle, but that one's also pretty tight back there. Actually, it could have been the Haas-Bach battle as well. Now, the vacation is asked, what if someone loses connection? That does happen a lot. If they lose connection completely, that car will be, quote unquote, towed back to the pits, and there will be another driver that will be put into the car for that, or the same driver, if they can get that connection back, might be able to get back into the race. So there are ways that does happen, and it has happened before. Some of the telltale signs that you'll see with a connection problem is, you know, some flashing. You'll see these cars flash. It's that battle for fourth place from Talvar and Matteo.
Yeah, but not only that, I think a good thing about a connection loss is the fact that you have these events where you have 3-4 drivers, and I think it happened last year. I was looking into Team Redline's Twitter about this, and I think last year Diogo drove 10 hours because one of the drivers had issues. Florian had internet issues, and Max and Chris had a minor injury, and he had to take over and drove about 10 hours. So it's that thing, you know. Sometimes it happens, and you have to step up. Someone has to step up. And we're still looking at the battle between Drago and BS Competition, as they're going to be following each other. It's just that natural thing. But important note, the gap stands around 3.9 seconds, roughly about 4 seconds between Fenalosa and Talvar. That sits in third and fourth respectively. So we shall be looking into that. And the pace from that is displayed by both the BS car and the 69 Drago car have been faster than the 169 driven by the Spaniard of Fenalosa. So eventually that car might be caught up to them. And like I said before, once that car gets caught up, it might trigger a 3-car push to the lead, even though Ariel and Lebigera's time have been so fast to treat each other's current pace. And about the connection stuff, it's interesting that iRacing, you know, latest developments put up, you know, the connection flag and the CPU flag and everything just to showcase potential drivers that could have issues around the racetrack, and is now dealing with this situation a little bit better, because nowadays whenever a driver had issues with connection, it would have a certain threshold. If it say at about 30% in terms of quality or something like that, and then it go back up for about a second, I would say second or about 5 seconds total, you'd get booted out of the server or cause a connection loss, even though that might not be the issue. So they're properly addressing that on in terms of difficulties and things of the sort. So it's good that it's being addressed. Seeing other questions, are people they're named by themselves? No, they're not. They're just the drivers that are representing the car at the current moment. This question came from Twitch and on our racing Twitch. Keep them coming, people. But no, each team, each driver that are driving the car, they have more 2-3 drivers to drive alongside within these 24 hours. There are people in other splits, not going to say within top split, they are going to be doing the 24 hours solo. You can do that, but unfortunately, because this is a team event, long event, you need at least 2 drivers in total in the car. Otherwise, your team's going to be disqualified for breach of the fair share rule that it's imposed by iRacing. So, but you can drive them nevertheless for the sake of fun and challenge, if you want to. As we have, I think, Jeremy back.
And to check your mental health too. I mean, you know, look, 24 hours of concentration does a lot to a lot of people, but why would you want to run 24 hours by yourself? I mean, I've known drivers who have raced in real life, you know, full endurance races, and I question their sanity as Marvin Stroll goes to the inside of the 18 of Paul Mune, and he gets that position over Chick Hicks, and yeah, so there's that position. But I do believe that is just cars that are one lap down. The last car on the lead lap right now is Luis Carl in the number 23 WSRE Sports Red. am trying to see who that who that Drago Racing car is. I believe that's going to be Felinosa, who is in that Drago Racing car between the 2 lap down cars as your leaders. They're off in the dust. They're long gone right now. And still got this great battle for 4th place as well between BMW Team BS Competition and Drago Racing themselves. Frank Schlothman in 35th, sitting there as well. He is within striking distance of Florian Denard in the 788. It's live sim racing Arnage. That's actually a pretty cool name. So that Porsche ahead of him, that is the car that he's trying to battle for position on the track. They're all 2 laps down, but still something worth fighting for. You still want to get as many spots as you can. It doesn't matter how many laps you go down.
Absolutely, and it's kind of funny for me to see a guy like Schlottman back into top split. I think I haven't commentated Schlottman in top split, I think, in ages, and I'm gonna lie, how long has it been I've seen Schlottman on a top split? But it's always good to see him back. So yeah, and try to do his best to try to, get more places up, and who knows, maybe get some my rating at the end of the stuff. Yes, I rating is handed out, safety rating is handed out to everybody. It is just so no matter how much it is based upon, your starting position on the grid and how many places you are up compared to everybody else.
As Sven Haase, who's had a little bit of bad luck fall upon him, still sitting in 13th. But here's the thing. They have the benefit of being several laps to the good. Now they're 15, 20 minutes into the good of their pit strategy. So we'll see what happens here as these cars work their way around. Comes the double out 1. Trying to hold off the number 25, Veloce Thrustmaster 25 of Lasse Bach.
You know what surprises me is the fact that Sven is not driving a Lamborghini. That's the only thing I'm going to say. He's fast in any GT3 car. I've always branded Sven for better or worse because I know he's a very emblematic figure within the sim racing into the top community of sim racing, right? He's for better or worse, he's always been one of the fastest drivers. But I've always been associated with them driving the Lamborghini back in the Bila days. So, and he's been, in my opinion, the fastest Lamborghini driver in iRacing, in my point of view. But and the Lamborghini actually has a good BOP in here, in my point of view, but not along for a long run that would warrant them to go in that car. And I think the other cars. The other guys in the team are also used up with the fact they know the Ferrari a little bit better than the other Italian brand.
Yeah, we're starting to see, look, there's nothing against BOP. It's just how good these cars have been. Not just in the sim, but also in real life. We know how good the BMW GT is. They've been good for years, though, so that kind of helps them. The Ferrari's been pretty good as well. I'm kind of surprised we don't have the McLaren here, but then again, that could be just a little bit of a benefit of how it races in the sim. 21 degrees Celsius, the ambient temperature, so no change there. We've dropped 1% in humidity, 2 kilometers per hour wind, so quite still with overcast skies as we are now well past midnight, 12:45 in the sim.
Yeah, complete darkness in the Ardennes forest, and you were talking about the McLaren. The only reason the McLaren is not in here is because the second BOP, which is usually the true BOP for the race, has completely killed the McLaren. Otherwise, it would have been a McLaren Cup in top split, in my point of view. Because the McLaren on GT Sprint, of course, you're running less fuel and everything, but you're running close to circumstances of what you would be driving on here on top. Here on the 24 hours, has been the strongest car by a long shot. If you saw Jeremy, if you followed the top broadcasters, streams like Pablo and Yuri and the other ones, you would notice it was McLaren from start to finish on top split, and there was maybe a Ferrari in here, a BMW in there, but nevertheless, the majority of the field was McLaren's, and after the BOP that vanished.
Okay, I mean, yeah, BOP does a lot to a lot of cars, so that's that's no surprise through there. It'll be interesting to see what happens here with the end of the race. Look at that gap, though, that the Redline cars and Falnosa have. It's 13 seconds. That's just how dominant Team Redline has been. And I know for a fact that if the 22 could have stayed out of trouble, that it would have been 1, 2, 3 just running away with this race, as we're closing in on 16 hours left to go here, as Gustavo Ariel's your leader, Florian Lebegere your second place driver, and you would think with the amount of gap that they have, that they would think about swapping positions to keep, the fuel mileage up, because that could also, you see what's going on with the gridandgo.com esports 001 Ferrari, where they're able to get longer fuel mileage. You would think that they would try something similar, so that way they could, extend their fuel mileage and not have to do so many laps.
Oh, absolutely. But the pace alone itself helps. They're doing that while running to 15s, very mid 15s. So this is why he's helping their cause and the whole scope of things. At this point, if they continue, let's just say, running like that for the remainder of the race, it wouldn't matter much, right? It's going to be P1 and P2 like that until the end of the race. And they're going to continue to break away from everybody.
Overhead shot of the first and second place drivers. And it's just been a draft fest with the two BMWs since they've gotten into the pack. We were lucky early on to have all three of those up at the front. There was one point where it was BMW M Team Redline 1, 2, 3, Drago Racing 4, 5, 6. But now we're seeing BMW M Team BS Competition mixed in with that as well. Rainier Talvar and Nicolas Mateo still in that battle for fourth place. You see on your screen right now. It's BMW ahead of Ferrari. Of course, some slower lap traffic up ahead. One of those cars, so could be the Drago Racing 169 of Carlos Felinosa, who's having to deal with some lap traffic. Able to dispatch of that, but the driver, number 76, Marvin Stroll, might be a little difficult to get around. We know that SimRC Ferrari was fast. Now it's just a matter of getting around it. And once again, look at how dirty that windshield is as the field working their way towards
Fine. I'm just jokingly saying it. It's fine, but not really. At least there's not a lot of marbles in front of the car to block the view. Back in the old days, sometimes you would have so many marbles that you would need to come into the pit lane because the windscreen wipers couldn't take it off, right? So that's just the thing. Gap stands about 1.8, 2 seconds roughly between Talvar and Mateo. So it's just a visual thing right now for both of them. So for better or worse, having those cars is giving them tow, is helping the cause for both of them to reach Fenolosa.
Well, here's what's interesting as well. You've got this battle for position between Paul Mune and Marvin Stroll for 24th place for the time being. Now, got that battle going on in the midst of what could be an interesting battle here for position in the top 5. We're also watching this battle for 13th and 14th with Sven Haas still having it. Lasse Bach in the number 25, Lose Thrustmaster 25. Still looking pretty tight, but then again, there's also not too far ahead, Ole Steinbraten in the number 50, who I would not be surprised for this next pit stop, Lorenzo, if he decided to pit. or decided to get out of the car, I should say.
Okay, that makes a whole lot of difference. But yeah, you're right.
He'll pit, but will he get out of the car?
Yeah, true. Yeah, not wrong. I agree with you in there. But yeah, it's because I've been I took my mind away because I was having a little bit of a discussion about the race. It's which if you don't mind, I'll bring it up a little bit. You know, we got time. We got time. Yeah, we got lots of time. You know, seeing top 10 within a minute of each other, for me, it's still really good because I just say, oh, great, what a save. What a save from us at the transition from campus to Stavolo. But it's been such a cool race to go on because there's still a feel of everybody still have a chance, right? The pace has been so quick and so blistering fast between drivers, and has too much discrepancy. That has been I was agreeing with Daniel Lorenzo from BS Competition. It's been quite tense in my point. I agree, it's been tense, except for P1, P2, of course, but that could change because it's a matter of when Talvar and Matteo catch Fenolosa. That could change because there's so much room for, in terms of pace and everything, that the slightest of pace difference, it gets you back so quickly. We saw that with Sean Tyre in the Coenda 81 car, and he's barely within the top 20. He's in the tail end of the top 20, where that car a few times back, it was in top 10. So that's how great the pace is between everybody and how aggressive the pace is between everyone. I'm going to say aggressive. I think fast is the best way for me to put it in this race.
I like that idea. It's a very interesting thought, but you know, the more I'm watching this battle here for position, I see the two cars ahead of them, and they're running their own race. Again, that is their own right, but that's kind of hurting that battle, which could be a great battle for third place. And it's not like, okay, you know what, you two, you're a lap down, so that battle doesn't matter much. But regardless, it's going to be interesting to see if Stroll and Mooney get out of the way. Ooh, a little wiggle there from Borda as he's going to go right into the tire barriers. Oh, that is a rough hit heading out of Eau Rouge, and just a spin. And thankfully, I thought there was another car. There's just this front bumper that was involved, and he stays off the course away from any other competitors. So Borda, who is sitting in 37th, looks like that his race might be done as he gets towed into the pits. And that was a while ago, actually, as he's been in the pits for the past 12 minutes or so. But back to the point I was making, you know, there's this whole discussion industry-wide about how should we handle lap cars, because the talent up front is getting so much better that that you know, even some of the back markers are, you know, they're racy, they just have issues that they're befallen from. And we're watching this in real time here on this race. Do you move them out of the way for if they're racing their own race? I say no, because really I don't feel that they're impeding this race too much. Now, if we're watching the leaders, if this is the leader that was being impeded, then yeah, I say move them out of the way, because there's a couple series, one that I follow, it's very frustrating, where they say, oh, well, you know, the lap down car can race their way into, you know, a way to stay on the lead lap, but once they get lapped, they can't race anymore. No, I'm sorry. Oh. If you are impeding the leader, you need to get the heck out of the way. And it looks like that's what's going on here. And like I said, I'm not saying that these two cars were in a battle of their own should have done that, because guess what? Now, you know, you've got this battle for 4th and 5th right there, and you've got Stroll, who's supposed to move out of the way of Monet, but Monet looked at his mirror and said, oh, it's probably just better off for me to get that done out of the way. And look, there's no good way to handle this situation, but I've got to say this, Matteo was hurt the most by this, as he's able to, he lost some ground to Talvar. Now Talvar has his sights set on Felinosa. That was an iffy way to deal with that, to be honest with you.
Yeah. There isn't much to do right here, you know, for that instance. You know, it is what it is. People are allowed to do their own racing, you know, like I said before. Sometimes, because the thing is, blue flags in iRacing, they're suggestive. They're not. It's like you have 3 laps or 1 lap or a few seconds of corners, and if you don't give that give the position away, you're going to be punished. It's not like you would say in F1, right? That if you receive a blue flag, you kind of have to give it away next to immediately, right? Because you don't want to be punished for impediment. And you can have basically nearly a blue flag for an entire lap and not get overtaken. In that instance, it's kind of like minimizing your time and minimizing your time damage, right? Because let's just say you're battling for position right here. We didn't see Shell lose the position, right? Because he managed to, like I just said, manage his time damage or time loss to getting overlapped by these would-be faster cars, right? And by doing so, he managed to also avoid Paul Munet to do the overtaking and get that position on the BMW. As we're going to look what happened to Borda. And I think that's a full wheel disconnect.
As you say, that looks like a disconnect because you saw the vibration of the wheel as he came through Eau Rouge, and yeah, that just did not look like it was. That didn't look self-inflicted. That looked like it was technology inflicted. Wolf of No Street says, imagine your wheelbase going adios during your stint. I've had that happen during a race or two. Thankfully, it wasn't, you know, an official race or anything, but it is not fun when your steering wheel decides to nope out of the conversation.
Yeah. That's unfortunate, man. But it showcases that it's not in real life that you have technical issues. You can have technical issues in the sim as well. Hey, reality. We're what we like to call sometimes here at RaceSpot, immersion.
Yes, it is. We're on board with Sven Haas, who is, as we said, you're gonna see here in the next 10 to 15 minutes the leaders come into the pits. One driver you'll not see come into the pits is going to be this car, because they are running, what they're doing is they're extending each stint they have by 1 lap. How they're able to do it is unknown to all of us here in the booth, but they're able to do it, and this is about where they fall back. And we're thinking they're either A, trying to cut out a pit stop, or B, have that final pit stop be something of a gas and go, which would make things a little bit interesting. Aiden Young and the Sixes in the pits at WSR BMW. Have just a little bit of issues, but we'll see if Aiden Young stays in the car or if he gets out. I'm going to scroll down actually through my timing to see if I get an answer on that one. Hey, I have some good news for you Williams Sim Racing fans. The 5 and the 1 have entered into the race, 192 laps down.
You're racing, right?
Yeah, they're racing. It's the 5 and the 1. By the way, the 6 is now being piloted by Stephen Osh. So Aiden Young out, Stephen Osh is in. There's the Williams BMWs. So the Matteo Kunzer behind the wheel of the 1 right now, and Beckett Jassier is driving the 5. So welcome aboard to the Williams Sim Racing. I know a lot of people are asking if the Williams cars are around. Well, here they are.
To get that experience, they know there is lots of cars they can get positions from, so minimize the damage a little bit, because otherwise it wouldn't make much of a race with them not being around. I know a lot of people are let down for these cars to be out of lap 1. Basically, all 4 Williams cars out on lap 1 in a nutshell. It's a letdown. But that's just how racing is sometimes, man. It's rough. Lap 1s are always the worst, man. You either learn this the easy way or the hard way.
And here's the thing too, you go out there, you get your setup for the next Spa 24, so that way, you guys can run up near the front, because I know they didn't qualify too well. They qualified at the middle of the pack, a little bit of struggles there for those BMWs, but nonetheless, now that they're back out, get out there, get your drivers some laps, give them some I-rating experience, so that way you can come up and do well for the next one.
Yeah. And knowing Williams, they're not going to sit this idly and say, oh, we had a bad Spa. It is what it is. The next event that happens, I'm trying to maybe the next big one. I'm not going to say Portimão is not a big one. It's a big one. Every special event is a big one. But I think in terms of teams, it is the Indy 6 Hours, and they're not going to sit idly on that race and say, oh, we're just going to take a stroll to have fun. They're going to come in to win for sure.
Wait, is that 6 hours or is that an 8 hour? I thought that was the 8 hour.
Oh, wait, never. Let me confirm. I might have said it wrongly. Hold up. It is 6 hours. I was right. Boom.
I was wrong. You know what? That's not the first time I was wrong. You got
no. I think I know why, because they changed the 6-hour race to be at Road America, haven't they?
Yes. So the IMSA. Well, here's the thing. This is last year for IMS on the IMSA endurance schedule. So they will be at Road America next year. I am so excited for that, because an endurance race at Road America is chef's kiss.
Yeah. I wonder why they haven't run it more, to be very honest. It's a great track.
Well, that is a very good question, because there were a couple of years where they ran the 4 hour as it was technically an endurance race at that point, but I'm not sure exactly why. I think it's because they felt like Indy would be a better endurance track. I don't know, but we all know that a win in Indy is huge. Doesn't matter what kind of discipline you run in. All right, we've got this battle for third now. We're showing battle for fourth in the bottom right, but Talvar and Matteo have caught up to Felinosa in the 169. So we knew it was a matter of time before the BMW and the Ferrari could catch up to that Drago Racing Ferrari. So it's 2 Drago Racing Ferraris against 1 BMW for that third spot. Of course, they're 18 seconds back from the lead, but Lorenzo, this is exactly what we've been waiting for, to see what these 2 drivers who've been battling neck and neck for 4th place have for Felinosa in the 169.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the true race, I think the biggest point of the race, in my point of view, begins right now after the incident with the other Redline car. Because this is the moment we have to wonder if Felinosa is going to lead this car, is going to be the leader of this train, or if they relegate to Talvar to do that job, if Talvar is not going to be willing to sit and not collaborate and basically try to do whatever he wants, and be racy with them. I think at this point, there's so many things we want to consider, because you're seeing Team Redline distance. The gap is nearly 20 seconds. So at this point, here it goes. I think this is what's going to happen. Talvar is going to take place, and Drago's going to push him around. Or not.
There we go. That's a little bit of a bump there. Not sure how that happened. We'll see a replay. That kind of happened out of thin air. But now Drago Racing 3rd and 4th with the 89 to Talvar falling back to 5th.
Yeah. But Talvar has pace. I think he's going to come back. I don't think that was foul.
No.
Ill-intended by Felinosa. He wanted to defend the position the best way he can, but he wanted to make it a little bit harder without losing time.
And here's the replay. And if my eyes didn't deceive me, I think what happened was, so Talvar gets heavy on the brakes, loses it just a little bit in the second part of the chicane, but thankfully, great competition. Felinosa was there to straighten him out. Matteo takes 2 positions in 1, so move Matteo to the bottom step of the podium provisionally. That's Felinosa and Talvar fourth, and fifth. I was able to watch the little delay here on the broadcast. I looked over. I go, oh, that's how that happened, because I'm trying here to get some notes and all that. But nonetheless, wow, Mateo, talk about luck. That 069 back in third place.
Yeah. Insane how that just kicked off in a few corners. By the way, I was just looking at this, and thankfully my eyes didn't see me. The Veloci Trustmaster car is out of the race. Apparently they had a contact with the tire barrier. I don't know which corner. But that's a little bit unfortunate to see that from Veloci, knowing they had a good race going on.
And Daniel Lafuente, the driver of record there, is he will fall back. So that happened most recently. See if we can get a replay. Let's see if we can get a replay of that here shortly. As that was interesting. It looked like to me that the 89 of Talvar just got on the gas too quickly on the second corner of the chicane, and it was game over for him. Pit stops are underway for the most part, and I would not be surprised to see the leaders come in here in the next couple of laps. But if you are on the pit box for Drago Racing, you gotta be smiling, because you've got 3 cars in the top 10, with possibly soon to be 3 cars in the top 5 if Kibichev can keep up.
Yeah, which probably would have been what I think Redline wanted, but they wanted the 1, 2, 3. They always try to aim for that. I know Drago has a really good lineup that can match Redline in that instance, but we'll see how it happens, because Josh has been really quick the past few laps. I think last lap for Josh was a 15.4, whereas Kibichev has been done it 15.8, so it's been just as quick as these guys up in the front. But of course we have to take away the fact they made contact on the previous lap, so we'll see how that will develop eventually. But the gap is quite considerable. 12 seconds is a quite considerable gap for you to take away when the pace has been relatively equal to everybody.
The pace has actually been quite nice for the race. We've seen drivers stay in the 15s and 16s as Bonga is into the pits. That's the first of the front runners who have decided to hit pit road.
Oh, sorry. Well, I just want to bring it up. Talvar has damage.
Talvar has damage. Yeah, that was that's not surprising, of course, with the right rear that was left rear that was struck. That yeah, we're going to see what happens here with that next pit stop, because he'll have to fix that, because you definitely don't want that flapping in the breeze there on the straightaways.
Yeah, it was a little bit awkward when I saw him lose a little bit of time, especially in these in the fast corners. But it is something that we're going to keep an eye on, as we're probably going to see the Drago cars coming into the pit lane, and also that BS car coming into the pit lane. My curiosity is how much time of damage that a car has, and if it can be fixed within one pit stop, as we're going to see what happened to Lasse Bach and Blanchimont.
Oh, a little bit of wiggle, that'll do it. And I think we have another disconnect, and thankfully he was able to save that and get that wheel back connected. So we'll see if we can get an in-car replay from that a little bit later on. Now, the point that I was going to make is we'll know how long that the fix is on Talvar's car, because normal pit stop's about 41 seconds here in the Spa, 24 hours. So if it's longer than 41, we know that they decided to fix that damage. But Van Ness was with an issue too.
Yeah, I was looking into the replay again on a video. I think that Talvar car has considered damage, because there is a front bumper contact from Fenolos's car in the front left of Talvar, and that could have maybe affected the steering direction a little bit, maybe something like that on the pinion. But remains to be seen, as we see the Redline's car come out like clock, P1 and P2.
Yes, once again, 21 ahead of the 20 as Sven Haas. I see that right? Did Sven Haas? Heck no, Sven Haas is coming up on the leaders as he jukes his way around down the back straightaway, Kemmel straight, and takes that lead back for the time being. But he's got the warmer tires and he's got the longer stint, which is very interesting to note. As the 50 also gets in there, so battle for the lead right now between Haas and Steinbrenner. This is one that we've been watching all race long. It's been a battle of 12th and 13th spot, but Lorenzo, now it turns into a battle for the lead. But here's the question: how much longer will this go on?
The Redlines are not going to fight this out. They know that Sven is on an offside. The problem is, if they decide to if they decide to, get a little bit feisty with Mr. Sven Haas, then this race is gonna bring some fireworks, because I know Sven is gonna defend for his life. As we're gonna look again with Lasse. Oh, and I think this is what happened to Lasse. For him to, retire the car.
Yep, that's that's definitely at least right front suspension damage on that number 25, as we're trying to see how long. And Ryan Barneveld is now in the 89 BMW M Team BS competition. Let's see here.
Oh, the scrutiny is going to be so great. Oh, the scrutiny is going to be so great when now that Barneveld's in the car.
That's going to be an interesting battle there, and it looks like that Barneveld, they did not fix didn't fix that damage. Here's what's interesting too: Enzo Benito back in the number 22, but they short pitted, so they did a 34-second pit stop. Everybody else ran 41 seconds.
Yeah, unsurprising though.
Well, they're trying to get back up near the front, so that's, definitely unsurprising. So on aggregate, they will be up to 7th.
Meanwhile, I could be wrong, but Sven has a 7-lap offset on everybody else. Am I reading the light timing correctly? Because if it is 7 laps, how many pit stops do you still have to do in this race? About 14, 13 pit stops most? Yes. Max 15?
Because you do 1 an hour around, around 50 or 55.
I'm trying to remember how many seconds is to put 1 lap of fuel. I know Spa is a high-consuming track. It's about I want to say 4 laps before 4 liters per fuel. But I think it's 3.50, something like that. I'm curious right now, man.
Well, here's the thing, though, too. A full service pit stop, 41 seconds. It's 92, 93 seconds to get down pit road with a pit stop. So keep that in mind. Keep that in the back of your mind. That's why we keep saying are they going to do 1 less pit stop, or are they going to do a quick fill? That's going to be, I think that right there is the story of the race. And with Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team 1 lap behind them in terms of their strategy, what's going to really happen here? Because yes, you got BMW M Team Redline going 1-2 full out, but yet you've got 2 cars ahead of them right now that are running odd strategies.
Yeah, but and knowing that Steinbrenner is a former Redline driver, he knows their tactics in and out, right? So
Steinbrenner in the pits.
Steinbrenner in the pits, unsurprisingly. Now I turn my attention to things to develop. Nighttime is here. It's going to be a short night, like I said before, and can't wait to see what's going to happen. I'll be back in 2 hours.
In 2 hours. I'm almost done, 2 hours, so I will hand it off to you. Lorenzo Bonder was my voice on the side, and now I'm going to slide over and hand it to a man that I will let him take the lead, and I can rest for a little bit. It's Ron Moss. Hey, Ron.
Hey, Jeremy, it's been a little bit of time since I was on this show. A quick little 3-hour break, and by a 3-hour break, I mean I had a ham and cheese sandwich, went on another show, and now I'm back less than 30 minutes after being on that show to be on this show again, and then I'll be on this a little bit later on this evening. But hey, the sun has finally set here at Spa for the 2025 Spa 24-hour here on the iRacing Esports Network and the RaceSpotTV YouTube channel. This has been a good one up to this point. GridandGo.com Esports, a 001 car still leads this race at the present moment, looking at about 27 laps is the usual length of this stint here, and as it stands presently currently on lap 22 of this stint, so we'll probably see Sven Haas make that call to come down pit lane in a couple of moments time and give the race lead back to that number 21 car, that team Redline BMW, currently being driven by Gustavo Ariel. That's how it stands at the present moment here in this race, as we take a look at those two Redline cars that all throughout this race, for lack of a better term, have really been itchy and scratchy up at the front.
Bye. The Itchy and Scratchy Show. Please don't sue me, Fox. Please. But yeah, it's been an interesting bit.
The air.
And there we go. All right, so it's been an interesting battle. Now, we have seen, here's the thing, late in this past stint, as you saw, Ryan Barneveld, who is now in the BMW M-Team BS competition car, the driver before him had some damage because got a little loose coming off that second chicane. Will we see Barneveld make his way up near the front into that top 5? It is completely possible to see that, but also Enzo Benito trying to chomp away and get that number 22 up near the front as well after that early race incident. But nonetheless, it's still a great race up at the front. Now, there's plenty of gaps, but at the same time, there's just been so much good racing all throughout the pack. We've seen a couple of strange incidents, but again, that's just the nature of nighttime racing. As Florian Denard comes out of the pits from 35th.
Yeah, and we're in the peak of the night here at Spa. That sun is fully set, and I'm going to go back to that point that I was talking about on my first stint on this show. Those track temperatures quite colder compared to what it was when I was on the show earlier. 4 degrees Fahrenheit cooler, to be a bit more precise. 72 degrees Fahrenheit, the current track temperature. 69 Fahrenheit for the ambient. That's 21 C for the ambient and 22 C for the track temperature. So rather cool at the moment for these racers. It's good for the tires because they're in screaming in agony, but any colder than that, especially on those out laps, and holy cow, these drivers are going to be skating around like a declawed cat attempting to climb up an igloo. But we still see these two running P2 and P3 outside of that Grid and Go Esports car, looking to come down pit lane in a couple of laps time. These two will be back up towards the front, back in a rather uncontested spot. I said earlier on when I was on this show earlier on today that the Drago Racing team, the 069 and the 169, needed to work together. I remember when I was last on this show, the 169 was ahead of the 069 car, so those two have swapped, and they have also lost touch big time with those Team Redline cars who are just working together, the bump drafting down the straights, not really getting each other's hair. It is a dynamic duo that we've got up at the front.
It really has. And of course, you know, you've got Mateo still in the 069. Kivichev also still in the 269. But Ati Kapanen is the new driver upon the 169. Interesting, we've been talking about BMW, M-Team Redline, and Drago Racing and the BMWs, but we are seeing Coanda Esports still hanging in there tough. Right now, their top drivers, Tristan Iglesias, who was the much earlier race leader, and Elliot Veyron, 10th and 11th in the 08 and the 018. And the more I watch this, Ron, the more I think that the Porsches are just not set up enough for these long runs. You know, they're burning the tires off, and that's why you see them fall off as Nikolai Peterson comes into the pits for their pit stop, 34th in the number 98.
As we look at these racers heading their way off around this darkened middle sector of this lap. Taking a look at the YouTube chat, someone says the wheels on the bus go round and round. Now, I would say that in a musical tone. However, I think if I did, this broadcast would probably get a copyright claim by Viacom. And based off the fact that Viacom sued YouTube all the way back in, I think it was like 2008 or 2009, I don't want to play with fire there, so I'll swiftly and abruptly move on. Nice to see all of you tuning into this broadcast here on the iRacing Esports Network and the RaceSpotTV YouTube channel. This has been a good one up to this point, and running around this absolutely iconic racetrack in the world of both sim racing and in real life. Spa, you know, it's a classic. It's a fun track baked in with a lot of challenges, and one of the things that makes Spa is the lack of any sort of asphalt runoff area. You've got the dirt and you've got the gravel, you've got everything running around there. And the reason why I bring that up is because we saw the racers on screen right now following Tristan Iglesias in this 08 Coanda car. You saw him heading all through that section of the track, and you just saw the abundance of gravel all around this place. I said this a little bit earlier on in the show, and I think it's really starting to ring true, Jeremy, how much gravel is just spread around this racetrack. It's going to look more like a rally stage by the end of 24 hours than a normal asphalt track.
Something that you and I talked about in your first stint as... Something you and I talked about in our first stint is the fact that these drivers, you know, they're using the track as if there was as if there's a ton of runoff out there that they can just drive on. Well, some of these places, you know, in the new scan of Spa, it has basically gone and added the gravel, which a lot of these racetracks are starting to do. They're starting to add more gravel. So, you know, no surprise that we see all this clag and gravel kicked up. I would not be surprised, though, to see this cause some sort of an issue.
And, sorry, worst time for me to take a sip of water in my entire broadcasting career. No, what I was going to say, though, before caught me out a little bit, I was either about to choke on my water and try and speak and fail miserably and have that be clipped for the rest of my broadcasting career, or I would try and talk with a clear mouth. I think the second idea was better than the first. But, yeah, when we think of gravel running around racetracks, if anyone remembers when Romain Grosjean back in 2020, I forget what race it was, I think it may have been... Turkey, potentially, when he ended up getting one of his, actually no, it was a Nürburgring, heading off through one of the gravel traps there, following somebody. I think it was coming out of turn 13 around there. Had a bit of gravel get kicked up on the car in front, and actually whacked him in one of his fingers and messed up his hand a little bit there as a result of that. I remember right towards the end of my karting days, one of the tracks we used to run at, because I used to do autocross with the Sports Car Club of America. That's the number 24. That's being driven by Frank Schlothman. Schlothman, I believe, is the correct pronunciation. I apologize there, Frank. Currently slotted in P33 at the moment. He just came down pit lane in that SCK Racing entry. I believe it'll be Kevin Harges taking over from him in that machine. I remember years ago running at a karting track, running at this event that we were running at on this old disused airfield right outside the city of Philadelphia, and I had a stone kick off from the front tire and whack me in the lower knuckle on my left middle finger, and there's actually a little spot on there still of like white kind of like marking that hit me, and for a matter of about a year afterwards, every single time I would move that finger on my hand and try and scrunch it up into a fist, my hand would sound like someone just stepped on a roll of bubble wrap.
Yeah, well, you know as well as I do, I mean, you've done enough karting, and you know how low that those carts run to the ground. Now, most of my karting experience has been in the rental car end of things. But I will say this, any little pebble, you run over it and it just hurts for days.
I feel like throughout this show and throughout the next 3 hours I'll be on this broadcast, the next 3 hours that I'll be on the show, I can recount some of the tales of the various injuries that I picked up in my karting days. Here's actually one that's somewhat prevalent. I think I mentioned this a little bit earlier on, talking about the sausage curb dilemma at certain points around this racetrack and just in the world of F1 period, and F1 racetracks, I should say. Racetracks period, you have so many nowadays, as that was a call to come down pit lane. Not entirely sure who that was in that car pulling off into the pits. I believe, unless I'm very much mistaken, that is your now P20 runner looking through. Actually, I think it may have been a lap car there that made that call to come down pit lane. But back in 2023, I was running at another disused airfield down in Atlantic City, New Jersey, and ended up hitting a pretty bad bump. And now in the karts, Jeremy, I'm sure you have felt this in the rentals as I felt in my shifter karts right towards the end of my karting days, which is absolute insanity on 4 wheels for anyone who's never driven one of those. Bumps in a kart, even if it's a small little undulation on the road, do not feel good in the slightest. And as a result, I picked up a bad back injury where I essentially have the back of an 85-year-old man, which is not very promising because I'm only 20. Should be known the 01 of Sven Haus has actually made that call to come down pit lane, the gridandgo.com esports car, so that's a pitter from the lead. That'll give P1 and P2 back to Team Redline. But yeah, bumps and karts go together about as well as peanut butter, tuna, and high-class military-grade explosives.
Well, and also, you know, the karts, they do street races here in and around the Midwest. So it's kind of interesting to see, you know, the bumps and everything that's picked up while these karts are racing. And yeah, those bumps, they just create some sort of hassle as we see Sven Haas back in the 001 Ferrari going down pit road. Let's see if he can make it out of the pit access without having some sort of issue. We have seen that, especially with this part of the pit access, where you start to lose just a little bit of weight because you're coming up on the crest. But so far, so good. The 001, as he will come out well ahead of some lap cars.
And, you know, interestingly enough, after I had left the commentary booth here for the first time, I came back from a quick little run off to the shops and got back here in the house, looked at the TV, and that was right as Alex Cohen, I believe it was, in the 07 Racing entry, ended up having a moment on pit exits. So it is really, really tough. That bit of asphalt is about as patchy as my face when I was 14, so it is not a smooth ride at all, even in these GT3 machines. So heading off through the pit exit, especially so here in the dead of night, very poorly lit this track is. I mean, it's not meant to be a place like Daytona where you got NASCAR race with a whole bunch of DV cameras. No, this is a track where the race cars need headlights because the track isn't always lit. We saw that a little bit as those two bump drafted riding on board with the back of the 21 Gustavo Ariel, as that's a moment for the 33 of Alexander Thies. That's a huge moment for him. Alexander Thies getting sent into a spin. That's down into turn number 12, I believe. Contact into Fournier and around into the gravel trap he's gonna go. Last time when I was on the show earlier on, we saw that 33 car actually back it into the wall and lose the rear wing. So some things change and others stay the same. I left the booth, I came back in, and that 33 car still getting struck by those falling anvils.
Yeah, but you know, here's the thing: it's better than his teammate who was taken out in lap 1, turn 1 after the green flag. But nonetheless, I'd rather be in the race and get spun out than not make it past Eau Rouge.
Yeah, you know, if I had the option of having a scrappy 24 hours or preparing months to have my race end on lap 1 in turn 1, I think I would probably choose the former instead of the latter, but, you know, you can take that with however many grains of salt on the rim of your margarita that you would like there, he says, as someone wearing a Jimmy Buffett Margaritaville shirt who is not of legal drinking age here in the United States. It's still the Team Redline 1-2, and they have just shaken off every single challenge that has come by their way like a bad case of the fleas.
It's been quite interesting to see what this team has been able to do. Something else I'm watching. So two of the Williams sim racing BMWs that we mentioned earlier on, they are back out in 50th and 51st place after that first lap Schmazel. Beck J. Sear in the 5, Matteo Kunzer in the 1. Now, here's the thing. They've got about 6 or 7 cars ahead of them that are essentially either in the pits or out of this race. Next closest car they have to make a position is Norbert Leitner in the number 66 Impulse Racing by TAM Livery. So, if they can make up 15 laps, both of those drivers will go up 1 position. So, think about that. That's, you talk about how they ended up out of the race, but still, the higher the position, the better it's going to look for them as we're on board with Florian Levierge, second place driver. they're not going to make any moves, any unnecessary moves, I should say, unless Team Redline says, okay, you know what, let's swap positions. And something that we've talked about, still surprised that they haven't swapped positions more often to save fuel and kind of extend their runs.
Yeah, I am a little bit surprised about that. You'd get better fuel mileage for the both of you. Occasionally had a swap-a-roo. You'd also probably prevent that number 20 from the water temperature being way, way too hot. I don't think that will be too much of an issue with the cold ambient temperatures, but still a nice little point to keep in mind. I will say, though, whenever we jump to an onboard shot with those racers heading down the Camel straightaway and seeing them bump draft, I'm not really sure the best way I can describe it. It feels like I'm actively being tased looking at them heading through there. Just such a feeling of uneasiness. You know, on the stock car racing side of things here on the iRacing platform, bump drafting, if it doesn't go well, it can go cataclysmically wrong. And when it comes to sports car racing, you don't usually see bump drafting too much be the 100% order of the day. So even though the front and the back of these BMW GT3 cars that these two Redline cars are running in, they're basically flat as pancakes and can kind of mesh together like the ends of a train, I don't know, maybe it's just me, but every single time I look at those racers bump draft heading their way, and not even on the Camel straightaway itself, sometimes heading through the kink coming into it, I always feel like ever so slightly terrified, like I'm about to see some sort of disaster take place. It's like driving down the highway and seeing the auto accident on the other side of the road. It's tragic to see for sure, but at the same time, you can't keep your eyes off it.
And as a traffic reporter, I yell, stop creating a delay on both sides! That's neither here nor there. Anyway, yeah, and here's the thing.
Feel.
Yeah, oh, don't get me on that high horse. I'll be there all day long. So, you know, it's interesting, too, with these BMWs. They're able to bump draft. It reminds me a lot of a Spec Miata race. So, yeah, that's going to be something to watch out for. We've seen, though, that these BMW M-Team Redline cars have easily able to open up now a 22-second gap between the two of them. So that's kind of why we're really not showing what's going on. This is a battle for position right here. It is between the number 99 Apex Racing Team Ferrari of Leo Gabrioli and the number 9 Silphi Esports Ferrari of Manuel Cubo Torres. You're looking out of the nose of that number 9. Just listen to that. That just sounds so beautiful. As working their way through the back part of the circuit, so it's Ferrari versus Ferrari for position. And these two, they've almost come together every time like magnets, and that's what we're seeing now in this part of the race. Whoever you're racing with earlier is who you're racing with now, and you'll probably race with them a little bit later, barring any sort of mechanical issues.
You know, when you get into this midpoint of the race, coming up to the halfway mark in the not too far off future here for this race, the halfway mark really coming up quick in about 3.5 hours time. So you get to the point where you realize just about what sort of race you are going to have. I just realized, is it actually 2.5 hours until we get to that halfway mark? Actually, no, it is 3.5. You can tell I'm never very confident when it comes to my own math skills. You can tell I didn't pay attention a lot in class as a kid. Fun fact for all of you, in fact, for this broadcast, my final semester in senior year of high school overlapped with the start of my broadcasting career, so I would usually just log into the Zoom class and then go on and do my show. Maybe it's not the best idea in the world, but hey, I gotta say, I am far better about talking about race cars than I am at talking about a poem by Ernest Hemingway. So you gotta take the wins when you can get them.
You know, it's funny. You run into some of your old teachers, and with me, my voice is quite visible. Not doing this, but doing other things. And I hear. Oh, it's good to hear you on the radio. In a sense of tone, like, yeah, I knew this is what you would end up doing someday. It's like, oh, gee, thanks, appreciate it.
See, I think when it comes to some of the stuff that I do on the air, playing the harmonica, recounting random yarns and spinning them from my old karting days, and just doing God knows what I've done on these shows. I think I've played the harmonica more often on some shows than really should be studied. I'm not sure whether it's down to the fact I whacked my head too much as a kid or what, but people look at the kind of person I was as a kid with a speech impairment, a pretty bad lisp, and not really talking to anybody, and then look at the career I ended up going down and wonder what happened. And the person who often wonders that, frankly, is myself. Not sure how I got here, but I'm here, and we're all here for the 2025 Spa 24-hour here on the iRacing Esports Network, presented by Falken Tyre. It's been a good race up to this point. We've still got those two running up at the front. We got some battles going on all throughout this field with a class of race cars that is the most diverse, as far as I'm concerned, in the world of racing, period. GT3s, you could have everything from low-slung Audis and Ferraris and McLarens to those high-up center of gravity, it feels like, BMWs, Porsches, and those Mustangs. But I will say here, Jeremy, and I think you can speak volumes about this based off the fact you've been on this show for all but about an hour of it thus far here. We haven't really seen all of the cars. We've seen a lot of BMWs, a lot of Ferraris, and a lot of Porsches. I think I've seen one Mercedes every now and then. But outside of that, we're not really seeing too many Corvettes, Audis. The Acura got whacked with the biggest weight penalty, the biggest power adjustment, and has the lowest fuel capacity of anybody, tied with a couple other cars with the BOP for this event. But I will say, haven't really seen too many different cars here, but the ones we have seen, you just have so many of them. So clearly teams realizing what works and what doesn't for this event.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of cars that should be in the game that are not racing this race, and that just boils down to the BOP. And yeah, unfortunately, the Acura, which you and I have done a couple of we've done a couple of GT3 races together, so we do see an influx of Acuras in when they do run GT3s or mixed class racing. But because of the way the BOP worked out, I think this is why we're seeing an influx of BMWs and Porsches and I just drew a blank, and Ferraris as well. Unfortunately, I called a Ferrari a Mercedes, McLaren, but they look the same. But that's not the point. The point being here, BOP is the reason why we're seeing so many of these cars. Yes, there's a Lamborghini out there. There's at least one or two AMGs as well. So you are seeing a diverse mix, but cars at the front. We'll take a look at the top 10. You got BMW 1, 2, Ferrari 3, BMW 4, Ferrari 5, BMW 6, Ferrari 7, BMW 8, 9, 10 Porsches.
And actually seeing some questions in the YouTube chat kind of asking to talk a little bit about the BOP, the adjustments made heading into this race. We'll run through everything at the present moment, and I'm definitely not doing this just because I've got the chart loaded up on my broadcasting feed, and I can increase and decrease it in size all I want to. I like playing with stuff on the broadcasting service. I can just scroll around, appease my little pea brain. It scratches an itch in the back of my head, just being able to increase the image size on my end. But the Acura, as I said, I mean, that's been the GT3 car of choice more often than not ever since it was introduced into the sim a little bit earlier on this year. Remember covering the World GT Championship here on RaceSpotTV this past winter and spring. And that Acura, and I believe it was actually Dino Lombardi who's running in this race as well. I saw him on track a little bit earlier on in one of the Grid and Go esports cars, if my memory serves me correctly. He was able to run that Acura to a rather convincing win in that championship, but here for this race, it's got a 15-kilogram weight penalty. The power adjustment drags it down by 1.5%, and the fuel limit is at 97%, which is the lowest of all of the BOP cars, tied with the Corvette, which I don't think anybody's running here, the McLaren, and the other Mercedes GT3. The Audi got whacked with a slightly lesser weight penalty, 10 kilograms, far less power adjustment at only down 0.25%, and the fuel was limited to 98. Gonna hold off on this point as we look at Drago racing in the 169. Maybe gonna try and get moved on potentially on the BS competition car. That's a number 89 BMW right in front. You can see that bump drafting going on between between the Ferrari and that BMW as they head their way down the Camel Straight off into the turn, and that was some very close stuff between those two. That right there is sorry, that right there was the Drago racing car of 8 Caperon at the present moment, with Ryan Barneveld currently behind the wheel of that number 89 BMW right in front. You can hear the gravel running off through that track. I was so worried as I was hearing the gravel that I was missing these drivers going off the track, but no, it's just the gravel being absolutely strewn around this racetrack. But getting back to that BOP discussion, I'll let you get a word in here edgewise soon, Jeremy. Probably not. I'm a chattermouth by trade. But
it gives me a break because I spent the past 4 hours leading. So go ahead. No, go ahead.
Yeah, it's quite all right. Don't worry. So the Audi, the R8, slightly lesser weight penalty at 10 kilograms, a power adjustment down 0.25%, and fuel at 98. The BMW probably averages out to be one of the best in terms of the BOP. Half a percent in terms of the power adjustment, 5 kilograms when it comes to weight, and the fuel's at 98. So that works out pretty well as well. The other Corvette got whacked just as bad, if not even harder than the Acura, because that car is rather unpopular as is. 12 kilograms for the weight penalty, 0.5% for the power adjustment, and 97% for the fuel, same as the Acura. The Ferrari, the other very popular car here in this race, as much as it got more of a power whack than that BMW, got the exact same weight penalty and the exact same fuel limit at 98%. So that works out pretty all right for those racers. And the Mustang, that was a car that I'm a little bit surprised that we haven't really seen too much of. I was hearing all throughout this week how the front engine cars would probably be the ones of choice. That's got a 12 kilogram whack, same as a Corvette. So I wonder if iRacing is a little bit biased towards the American cars, whacking it with 12. Probably not, because iRacing is based in Connecticut, but you know, I figured I would say that because it's goofy and weird, and saying that they have a vendetta against Ford and General Motors is kind of a funny image in my head. But 12 kilograms is a penalty for the Mustang, 1.25% for the power adjustments, same as a Ferrari, and 99% for the fuel, so that's pretty all right. The Lamborghini, just about nobody is running the Lamborghini in this race. 10 kilograms for the weight penalty, 0.25%, I should say, for the power adjustment, and 98% for the fuel limits. McLaren, that was a 10 kilogram weight penalty, 1.25% when it comes to the power adjustment, and 97 with the fuel. The same could be said in two of those metrics about the Mercedes. They had half of the other weight penalty of the McLaren at only 5 kilograms. 1.25% is the power adjustment, 97% being the fuel. The Porsche, though, probably got it whacked with the least. Full fuel capacity allowed for that Porsche 911 GT3R, the other 992 here in the sim. 5 kilogram weight penalty with a half percent. That was 0.25% being taken out for the power. So that's how it looks like when it comes to BOP for this running of the Spa-24. And I gotta say as well, seeing some questions about BOP. We've also seen this question a lot throughout this show, and I addressed this a little bit earlier on, so I'll say it again. We do have the two Redline cars, well, the two Redline cars running at the front, and the other third of Enzo Benito, class in 6th. Running in those BMWs. Max Verstappen is not a part of Team Redline for this race. He has chosen to skip out on racing a virtual BMW to try and potentially race a real-life Mercedes next year.
Franz Hermann hasn't entered into the race either, so, you know, there's that too.
Oh, boy. Would he potentially be running in the Ferrari like he did in real life? I mean, the Ferrari's just as good as that Beamer, so maybe.
Well, here's the thing, though. You know, Redline is his team, so I would not be surprised to see him running a BMW.
Yeah, that would be, you know... Imagine this is just a giant ploy. We're missing the other Qs, and BMW is going to be returning to Formula One, and Max Verstappen is going to be their head driver next year. That would, I'm pretty sure I'm saying that's probably going to end up on some Reddit post on r/Formula One. Which, fun fact for all of you tuning into this broadcast, and you as well, Jeremy, I'm actually banned from the Formula One subreddit.
Oh, we've got time. Do tell. I'm interested in this one.
Oh boy, so I will preface this by saying this was something I did back when I was 15, and based off some of the stuff I say as a 20-year-old on these shows, back when I was 15, I was somehow even more irrational than I already am. So back when I was 15, I remember making a post talking about how F1, generally speaking, a lot of the people in there are generally closed-minded, which, as much as the argument that I raised back when I was 15 wasn't very well reasoned, I will still stand by that to this day. But I remember having a post about that and just getting absolutely dogged on. I eventually snapped at the guy who called me a redneck hick because I referred to the way the cars looked as a paint scheme instead of a livery, because they're the exact same term, just different words put together in a different order. So because that guy called me a redneck hick, I forget what I said back to him. It wasn't anything bad, mind you. I didn't call him anything that I cannot say on the air, and I ended up getting whacked with a ban from the F1 subreddit. So there's a nice little view into my life before I got into this broadcasting stuff.
Well, I will say this, that's probably better than what I would say to goad people into a reaction, and that would be that Nigel Mansell was a better IndyCar driver than he was an F1 driver.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at Nigel Mansell's time, and a very brief time in IndyCar, I think he spent, what was it, a season and a half, because he came over, for all of you just now learning that Nigel Mansell briefly raced in IndyCar, this was back in the peak of IndyCar, as many people like to say it, in the early 90s, in the old kart days. Left in 1992, joined Newman Haas Racing, where wasn't he teammates with Mario Andretti, replacing Michael, who went off to race with McLaren in Formula One for about 7/8 of a season before he got fired with 3 races left to go. I think that's how it went, roughly.
Yeah, that's well. Here's an interesting bit. So, because I live in the area of a lot of Newman Haas, because with me being in the Chicagoland motorsports scene, I know people who have worked for Newman Haas, Dale Coyne Racing, AO Racing, so on and so forth. I actually got to hold the championship ring that the former PR guy of Newman Haas actually had. That was all the championships that he was a part of. That was the one that he wore the most.
Interesting. That's there is a wealth of stories to come from the IndyCar side of things, and but a fun fact about kind of IndyCar history and all that jazz, and part of the reason why I know a disturbing amount about all this stuff. Before I got into broadcasting, I kind of got into using my voice to put something together, making IndyCars about making videos about IndyCar history. If I can spit my words out in the proper order here on the show, but that was kind of how I got a start voicing stuff, and eventually led me into this broadcasting stuff. But yeah, Nigel Mansell, moving into IndyCar in 1993, won the championship as rookie, even after skipping out on a race as a result of a back injury he got in an accident at Phoenix, if my memory serves me correctly, and got the championship, won it there, a year after winning the F1 World Championship as well with Williams in 1992, so was able to do that. Then in 1994, the main highlight from his sophomore season in IndyCar was the fact that at the Indy 500 during the pace laps, I think it was, or not either that or it was under yellow.
It was under yellow.
It was Dennis Vitolo who just got on top of his car as a result of all that. I can't remember whether I think it was Dennis Vitolo on top of him, or it may have been Mansell on top of Vitolo. So I got it right the first time. It was
I think it was early in the race, and it was on what we now know as the warm up and cool down lanes. Vitolo lost control and ended up on the back of Mansell. Now, here's what's interesting about that time period. You think, holy cow, Nigel Mansell won the championship. I think with even with one race to go, with missing one race. How bad was the competition? You still had, Penske was pretty loaded. Ganassi was just coming up. Michael Andretti was over in F1, so you really didn't have competition from that. But I think that was one of the years that Penske went 1, 2, 3 at the Milwaukee Mile. there was still great competition all throughout IndyCar. Nigel Mansell and Newman Haas Racing at that time were just that good. You think of Newman Haas from the IndyCar days, and it's like, oh, they weren't that. But in all intents and purposes, they got left over by the split, by coming in from the split. And that's a story for another day, though.
Now, as we take a look at this battle involving the Coanda Esports number 81 and the Altitude Freedom Esports number 2, currently being driven by Zane Khan in the 19th spot at the present moment. Do want to say, and this may be a slightly controversial opinion, I'm going to say that before the split from 1990 up until 1995, we'll cut it off before the split happened in 1996 and the beginning of the Indy Racing League. I would say that Newman Haas were consistently the best team in the IndyCar world at the time, because you think of what the other teams were doing at that point in time. Patrick Racing, I'm not even sure if they were still around by then. I think Pat Patrick at that point in time had really started to fall off. I'm not even sure if he had the team at that point in time. You had that. You had Penske, who, despite having the beast in 1994, which produced just an ungodly amount of it was like 1,000 horsepower that they were putting out, testing that car at Nazareth all the way back in the winter of 94 with 2-foot snowbanks on either side of the track. Paul Tracy shared that story, funnily enough, on the Dinner with Racers podcast back in the day. But following that performance, they ended up missing the Indy 500 in 1995. They just did not make the race. And the year before then, in 1994, and I think he did the same in 93 as well, that or he just struggled to make the race, Bobby Rahal didn't make the Indy 500 either. So really, Newman Haas at that point in time was just about the creme de la creme, so to speak, when it came to pre-split 90s kart.
So if I remember correctly, and somebody in the chat can correct me if I'm wrong, 93, I know Bobby Rahal didn't make it. 94, Rahal was in danger of not making it, but he made it on the skin of his teeth.
Gotcha. And 1992 was one of the craziest months in the history of the Indy 500. One of the craziest years, period. Nelson Piquet actually tried to make the race. I think he ended up breaking both of his legs with a pretty big crash, heading off through turn number 4 that month. The same month that unfortunately saw the loss of Jovi Marcello in a crash during practice of that month. But the 90s, just before the split, absolutely insane era of IndyCar racing, and you look through the champions of that era of the sport as well, and the drivers who were at the top of their game. I mean, even in the final year of karts before the split, the champion from that year was Jacques Villeneuve. Yeah. So it's just thinking about the drivers at that point in time and that era of IndyCar. Really, I mean, even throughout the 2000s, during the split as well, karts still remained strong. And even though in the Champ Car days, the top names were, I would say, slightly less so. Like now, as I just got my ears blown out on the production. So I'm going to go,
You're ringing! Well, here's the thing, too. Not only was it Jacques Villeneuve who won the championship and the Indy 500, that was Jacques Villeneuve with a Barry Green-owned car with Kim Green. Think about that. One of the more underrated pairings there in IndyCar. Well, now Kim Green, he's he's helping manage racetracks around the country, and Barry Green, well, he decided to retire, so I don't blame him.
And I can see that people are a fan of hearing our talking and spinning of the yarns of random IndyCar history. So may need to break out like the IndyCar trivia here. Just talking about that era of IndyCar, split era karts, and I will say I know a little bit too much about the IRL in the early days, the 90s, back when you had the likes of Scott Sharp, who went on to have a very prolific career in sports cars after winning the first ever Indy Racing League championship. Technically speaking, he won the championship. I'm not. Do you know all the other stuff that went down during the 1996 IRL season?
Oh my God,
there was one of the strangest seasons in the history of motorsports ever.
Here's a weird arc with Scott Sharp. Was his dad co-owned a Trans Am team with Paul Newman, so Sharp Newman, that's where, in Trans Am, that's where Scott Sharp got his start. Then went into IndyCar, then came back and won championships in IMSA. Talk about a weird arc.
Yeah. It's really odd how that ended up working. And you look at the driver that he won the championship with. And yes, I do mean that exactly the same way that I did. Buzz Falkens in 1996 and Scott Sharp were declared co-champions of the Indy Racing League. So in the early days of the IRL, the original plan was to have every single season end at the Indianapolis 500. And no, they weren't going to move the Indy 500 back to October or even back to August like they had to do in 2020. No, they ended the year in May at the Indy 500. That was the original plan. So in the 1996 Indy Racing League season, they had round number 1 of the season in January of 1996 at the Walt Disney World Speedway. Yes, they did have an oval in Walt Disney World down there in Orlando, Florida. And if the Disney Corporation would like to send us some money here on this broadcast for mentioning that, we would greatly appreciate that and divvy it up amongst ourselves. But you had that in January. You had the second race of the season at Phoenix in March. And then you had the Indy 500 for the third and final race of the first ever season of the Indy Racing League. They had 3 races, 3 different winners. Buzz Calkins won the first ever race after winning, I think, once or twice in Indy Lights beforehand. Moved up to IndyCar, having never driven any sort of IndyCar machinery. And fun fact for all of you, in the first ever season of the IRL, they ran 90s kart equipment during it because they didn't have their own chassis and engine specs just yet. So he came into the series having 2 Indy Lights win in like 3 or 4 seasons beforehand, coming from a family who ran a chain of convenience stores in Colorado, won the first race, and as a result of the fact that he and Scott Sharp tied at the end of that 3-round championship, and because in the rule books they didn't have any sort of provision trying to figure out what would happen if 2 drivers tied, they both got declared champions in 1996.
And that was the last full season that USAC was involved in scoring and officiating of what was known back then also as the Gold Cup. Because, however, USAC still recognizes the Gold Cup as the Indy 500 is the only race. Now you go back into 1997, the year Tony Stewart won the championship, and that was at Texas. That's where they had the USAC had the scoring flub. Well, that's when the IRL had their own timing after that, and that just here's what was interesting too about that 96 season as well. 96, you could feasibly run both kart and IRL at that point. You had only one team do it, and it was John Della Penna, who ran both IRL and kart, and he did that for a while successfully.
And I believe, unless I'm very much mistaken, the other driver that was running for him, at least for a certain point in time, was Richie Hearn.
Yes.
Who, a fun little fact about Richie Hearn, viewers here on the RaceSpotTV YouTube channel will know that we broadcast sporadically on Sundays, and Jeremy and I have worked on these shows before, the Radical Americas Championship, organized by the folks who run Radical Sim Racing here with the fantastic SR10. Actually ran at this track this past week in the officials, but that's neither here nor there. In the 2023 and part of the 2024 season, Richie Hearn was actually racing in that series. So for a brief period of time, I got to commentate with Richie, a race featuring Richie Hearn, and I want to make 100% sure, and it is confirmed now, that that was Richie Hearn, IndyCar race winner in the IRL back in 1997. Actually, no, it wasn't 1997. I said it was 1997. It was in the 1996-97 season, yes, because they still had that idea for the first one. They had the next season run with the second half of 1996 and the entirety of 1997 before they finally realized, yeah, let's not do this because sponsors won't want to sign on to 2 fiscal years to sponsor 1 season of racing, so let's just run this as everybody else does. But what ended up happening there, for Richie Hearn's first and only ever IndyCar win, it was at Las Vegas, the first ever IndyCar race at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. And I think it may have been the first race at the track, period. Even predated NASCAR running there. The race was a wreck fest that I think had a sandstorm through it, and it was incredibly windy. I think over half the race was spent under yellow, and the broadcast ran for so long they actually cut the broadcast on the East Coast, on anywhere apart from the West Coast, to go to local and national news. And the full complete coverage of the race wasn't found until it was found in the basement of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Museum this past year. So nobody got a chance to see that full race and Richie Herron's only ever IndyCar win at Las Vegas in 1996 until just about a year ago. So that era of IndyCar was so unbelievably bizarre, and that's part of the reason why I loved it so much. As bad as it was for the sport, and frankly still is for the sport, the fact it happened, as a history buff, it's so weird yet so fascinating at the same time.
So I'm seeing a lot of comments here on the YouTube page like, oh my goodness, I've never heard of this part, or I have no idea what's being talked about, but I'm nodding my head like I'm an expert. There's a documentary on YouTube, you may have seen it. It's called 500 Miles Away, and it talks about the only time CART staged a race on the Indianapolis 500 race. It's a very interesting, and it really dives deep into what caused the split and where they were at the time. But just the whole history behind that is so fantastic. All right, during that little time, we saw Enzo Benito in the pits in the BMW Team Redline number 22. He's fallen all the way down to 14th, so that's another pit stop. We're seeing those start to cycle through. Henry Jocelyn, you're on board with, trying to chase down Adam Isaacson, number 76 Sim RC Ferrari, as the number 12 fiercely forward. Pink sitting there in 23rd spot. No change at the front, no surprise there. The only difference is Drago Racing now 25 seconds in arrears through the race so far. So your top three really kind of trunicated, because BMW M Team Redline has done nothing but really led the field basically most of the race. A couple of different leaders here and there, but there's Nicholas Matteo. He's been one of the drivers who's been able to sniff the front.
And he's running strong at the present moment. That Drago Racing stable, whether it be the 069, the 169, or the 269 car, they've been running good throughout this race, and that's part of the reason why they're all firmly inside the top six presently. We'll say during that cycle, we saw the 22 Team Redline car make that call to come down pit lane. Probably not too terribly far away from seeing the drivers a little bit farther up the road make that call to pits as well. Just following these racers currently locked inside the top five, all of them are about 3 to 4 laps away from making that call to pit. 23 laps is the length of their stint presently, so we'll have to see them make that call to come down pit lane. And looking at the distance that all of those drivers inside the top five have presently, I think the only one that has a possibility of changing, unless there's a huge moment down pit lane, whether it be a spin down into the hairpin through the elongated endurance pits here at Spa, with the up speed limit as well down pit lane here for this race. Whether it be that, or whether it be a driver missing their pit stall, or what, or whether it just be a slow stop, we may end up seeing a swap-a-roo between P4 and P5. Ryan Barnfeld in the number 89 car is currently right in front of Ate Kapelin in the number 169 car. So the BMW and the Ferrari, those two teams coming out of the BMW M Team BS competition camp and the Drago Racing camp respectively. We'll have to see if there's any swap-a-roo between those two. As you can see them on screen right now, about a half a second separate them as they head their way off through, I believe, what used to be called Puan. I think it has a brand new name now, albeit my track map is based off the iRacing one, and I do not have the luxury of those up-to-date racetrack corner name changes.
Hey, you know what? We were just given the official one, so yeah, I'm looking at it right here, and I don't see that on the official one. So yeah, that most likely has changed as well, as we're working our way out of Cours Paul Friere, headed towards Blanchemont. And thankfully, we haven't seen too much of calamity through Blanchemont so far today, but again, the night's still young. We'll see what happens as temperatures go down throughout the night. But Barneveld really doing his best to keep ahead of Ate Koppanen in the number 169 Drago Racing Ferrari. And we're getting to be about that time where the front runners are really starting to think about pitting. I wouldn't be surprised to see the pits open basically for them in the next lap or so.
Yeah, so these pit stops definitely going to be coming up here in the not too far off future. It's a slow trickle that we've got going on right now, but it'll probably turn into a full-on monsoon in the not too far off future. My apologies for my voice deciding to randomly cut out there. A quick lesson to any broadcasters out there, in fact. Swallow before you speak. That would be my top tip for this running of this absolutely fantastic event, the 2025 edition of the Spa-24 here, presented by Falken Tyre here on the iRacing Esports Network and the RaceSpotTV YouTube channel. See, I've said Falken in the past. That right there was my Philly pronunciation of it, and yes, I did say the correct name, although if there's anybody looking here to demonetize this stream, no, I did not say what my Philadelphia accent made it seem like I said.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. You know, but here's the thing: if somebody's gonna get all upset over that, well, you know what? Have the day that you wanted. As we see Koppanen flashing his headlights, trying to distract Barneveld, but we know how good a driver Ryan Barneveld is when it comes to this racing, and he's one that's really unflappable. Of course, as I say that, he'll most likely have some sort of issue as they're working their way through out of double caution, I should say, and going through Campos. I need to get my eyes checked, even though I got them checked in January, because apparently my eyes are like, hey, we're going to see this instead as Pablo Espez comes in and on his way out of the pits, 41.4, and that's usually the average time for a full service pit stop.
Oh man, that reminds me of when I got my glasses for the very first time. I was in second grade, put them on. I suffered from very bad vertigo, was sick in front of my class, had to go home early, and once I started to feel better, my dad dragged me to the local indoor go-kart track, even though I was violently ill earlier on in the day. And as I was there, being able to see where I was going for the first time of that indoor go-kart track, I was able to break my previously set track record by about a half a second. So, funny how a little bit of change in glasses prescription, or in my case, just brand new first ever time wearing glasses at all, can completely change your perspective on everything. My glasses prescription, I guess I got this back in March of last year. My old glasses had fallen apart about 7 times. I remember one time going to, it was on my last day on a trip that I took down to Baltimore, Maryland, back in August 2023. Went down to see my best friend and now roommate for the first ever time in person after we had met during the pandemic. And she was there across the table from me at breakfast when my glasses folded in half and landed in my potatoes. We've now got a side-by-side fight. It looked like we were going to have it down the Camel straightaway off into the Lacombe chicane, but much like what I had to do to those glasses after they ended up in my eggs, those two drivers managed to get through there rather squeaky clean.
Last year, I had a set of glasses break. We were in Portland, and this is midway through our Portland trip, and we just pulled into Voodoo Donuts. By the way, fantastic. If you get a chance to go, definitely, I highly recommend them. Anyway, I switched from my sunglasses into my regular glasses, and the arm broke right in my hands. That was fantastic to have that happen. So I spent the rest of the trip with scotch taped up glasses, and really 0 out of 10 do not recommend. Oscar Irene into the pits and at number 10. So we're gonna, I think in the next lap we will see the leaders come in with Gustavo Ariel and Florian Laberge, 1 and 2 so far, and they've led most, if not almost all, of the race so far. I'm trying to find where that second car. There's your leaders. Your leaders are now into the pits, so we'll see the rest of the flooding of the pit gates open here as the two Redline BMWs are now, they'll make their way through the Grand Prix pits. They'll hang a right, go down the endurance pits for their pit stop.
Ain't no party like a pit lane party, because a pit lane party has a pit lane speed limiter, and these drivers running on it as they head their way down into the pits. Let's see what's going to shake out between these two. The pit stop, so important here in this event here, just to try and execute as best as you possibly can. I'm listening in. not really hearing the upshift, downshift method. I'm not sure if you've ever seen that, Jeremy. I'm sure you probably have, of drivers just trundling their way down pit lane. First gear, second gear, first gear, second gear, bang, 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 to try and get a little bit of advantage. I have done that in the past, but I guess I did it a little bit too well because it completely bypassed the pit lane speed limiter, and as a result of that, I ended up going about 5 miles an hour quicker than I should have down pit lane, albeit that just may be skill error from me. Looking at the weird light sort of thing going on there down the classic Grand Prix pits here of this track, and they are joined by pit lane now by the 069, your now race leader of Nicholas Matteo. That is the Drago racing car has been able to jump very briefly into the race lead. Of course, you can see everybody making that call to pit now, including Matteo's teammates in the 169 and the 269. So the Drago cars all making that call to pit. There's something that you don't want to see in real life. Two cars merged within each other, but the 21 now being driven by Sam Currett, going to be able to jump in front of his teammate of Diogo Pinto. So in that pit stop, not only had a change of tires and a quick splash of fuel, but we've now got new and refreshed drivers behind the wheel of these two Redline cars.
And Sven Haase, looks like that he is closing in on your leaders, Sam Kuitert and Diogo Pinto, as they just came out of the pits. But Haase and Steinbraten have fresher tires. But look at how far back Steinbraten is from Haase. There is 1, 2, 3, as we'll see how much longer it takes for Haase to get up front. Of course, we know that the team Redline drivers will not fight too much because they know that they don't need to beat up on their equipment so much, but Haase running the alternate pit strategy, and I'm still not certain that that's going to work for him, because now we're seeing Haase sitting back there in third place for the time being, but we've still got the chicane to come up to.
Yeah, still got that chicane, which is not a very festive place to run on cold tires here at Spa. Doubly so when we're still under the lights. The track temperatures just about as cool as they have been up to this point, but the action is still hot out there on the racetrack for the 2025 Spa 24-hour presented by Falken Tyre. It's myself, Ron Mons, and Jeremy Scott with you on this broadcast, with Hugo Louise working on the cameras and the graphics and the virtual production hauler. Just past 15 hours to go in this race. Team Redline, those two BMWs still at the front. The gridandgo.com esports Ferrari, the 001, currently slotted in third, being driven at the moment by Sven Haase, is currently out there on the racetrack. 13 spots gained since the drop of the green flag. However, it should be noted that that 01 team came into the pit 19 laps ago, so probably going to be seeing them make that call to come down pit lane in the not too far off future. The 50, the Ferrari esports team, number 50, currently being driven by Ole Steinbraten, is currently 24 laps into this stint, so we may end up seeing that number 50 make that call to come down pit lane in just a couple laps time here. But just about everybody inside the top 10, with only 3 exceptions in the form of that Grid and Go car slotted in third, the Ferrari car currently slotted in fourth, and the Apex Racing team number 99 rounding out your top 10 presently. Just about everybody else has made that call to come down pit lane. The team on the longest natural stint of the ones we've got is actually that number 22 Team Redline car, currently being driven by Enzo Bonito. He's now been out on this stint for 5 laps as it stands presently. Everybody else, though, rather uniform when it comes to their strategy call.
Yeah, for the most part, we'll see what happens here for this next pit stop. But yeah, you still have the two grid, the Grid and Go Esports 001 and the 50 Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team sitting there as well. But here's the thing. Is Haase going to sit there and now draft off of these guys in order to save some fuel, now playing that game as well? It's going to be interesting to see what happens, as we're still probably about 15 minutes away from that 001 actually thinking about coming into pit road.
Yes, that 001 will be eyeballing another pit stop here in the not too far off future. Again, looking at the amount of laps that team has in their current stint, 20 at the present moment. Stint length usually runs about 26 to 27 laps, so not terribly far away, only a little bit more than a handful away from that stop. The Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team number 50, currently being driven by Steinbraten, is currently in P4. Probably going to see them make that call to come down pit lane either either this time by or next time by from P4 in this race. They're run a little bit farther in the back. You can see the tail car involved in this little hornet's nest at the present moment is a lap down car, not necessarily involved in this battle presently. However, everybody else that you see on screen right now with those two Redline cars, yet again up at the front, yet again been the dominant force pretty much all throughout this race. Those two have been working together. I've called it itchy and scratchy. I've called it shake and bake. Whatever you want to call it, the teamwork has certainly made the dream work for those two cars. No one's really been able to mount enough of a charge because, frankly, it's just a matter of strength in numbers at the present moment. No team has really been able to mount too much of a challenge. Really, the only team that's gotten close has been the Drago Racing efforts, but it's either been the 169 car or the 069 car. Never both, and that's part of the reason why those two Team Redline BMWs and P1 and P2 have been able to just hold on to this race for as long as they have.
Well, I think that's part of it too, but I also think that the Redline cars have exploited something in that setup to stay up near the front and still stay there. But you take a look at Sven Haase as he's been able to catch up with those two BMWs. But then again, another thing is that Grid and Go Ferrari has less fuel, less weight than the BMWs. There's just so much going on with these three cars there who are in the lead right now. But regardless, it's like an onion. There are multiple layers to pull back, and okay, well, this is the reason for this, and that's the reason for that, and so on and so forth.
See, a race like this couldn't really be like an onion. Not only does it have so many layers to it, if you attack a race like this with a knife, you're probably going to end up crying.
That's why you put it in the fridge first. And then speaking of, ambient temperature 21 degrees Celsius, 69 degrees Fahrenheit. So a nice night in the Belgian countryside. Then track temp at 22 degrees centigrade, 72 degrees Fahrenheit. So a beautiful night as you're traveling around the Ardennes.
Yeah, and that right there, I can add that to the words of wisdom from me. A race like this is kind of like an onion. There's layers to it, and if you attack it with a knife, you could end up crying. That is my Philly win wisdom, or my accidental win wisdom coming out on one of these broadcasts. That may end up being one of my all-time quotes. The number 50, though, of Steinbron has now made that call to come down pit lane in that Ferrari eSports car. Let's see what sort of spot they are in when that team decides to come back out of pit lane. I'll end up seeing actually a driver swap involving that racer as well. I'm not sure how long Ole Steinbrand has been behind the wheel of that number 50 Ferrari, but if he has been there for quite some time, would not be too surprised if we end up seeing a driver swap there. As we've just ticked over to 6 o'clock here on the east coast of the U.S. for this race. Again, into the evening here in my neck of the woods. Jeremy, I know you're a little bit farther off from that yourself, a little bit farther in the Midwest. But right now it is pitch black, still nightness in the sim here at Spa. But to say that it is 100% still and calm on the racetrack would be a bold-faced, out-and-out positive white lie.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's nice and dark in the sim right now, where you're seeing just such beautiful conditions. Thankfully, knock on wood, I don't think we're going to see any rain, unlike us here in the Midwest where we got a ton of it. By the way, Isaac Gillickson is in the pit, so expect the number Del.1 to be back into the pits here momentarily for either a full service driver change or Lord knows what. Is we're still working our way through this 24 hours, and really looking pretty good. I mean, here's the thing. If Grid and Go can get their game together, they can easily battle for the win here at the end, whether they do the quick splash and dash or if they're able to skip a pit stop.
Yeah, if you can end up skipping a pit stop, I mean, I don't need to break out all the numbers to let you know that that will be a huge gain if a driver and a team may be able to make that work. Maybe that's a strategy that they're playing, pushing this just a little bit. You know, the best way I could describe something like this, it's like trimming your nails. You know, you don't need to trim your nails by attacking your fingers with a chainsaw. If you can just whittle away slowly but surely at with a nail file, you'll end up making a huge difference. So I really have a feeling that this 01 team trying to slowly but surely extend the way they're going in this race. 23 laps is their current stint length. Probably won't come in for another 4 laps, we'll just end up saying right now. 4 to 3 laps until we see that 01 car come into the pits from third in this race, and the tail car in this battle at the present moment. The Grid and Go Esports team has a fantastic stable of drivers. I talked about one of them a little bit earlier on, Dino Lombardi, with what's got to be one of the highest I ratings I've ever gotten the opportunity to cover. He's incredible driver in the sim, in a field of incredible racers as well in this. The Grid and Go Esports team, if they can work some sort of strategy, that may end up being the ticket. Yeah, I've mentioned a lot. The strategy can be huge in a race like this. And if they can make something like that work, just getting there, getting those right numbers to extend their stops by 1 lap, 1 lap, 1 lap, 1 lap, you'll eventually make that difference. And you'll be able to cut a matter of about 1.5 minutes, sometimes even 2 minutes through a pit stop run. Be able to cut that completely from your race. That can be a game changer.
Well, it doesn't help either that they've effectively lost both of their teammates in that first lap crash. By the way, it looks like that we have lost both Williams drivers once again, as Kunstner is into the pits. I did see that Beck Jayceer is out for the time being, but we'll see if they can get back out onto the circuit. But yeah, I mean, when you lose your teammates like that in a pretty bad crash at the start, which if you're watching at the beginning, you know, they were they're fixing to get bent even when they were coming to the green flag. So I'm not surprised that they're doing something that's thinking out of the box with Grid and Go Esports. We know they're one of the more elite teams here in the sim, but it's still plenty early in this race. Here's Henley Jocelyn. Oh, that's a big hit. As I believe that's Sue Blanchemont that happened. Not sure if that was a disconnect with the wheel or if he just wiggled just a little too much, but he will try and get it going once again. It looks like not too much damage on that BMW. Let's see what happens. I'm watching the wheel as hits the rumble strips, and at the back end just wanted to see what the heck the front end was looking at. Not exactly a square hit, but May has saved himself from a bunch of damage.
You know, I feel like there's still some major damage on that car as that's a punt down into the chicane. That's Ryan Barneveld having a spin in the number 89 machine. Not sure who that was making contact with him. Was that one of the Drago cars? Was that the other?
I think that was the Drago car. Yeah, that could have been Vlad Kibichev who was involved in that crash. But if it wasn't, I apologize. Yeah, just that 89 has not had good luck with the chicane today.
And looking through, Enzo Benito got away with all that. It's actually the 169 car, so it was it ended up being actually the teammate there at Drago Racing. It was not Vlad Kimachev, it was Ate Kalpanen, and with that moment down into the chicane, one thing to raise at this section of the race is that these drivers can build up a little bit of frustration under the helmets. Let's see this moment. You can see the dive, and I'm actually going to say right there, as much as it was probably a move that wasn't going to work there for the 169 of Ate Kalpanen, I don't think the 89 of Ryan Barneveld did himself any favors there. Looked like a bit of a block moving under the braking zone, at least from my personal view. Now, I used to do race control for a big multi-class sports car racing series here on the iRacing platform, and after doing that for a year and a half, I decided that I would never do it again for as long as I'm walking on this planet Earth. So I'm not going to say anything more than that. I'm just saying that's what it looked like from my personal view. Again, we're seeing exactly what you're seeing on this broadcast here, folks, so I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, it is a very thankless job. I've done race officiating before, and it's like, you know what? That's why when I'm an announcer and I have like a race official shirt, or, you know, they come to me and they complain about something someone did or this or that, I look at them, I let them get it all out, and I say, oh, look, I'm race official in name only. I'm not the person you need to complain to. It either gets them more mad, or it gets them, or they kind of, you know, take a deep breath and kind of laugh about it. So.
You know, I saw both ends of that as well. You know, there were certain points in time where people would go up to me, and it was like, all I did essentially when I was in race control for the most part, I essentially just gave my 2 cents on the incidents and wrote up descriptions of them. I was essentially an opinion, a mouthpiece where I didn't have to run my mouth into a microphone for the whole audience. I just had to do that one for the race steward in question, who actually was the one that issued at the penalties. I feel like there's been certain points in time, though, where I've been a little bit upset myself. I mentioned earlier on, back in my autocross days, there would be times where I would get a cone call marked on one of mine, and for those unfamiliar with autocross, take a big parking lot, set up with a bunch of traffic cones. If you knock a cone down, you get 2 seconds added onto your time. If you go the wrong side of a cone, you have your run disqualified. So there have been many times back in my karting days where I would get out the kart after a very good run, quite hopping mad that I had a cone call made for me from something that was already knocked down before I even ended up there. So I can understand it from both sides of things. But I like that strategy from you there, Jeremy. Just let them get all out and be like, look, I'm not your guy.
Yeah. And here's the thing, too. It doesn't matter if it's club racing, doesn't matter if it's pro racing. You wear an official shirt, drivers are gonna, mad drivers are gonna come to the first official they see, and it's like, all you can do is just stand there and listen. And just, whatever happens, happens. Looks like that the double out one is in the pits, and indeed it is. Sven Hasse finally making it into the pits. 14:42 left in the race. I'm looking at the comments here on YouTube, and Ron, you're getting a lot of love. I'm pulling your second commentary stint of the day. A lot of great job on the commentary, and I'm just sitting here 9 out of 10 hours. I don't feel the love, but that's just my luck.
See, I've just bribed all these people to say what they're saying in the YouTube chat. I'm joking, obviously. I'm joking. I barely make enough money to afford Greek yogurt. But here comes a 001 trundling his way down pit lane at the present moment. Stopping his pit stall, up on the jacks. He's gonna go. That was another good shift there from that racer. I'm gonna look through. That was 26 laps for the stint, so it's now a 7-lap difference between himself and everybody else on the strategy that the front two, the other two Team Redline cars in P1 and P2 are running at the present moment. So slowly but surely squaring up that difference, being able to whittle those laps away, get a bit more time in their back pocket. I don't know, if they find themselves in a spot where they can probably do a little bit of good fuel saving as well. Let's keep an eye on that the 001, I should say, the GridandGo.com esports team currently slotted in the final spot inside the top 10. Let's see what they can do. I mean, they don't have to worry about anything else, as all the other cars got taken out in that big drama right towards the start of this race. But I think this 001 team has the shot to pull off a miracle. They'll need to put in some hard work to get it done, but if they can do it, they can really get it done.
This is probably about the highest that we've seen that 001 come out of the pits position-wise, because really Isaac Gillickson 14 seconds behind, so 1 spot out of the top 10. So yeah, it seems like every pit stop we see that 001 come out 1 stop higher than they were the previous stop. So that is, this might work for them, and I think that is going to be actually I've got to say, I think that's going to be the storyline of the race. How's the pit cycle going to work here at the end for that GridandGo.com esports 001 Ferrari, if they can keep the car running? That is the big question. Cars battling for the top end of the lap down ladder, the number 081 Coanda esports Porsche, driven by Malte Johansson, and the number 4 SDR Sim Racing of Marco Saavedra. They're in a battle. Of course, right behind them as well, you've got, as I look at at the maps here. Number 2, Altitude Frame Esports 111, a little bit further back. That's James Bumy, who is sitting in 19th as well. Dylan Scriven's not too far away if something should happen as well.
And nice to see Altitude pick up that sponsorship from Freem. First ever neck brace I had back in my karting days was actually an old Freem head brace. We got that from a random person who was running around New Jersey Motorsports Park down there in Millville, New Jersey. The only tech track left here on iRacing. I've always wondered if they'll ever turn that into an actual racetrack, and from everything I've heard, that will happen the same day that pigs learn to fly and that I can speak any language, period. I barely speak English. I'm from Philadelphia. My first language is being a smartass. But James Bume currently slotted in 19th at the present moment. Still running close to those two right in front of the Coanda and the STR Sim Racing cars. You got 3 different cars involved in this battle, don't you? You got that Porsche, the Coanda Esports entry, the number 81, currently slotted in P17. The STR Sim Racing entry that were immediately following that number 4 car, punching that hole in the air and running in that spot at the present moment. And then we've got this Bume entry, who's currently behind the wheel of this car presently. James Bume, another driver I got the opportunity to cover in the World GT Championship here on RaceSpotTV. Very good driver, was able to get some wins throughout that season as well. Nice to see some names I recognize all throughout all of this as well. And you're kind of joking in the small little break in my commentary how I need to add in a small little notice here. Keep seeing these questions in the iRacing chat, so I'll raise this yet again because there are 3 Redline cars here in this race, but Max Verstappen is not in this split. He is choosing to figure out how to drive a Mercedes instead of driving a BMW here in the sim. So that's the 3rd time I've said that, and it will not grow old because it is not very funny, but I made it up, and I will say it until I get told not to.
Well, Sean Campbell said that Max is in the race. It's just his camber setups.
And that's my cue to go downstairs and grab myself a beverage for the next hour and a half I have on the show.
All right, I can take over. That's not a big deal. It's not like I've been doing this lead thing for a while. As we're still watching this battle for 17th place. It's Coanda Esports, STR Sim Racing, Altitude Freem Esports, or Freem Esports, depending on how you like it. But I've got to say, Saavedra, in spite of being 1 lap down, being 1 lap down here with 14 and a half hours left in this race, still is some sort of, is still an accomplishment because you've got 16 cars on the lead lap thus far. You've also got a battle for that last spot in the lead lap between Leo Gariboli and Mateo Cubo Torres and the number 9 Simify Esports 14. Those two really getting nice and dicey as well, but this battle for 14th up on the charts, so looking pretty good. The battle to watch is looking through timing. You still got Molly Racing Team. We haven't talked much about that, but they've been in the top 10 most of this race with Oscar Arine and Mitchell De Jong in the 08 Coanda Esports Porsche. That car really stayed in the top 10 in spite of leading early on. They took the lead from the pole and was able to really make hay while they could. But take a look at, let's see what battles we got here as we're watching that Coanda battle. There's plenty of Coanda battles all throughout. Top is the 0881 battles. They just come across the line. So Johansson, Saavedra, and Buemi. And looks like further back we got another battle. I'm not sure which one that is. If we can just get that on the lower third, what we're looking at as they make their way through Blanchemont. And that looks like that is the 50s. I'm taking a look at my timing and scoring together. It is the 50 of Isaac Gillickson trying to hold off Gabi Montoro. Actually, that's Oscar Rene in P8. So once again, my eyes do deceive me. Of course, it is pretty dark as well. That makes sense because you got the BMW ahead of the 2 Coanda Porsches. But a couple great battles here as some drivers trying to get to the head of the lap down train, others trying to stay away from the lap down train. And of course, everybody's like, well, where's the battle for the lead? We see it's nice and tight. It's been like that all race long. These two BMW and Team Redlines basically they basically led most of the races. Now we see a battle for position between Barneveld and Kimachev. Both of those drivers try to make their way around up through the top 5. Kimachev right now in 7th. Oh, he goes off by 2 wheels, headed out of the Combs and into Bruxelles, and he's going to lose that position. But Ron right behind him, it looks like that's going to be a lap down car, and that's the 76.
Yeah, through on the exit of Malmedy, hopping over that exit curve and ending up in the gravel trap. That could have ended in tears for those two. The battling going on at the present moment, still intense. And we think of what happened a little bit earlier on in this race when we had that battling between the number 89 BMW, that Team BS competition car currently slotted in 6th, and the Drago Racing team, albeit it was a 169, not the 269, involved in all of that. But it was still one team and one exact same car, and didn't end too well, heading down into the chicane not terribly long ago. So let's see if there may be some tension potentially boiling over, because that was some close quarter stuff, heading their way off through that section of the track. That's one great thing about sports car racing. You can see these drivers use up their stuff a little bit more. Those bits of body panels on these race cars do not get through a full 24-hour looking 100% fully factory fresh. These racers, they know when to risk it. They know when to fight. And here comes the move from Kimachev, heading down into the chicane. He goes for the dive. Not going to work at all there. You can see the 89 getting the jump down, hits the apex down into the final turn. He gets that spot, still holds on to 6th for now, but Kimachev still there within striking distances. He goes for the move down into La Source. That's going to be some risky stuff sideways through the turn, but both of them continue to fight, heading their way onto the classic pitch straight away, down the hill up until Rouge and Radion. One of these drivers will have to back out, but neither of them will. Side by side through Radion. That's going to be some close quarter stuff. You can see the 89 having to take some liberties with the track limits. They touch, they bang. Coming up at the top of the hill onto the Camel straightaway. It is boiling over here in this battle. Look at that lap car even running off into the dirt right behind these racers. They've got fantastic view of this battle. That's still going to be intense into the Lecombe chicane. The 89 of Ryan Barnefeld is trying to throw everything at this, and he holds on to it. Vlad Kimachev certainly gave it the old college try, though. That was fantastic stuff between those two. Well done, boys.
That's Adam Isaacson sitting back there in that lap down position, who's trying to get around, but yeah, no surprise here. Seeing Barneveld go toe-to-toe with really anybody. Kimachev, though, I'm not going to lie, I haven't seen much of him racing, but wow, him going door-to-door with one of the best to do it, I am fully impressed. Now, while we have a little bit of a breather on the YouTube chat, somebody asked, can you check how many incident points Redline have? Nobody knows except the team, so we'll only know that a driver or team has broken those 100 incident points if they come in and we see a sign that says, you know, incident points. It's no different than real racing. Now, if you know some of these races, they have these timing and scoring pages that have, little notes from race control. Like I can go into our timing and scoring and see race control. Normally we see the incidents. I have a little bit of an issue with it, but nonetheless, we still can get little notes from race control that say, hey, there's this, there's that, there's this. And sometimes, some series, actually, they give the notes to the announcers on race control as well, or sometimes we'll get a live radio feed, but we don't have that luxury here in iRacing. So, yeah, the short answer is no, we're not going to get the information on incident points.
Yeah, I would love to know what sort of incident points these drivers are looking at the present moment. But again, only the drivers and the teams know. We are not privy to that information. We can just see what's going on out there on the racetrack. And I will say, those two, I don't think they are worrying about incident points at the present moment. That or they just don't care at all about a drive-through penalty, because they threw everything at each other. That was a brilliant defense from the 89, a brilliant attack from the 269, and they may do battle yet again. Let's see them bump drifting down the Camel straightaway. Not sure if we're going to see a move from the 269 Drago Racing car down into the Lake Calm chicane. Let's see. They're still single file, heading their way off into the turn. I think these drivers knew with that battling, you know, battling is absolutely fantastic. We're never going to turn down seeing that on a broadcast, but it's the story of Icarus flying too close to the sun. If these drivers really start to battle, there's going to be a point before something melts, those wax wings fully melt off them, and they're going to come back crashing down to earth.
Well, it's something that I've been, harping home. I don't think we're going to see too many passes into Lacombs unless we're about, 6 hours to go, and that's when we start to see every corner become a passing zone. But we're still pretty early in this race, so you don't really want to make hay while until the getting is good, as everybody's just sizing up one another, trying to see which car is better in which spot. Of course, we're getting to the point in the race where it's like, okay, now you know what is going to happen later on, so you start to analyze things and get stuff ready, especially when the sun comes up, because that's when you're going to start to see some of these deep, dark moves being made, and pun intended, as we're making our way down towards Blanchemont out of Courbevoie-Friere. This is just going to be an interesting battle, as now we see Kimachev backing off just a little bit, getting a little bit of breathing room, headed towards the chicane.
And you can see a little bit of breathing room in this case, being not a lot. It's not over a second, anywhere far from that, for really all three of these drivers that we've got on this camera shot right now, heading their way down the Grand Prix straightaway, off into turn 1 of La Source. Yes, we are running on that endurance pits, but I believe turn 1 is still marked off as turn 1, at least according to the iRacing track map here. So I'll run off of the iRacing information and say either way, La Source is La Source, and these drivers have had their own moments heading off through that section of the racetrack. Turn 1 of La Source here. I gotta say, one of my favorite hairpins on the world of racing. Very good corner, very fun, and good overtaking opportunity as well. But I think it'll be a couple of hours before we start to see racers really go for dives and sends and overtakes off into that section of the track. Still line of stern between these drivers in P6 and P7 as we continue to see these racers run nose to tail. Actually, I want to jump a little bit farther behind these races, in fact, right behind them, to find the number 10 Mala Racing Team entry right in front of the Coanda Esports 08 Porsche. They're covered by practically nothing. It's about 0.4 of a second between those racers presently. And when it comes to their last lap pace as well, pretty evenly matched. The Mala Racing team setting a 215.7 compared to the Coanda cars that was in the other 215.8. So less than a half a tenth between those two teams last time by, and around about a half a second between them on the road at the moment.
So plenty of gap there, no matter where you need to look around, as we're back on board with the Barneveld battle. Yeah, it's just interesting to see how close Kimachev is getting once again. I think he's just setting himself up for yet another pass, but not sure if he would wait until the pit cycle ended or if he can actually last that long, because that pit cycle will be opening up here in about 20 minutes or so, especially for those drivers.
And as we are still pushing through this 24-hour-long race, 14 hours and 26 minutes are left here in the Falken Tyre Spa 24-hour here on the iRacing Esports Network on the RaceSpotTV YouTube channel. It's been a fun one. It's been an exciting one. It's been one dominated by Team Redline. They still hold on to that lead. 0.2 of a second is the gap between those two who have been working together, and there's really been nothing between them all throughout. Sometimes there has been literally nothing as they bump drafted down the Camel straightaway more often than not. And in terms of pace as well for their last laps, look at that, a 2:15.490 for Sam Coidert in the number 21 car, compared to Diogo Pinto in the number 20 machine right behind at a 2-minute 15.469. So that's about, what, 21 thousandths of a second between them in terms of pace last time by. That is absolute insanity when it comes to how close they are. That is really awesome to see the sort of performances that all of these teams are putting in at the present moment. It's been a hectic race to be sure, have some varied strategies all throughout this field, and the tone for this event that it was going to be one of survival really should have been set at the very beginning of this race, where there's a huge multi-car accident right at the top of the hill coming out of Eau Rouge and Radion right after the drop of the green flag. Drama and anarchy broke out as a result, and part of the reason why you can tell that has definitely set the tone is down to the fact that only the top 16 are still on the lead lap. The last car currently on the lead lap is a Simplify Esports number 9 car, currently being driven by Manuel Cubo Torres in the 16th spot presently. First car 1 lap down is the SDR Sim Racing entry of Marco Saavedra, currently down at 17th presently. Very good race cars have run into some difficulties here. It's been a wild one thus far here for the 2025 Spot 24 on the iRacing Esports Network on the RaceSpotTV YouTube channel. And if you have enjoyed the racing action thus far, happy to hit that subscribe button and notification bell so you don't miss out on any of the action here on RaceSpotTV or the iRacing Esports Network. The special event schedule that we have to look forward to here for 2025 is an absolute stunner. We've had some fantastic events up to this point, and we'll have more as we get into the second half of the year. Now officially into the second half of the year as well, I believe. I think the halfway mark was exactly 10 days ago on July the 2nd. So making progress thus far this year, and my measurement of time has certainly improved as I've gone into this broadcasting stuff. I used to have the time-telling abilities of a blind cockroach. Now, however, I can actually tell you what day it is.
I was going to say, I'm going to make everybody feel old here. We are closer to 2050 than we ever were to 2000 now, so.
I'm going to make some people feel older. I didn't get to experience the year 2000. I was 4 years off.
You didn't miss much, I'll just say that much. Still have this great battle with the 89 and the 269. That is Barneveld and Kimichev. About a tenth of a second separate the two of them as they make their way through Bruxelles around that hairpin. As if you missed it earlier, I said, yeah, this is just such a tough hairpin because you think you got it, you think you got it. Oh, nope, you don't got it. At least you make your way through No Name with no issue so far.
And I think I said this earlier on in this broadcast, I'll say it again as well. The fact that No Name Corner, turn number 9 around this racetrack, technically has 3 names, makes it a bit of... would it be like cause a rip in the space-time continuum, the fact that No Name has 3 names, or am I just looking into this far too much?
Getting way too deep, my friend, way too deep.
I feel like I'm giving a Neil deGrasse Tyson speech. It's like, well, actually, what we're doing here is we're breaking the space-time continuum. I say all that. I learned most of these terms by watching Big Bang Theory as a kid, and that's about all.
You don't want to break the fourth wall here, so let's just not go down that road.
Fair enough. We'll cut the science talk, because I feel like if I try talking about science, I will sound even dumber than I already do. So I think we'll switch back to the action and talk about these drivers still running nose to tail. The number 89 BMW M Team BS competition car still running in that final spot inside the top 6, and pretty evenly matched between these racers still. That lap car right there in tow as well, that I believe, unless I am very much mistaken, that entry right behind them is your current, I'm looking through right now, that's their current 22nd place team, the Sim RC entry, currently being driven by Adam Isaacson, the number 76 car, running right in tow of these racers. Even he's able to keep track of these racers. I think he has a draft helping him out for sure, but you also just see those racers taking it rather easy after that Battle of the Titans not terribly long ago. I think they've decided to say, you know what, we've still got well over half this race left to go. Let's just take it easy and relax.
Yeah, they're thinking discretion is the better part of valor. They've lost about a couple seconds, around about 9.8 seconds behind the 5th place driver of Ante Koppanen in the 169 Drago Racing Ferrari. So no surprise here, but we're still watching if there's going to be any progress between the two of these drivers. I think, Kibichev probably thought, it's not worth battling, losing positions, losing, additional fuel, and, losing tire equity, too. That's another thing we got to think about with these cars. I mean, it's not a... Vince Cussy, the fourth wall was broken when you responded to chat. Well, you know what? I like to make my fans happy. Anyway, back to what I was saying. Hey, you know what? Exactly. It's all part of the game, to say the least. But regardless, the fourth wall will be broken when we start chatting with drivers in the middle of this race. That's when the fourth wall is broken. Let's get it right, everybody. Anyway, if I'm Kimmich, I'm sitting back there and thinking, you know what, I don't need to burn my tires this early in the race. There might be a pit stop where they might want to double stint these tires. I'm not 100% sure what how many tires you get for a race. Might be limited. So we'll see what happens. But, at the same time, here goes Kimmich to the inside trying to prove me wrong, actually, as they're side by side. A little bit of a hip check there by Barneveld, so he gets that position back and is able to easily open up a little bit of a gap. Now a battle for not position but track position between Barneveld and the lap down car in 22nd.
Yeah, that's Isaacson, the number 76 car, still being, I won't say a thorn in the side to these racers, but keeping them honest for sure, as we saw that moment for Kimmich heading his way off through that chicane, ran a little bit wide, the hip check going on, and as a result of that, he nearly ended up dropping down behind that lap car. We'll note as well, some pit stops continuing on. Trantopolis, the number 19 machine, came into the pits, currently class down 30th at the present moment is that driver, just exiting the pits right now, and in that Lion GP car, he will exit out still in 30th. Looking through some of the drivers that are behind the wheel of these race cars at the present moment, I don't think I raised this. Mitchell de Jong in the 08 Coanda machine. Mitchell de Jong, a rather accomplished sim racer who got the opportunity to run some real-life machinery as well. Nice to see him out here on the racetrack, currently classed in 9th at the moment. He's involved in the battle still with himself and Oskari Rin in the number 10. So that may be a battle that starts to flare up in the not-too-far-off future between that Coanda Esports 08 car and that Malo Racing 10 BMW.
And watching that battle, of course, as we see the battle for 12th place, Gabby Montaro takes that position for now. Isaac Gillickson trying to hold off Victorino in the 114. And I'll end this with Vince Cussy. No, we may talk to the drivers as in two-way talk. That's how you break that fourth wall in that. If it's in the chat, it doesn't count because 9 times out of 10 we're not really paying attention. We are, but we aren't. Anyway, this battle for 12th place really heating up between Montaro, Gillickson, and Victorino. Now, Montaro has it. How long will it be till Victorino comes to play for that 13th spot as we start to see Montaro open up just a little bit of a gap so far around the double gauche?
And off through the turn, you can see these racers running nose to tail. The Simplify Esports number 3 car at the front of this train. That Ferrari, yet again being quick. We'll touch again on the BOP, the balance of performance stats heading into this race. That Ferrari seemingly to get, I wouldn't say the best end of this stick, but probably the second best compared to that BMW. Had the lowest weight penalty out of just about any car, and only got whacked with a 1.25% power adjustment, dragging down the power a little bit on that Ferrari 296 GT3 car, a car that looks fantastic and sounds absolutely marvelous. I remember I was covering a GT3 series when that Ferrari was brought into the sim a couple of years ago, and man, that car, it just blew everybody's socks off. As here we go, here's the battle involving one of those Ferraris, and that's a BMW running wide. That's Vlad Kimacek saying, you know what, deja vu. Now the shoe's on the other foot. That's the 89, the BS competition car, getting shown the door as they headed their way off through Malmedy. That'll be P6 for the Drago Racing 269 Ferrari. So well done in all of that to Kimacek to get that move done. However, with himself and Ryan Barneveld, that was just about as risky as it has ever have been. That was some close quarter stuff as they had their way through Lacombe and Malmedy.
And that could have been a lot worse than it was. Barneveld able to stay in the gas through the gravel trap and take that position. Did still not really wreck anybody's. Kimmich finally able to get up front, but how much longer will this last? We know that Barneveld is calculated in his racing, but looks like that Kimmich opening up that gap, and I don't know. He might be able to get it before the next pit cycle, but we shall see. Victorino has gotten around Gillison for position as well for that 13th, around the same time that we saw this pass happen. So interesting to note that as we're seeing Victorino, in spite of him losing a position overall, it's still plenty of great racing, as now he sets his sights on Montaro as Bonito comes into the pits for his pit cycle.
Yeah, now that we're in the final 15 minutes of the hour, that's when we start to see these teams make that call to come down pit lane. Enzo Bonito in that number 22 car coming into the pits, currently finds himself in 5th at the moment. A shorter stint, it must be said, from that team. I wonder what sort of strategy they're cooking up. I was just going to mention the fact that these stints usually run for about 26 to 27 laps. It was only 24 laps was the stint for Enzo Bonito. Leads me to believe, would we potentially see a driver swap go on for that entry? Why has there been the early call to come down pit lane? Is there something else going on there, or are they making a conscious call to try and go against the grain and do something else? Nope, it has been a driver swap, as Cooper Webster is now behind the wheel of that machine.
This is like the third pit stop that they've done early, so I'm wondering if they're going on some sort of opposite strategy to try and get back up to the lead pack right there. But kind of interesting to see two separate strategies between the 22 and the 20 and the 21. Of course, the 22 had that issue where it smacked the wall at Blanchemont much earlier on in this race, as Webster now comes out into the track for the first time. And here's the interesting part about this, Ron. This is the first time that Webster's been out on the circuit, and it's pitch black. You've got to have your track awareness about you, especially when you're coming out into the Wolves.
Yeah, talk about getting thrown out to the Wolves. That is, man, forget trial by fire. That's more so trial by firing squad for him. As you get a little bit of a sideways snap as he heads his way off through the Lake Holm chicane. You've got a dark track. You've got a driver who hasn't been in that race car up to this point here in this race, and the track temperature still looking pretty all right at 72 degrees Fahrenheit. Definitely a bit on the colder end. So this out lap will be difficult at its best and painful at its worst. I'm sure that BMW will be able to get those tires up to temperature. That team Redline stable, always very, very talented. So let's see what he'll be able to do as he still tries to get those tires up to temperature. Heading his way through double gauche right now. Another bit of a slide potentially there. I think it's, you can't really tell too much of the slides just based off the fact it's so dark here in Spa at the moment in rural Belgium with no light pollution at all. You just see headlights and whatever is being illuminated by the headlights, and then that is all.
Yep, it really is, and that's night racing at its finest, and absolutely loving the fact that we're seeing absolute total darkness out here in the Belgian countryside. See who else is coming into the pit. Some other battles that we're watching. Oscar Rene trying to hold off Mitchell de Jong for that 7th spot. But sitting there watching Gabby Montaro in 11th, and there's that battle that we mentioned right there between Oscar Rene and Mitchell de Jong.
And keeping tabs on all the battles that we've got going on at the present moment. This one's been brewing for quite some time. These racers have been nose to tail throughout a decent chunk of this stint, and now that they're getting to the end of it, that's when we see racers try and turn up the wick, make those gains right before they make that call to come down pit lane. Really strike while the iron is hot. I would usually say make hay while the sun is shining, but the sun is not shining here at Spa. The headlights are, and I don't think there is any hay on this racetrack. If there was, I would have to wonder if we've gone back to 1965 instead of 2025.
Yeah, that makes things just a little bit interesting nonetheless. Of course, it's great to see, tracks. Look, we need the safety. I agree, but there are some tracks where I think lights are unnecessary. This is one of them. This year, when I was able to go out to Sebring and actually watch the 12-hour, it's amazing how bright it is without having any overhead lights.
And I've talked a lot about the karting background that I have on this broadcast up to this point. I'm actually going to share a story of a kart race that one of my friends participated in. It was at New Jersey Motorsports Park on the other wonderful kart facility they have there. And it was a race held under the lights in the rain in the middle of summer last year. A kart race in the rain at a track that really has no lighting. Now, I would say that's a bit on the sketchy end, but it's a race here at Spa. You know, the only race that they run at the night here at Spa is going to be a sports car race where they have headlights. You're not going to see a Formula One race run under the lights at Spa. If F1 ever decides to throw that gimmick at Spa, I would skip out on watching a season at protest.
Yeah, I could see that. I'm trying to go around the different videos we have to get some more chats. Because I mean, we're getting a lot of great feedback from the YouTube chat. If you're watching on Twitch, or if you're watching on Twitch, Facebook, you know, feel free to chime in. I see that somebody said commentators must be bored. No, we're not really getting bored. It's actually a lot of fun, and Smoke of the Weeds had to mute it. Well, I'm sorry, you're actually missing a lot of great conversation here, because we're solving life's world problems here.
I mean, we've been talking about a lot. We've gone from every single subject relating to old IndyCar history from back in the 90s, talking about the track conditions, old school racing stuff, spinning yarns from both of our racing backgrounds, whether it be with broadcasting or stuff with the stuff that actually goes on the racetrack. It's been a very fun show up to this point, and hopefully all of you tuning into this broadcast are here to have some fun. We're here under the lights. These drivers are through the graveyard shift in this sim. They're trying to whittle the laps away, get through this midnight phase as cleanly as they can. It's always so demoralizing to have a crash in the dead of the night. It's not even that light of the sunrise there in the sky to help you try and realize that, hey, I've come this far, may as well make it to the end. This is a point of the race where these drivers will be prioritizing being there at the end and setting themselves up well, instead of just throwing constant haymakers at each other. And it's that more strategic style of racing that is a winning strategy here in a 24-hour long event. Could be at Daytona, could be at Le Mans, could be here at Spa, could be at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Doesn't really matter what endurance race, or even what length for that matter. Could be the Sebring 12. You'll still see this sort of stuff where the drivers reach that point in the race where it's like, you know what? I want to battle, but I feel like if I do, my team is going to whack me upside the head with a hammer.
Yeah. No, it's very true. And, you know, for those of us in the commentary booth, you know, is it tough doing an endurance race? Yes, it is tough doing an endurance race, but if you have enough notes to talk about, here's a battle for 12-13th. We saw that Gillickson had it, so Victorino had it, Gillickson got it, and now we'll come across the line, and the number boards on their windshields will switch over right about now, as it does when they cross the finish line. But, you know, here's the thing. As long as you're doing something with, you know, somebody that you enjoy broadcasting with, it makes life so much easier. Yeah, you may not talk about the race the whole time, but, you know, at the same time, I see doing an endurance race as doing a podcast live for however many hours. So will we get bored? Yeah, we may get bored, but at the same time, we're going to try and make sure that you're not getting bored watching this. And if you're watching a sim racing a race on mute, I'm sorry, you know, there's nothing we can do for you. We're trying to do the best we can to bring you the best story that we can, as we're still seeing Victorino trying to get around Gillickson. Gillickson got that. Looks like Victorino has the spot for now. Gillickson trying to get it back in that number 50 Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team. But here's the thing, what's interesting between these two cars, Ron, Victorino and Gillickson are on separate strategies. Gillickson's run about the same strategy that Sven Haas is, which, by the way, Sven now in the top 10.
And making his way up still, that 001 car. I keep saying the 01. It's the 001 car. I always forget that extra zero on top of it. That 001 car of Sven Haas has... we've seen that team pretty much as long as I've been on this show. And Jeremy, I'm sure you can attest to this as well. We have both been on very decent amounts up to this point. I think you've missed out on an hour. I've missed out on 3 up to this point. Yeah. So you've definitely put in more of a shift than I have up to this point. But that 001 car has been, I would say, saying consistently off strategy sounds bad. They're just on a different strategy. You know, I learned that trick from my teachers in school. They never called me off. They just called me different.
Yeah, you know, I could see that, saying it's a different strategy, but I say the reason why I say off strategy is because you're going off the strategy of the leaders, and that's how some of the broadcasters say it's an off strategy per se, because you've got most of the field running the same amount of strategy, but you have other teams that are like, you know what, we're gonna do something different, something off of what everybody else is. So this is something where I can see it both ways, and it's not knocking the verbiage. It's just, you know, there's more than one way to skin a cat.
Yeah, I think that's a rather apt summary of the sort of situation that you've got here. It's still fun, though. It's still a good strategy, and we'll just have to wait and see if it'll work out too well for that 001 team. They've been consistently about 7 laps off from your race leaders, so probably going to see them come into the pits, I would say around the 13-hour and 45 mark left to go in this race, and we'll end up seeing pretty much everybody else make that call to come into pit lane in roughly about, I would say, I'll actually look through at our live timing screen here real quick to give you the exact number, about 2 laps. So we'll probably see them make that call to come down pit lane in about 4.5 minutes time, roughly.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment that, you know, Coiter and Pinto are going to come in and make some sort of pit. You see that it says 45 laps led, but really it's been, I would say, over 230 laps led by BMW Team Redline between both really amongst the 20, the 21, and the 22. Now, the 22 a little bit lower in the standings, again, because they had that early issue of Blanchemont losing it on cold tires and making a decent contact with the tire wall there, but nonetheless, it's been a very, very interesting setup here, to say the least.
Yeah, it certainly has been. This story, this race, I should say, has been packed with storylines. I nearly said this story has been packed with race lines. I'm not really sure what sort of sense that makes. I think it makes absolutely none. So I'll say it with the correct pronunciation on the second try there, and say that this race, from the very start of it, has been full of a lot of interesting things to talk about, from that drama at the start to more and more teams going for some off-the-wall strategies, trying to throw stuff at that wall to see what will actually stick to it. It has been a really intriguing evening of racing action up to this point. Coming up to that 14-hour mark left here in a few moments' time. Jeremy, I know you'll be leaving the commentary booth here in the other not too far off future to bring Lorenzo back into the booth, and spent a lot of time on this show up to this point here today. You've put in an absolutely amazing shift, and it's been a lot of fun to be with you here on this broadcast, man. You've been with it since the start, so I want to ask you what your thoughts have been here on the 2025 Spa-24 presented by Falken Tyre.
You know, we knew the Team Redline would be great, but we didn't think they would dominate this much. You know, it's a shame that the 22 car was, ended up in the wall early on, but I think that they may run a strategy that may get them back up near the front. We see Drago Racing also being a part of this, but still, the story I think I'm going to watch is the GridandGo.com Esports 001 Ferrari. I have a feeling this strategy, if it doesn't get them to the top step of the podium, will put them on the podium. But, Ron, I've got to say this has been a fantastic, I got to do my math, 9 hours whether it's been on or off in the booth, and it's been fantastic to be a part of this Spa-24 presented by Falken, the top split here on the iRacing and Race Spot channels. As now we're starting to see some more pit stops, and man, this has just been a lot of fun. Can't wait to see how the rest of the race flails out.
Yeah, it is going to be a super exciting night of racing action as we run through it here on the iRacing Esports Network and the RaceSpotTV YouTube channel for the 2025 Falken Tyre Spa-24. BMW Team Redline are your current race leaders in P1 and P2. And Jeremy, thank you for being here in the broadcast booth. I've got 9 hours on this show myself, already through 4, and I've still got about 5 left to go. But man, awesome to be back with you in the booth, man. And you've definitely earned some well-earned rest, man. I hope you had a good rest of your day.
Until next time, my friend, take care, and Lorenzo, treat him right.
And speaking of Mr. Lorenzo Bonder, welcome into the booth, man. I think you've missed out on a 2-hour-long podcast. We talked about a lot, from IndyCar stuff to a really intense battle going on involving the this car exactly that we're following right now, Ryan Barnfeld in the number 89 BMW for a BS competition. And we've also seen the 269 and that Drago Racing Ferrari really start to get dicey as well. As the sun is coming down, these battles are starting to get a bit more intense. I'm going to bring you in as we have a battle going on right now, and nearly a disaster with the Altitude Freedom Esports 2 car sideways, slideways coming out of the chicane. What a time to bring you in, Lorenzo.
Yeah, man. I come in, there's stuff already happening. I missed out, I'm not gonna lie. I was trying to prioritize some moments with the wifey. You know, I got a happy wife, happy life. That's what they say, right? I think that's the proper stuff. Yeah. So I had to prioritize that. Otherwise, I would be sleeping on the floor, not on the couch. Because she would probably drop kick me from the couch like a proper WWE wrestler would try to do. But I'm also here to prove that Tomorrowland is a better dance festival, electronic music festival than DEF CON, which is in the Netherlands as well. I'm just calling the rivalry between Belgium and the Netherlands just because I brought this true Waffle versus Waffle talk.
You know, I was going to ask if you had any more controversial food opinions before we got too deep into this. As we see the drivers coming into the pits from the race lead at the moment. That's the 069 of Nicholas Matteo in the Drago racing car. Looks like he's going to get at a driver swap going on for that team, as it looks like the 2 Redline cars yet again going to be nose to tail, with Sam Coitert still behind the wheel of that 20 car, Diogo Pinto still behind the wheel of the 20, Ricardo Rico has gone behind the wheel of the 069, Vlad Kimachev still in the 269 for Drago Racing, and Alexander Spetz currently in the 169 for that 3-horse stable of Ferraris. But the pit stops have now come and went, and we've got yet another controversial opinion to bring you into the broadcast booth.
Oh, don't worry. I got plenty in my book, man. Trust me. Like, I can say that the old pizza, pineapple on pizza is a good thing. Don't put puree in the hot dog. I know some people here and there in Brazil does do it, so it's that thing, man. Whatever that floats your boat, whatever you want to call it, I got opinions.
I'm trying to think of what sort of controversial opinions I have. I think I shared one a little bit earlier on. I'm not sure if you're tuning in right as I shared my story of getting.
I do have an opinion. I do have an opinion, and people are gonna hate me for it. Max Verstappen is the greatest Belgian driver in the history of motorsport.
And that is the time for the YouTube chat to get disabled. Oh man, that's gonna be. Yeah, I thought the comments that I've made about Max, who, for the record, yet again, no, he is not running in this race. He is not running with his team Redline. His team's running BMWs. He's looking to run on Mercedes next year. So don't have to worry about that at the present moment. If Max is tuning into this broadcast, though, it was Lorenzo that said it, not me.
Oh, right. You want to pass the blame to the guy who was as an innocent bystander. See how it is? Oh, contact between one of the Redline cars. I think that's the Drago other car. Yeah, that's Ricardo Rico. Ooh, more beef.
And a bit of a sideways snap as well. Coming out of turn number 14, starting to see these drivers begin to struggle a bit more on these out laps. Under the lights now here at Spa, with that sun firmly set below the horizon. Track temps at their coldest at the moment at just 71 degrees Fahrenheit. That's down a decent amount from the start. And, you know, once these drivers firmly get into a groove, it's fine. When they're right out of the pits, though, and these tires are more resembling rubber icicles than anything else, that's when we'll start to see these drivers really start to skid around.
Yeah. Luckily for them, there's no hot weather in the vicinity, doesn't it? Because that would be a little bit worse, especially on Spa as Garibaldi comes into the pit lane.
Looking at that Apex Racing Team number 99 car run his way down into the pits, currently classing 9th at the present moment. Those Apex Racing Team cars, a mixed bag right now in this race. There have been some that got caught out in the drama right at the start, others that have been able to keep it smooth, and this driver right now up 11 spots from where he started in this race. Garibaldi will see him run through that hairpin, having a lift off through there. The pit lane here at Spa for the 24, vaguely similar in a sense to the pit exit at Daytona, in the sense that if you try taking it flat out the whole time, doubly so with the increased pit lane speed limit that we've got for this race. It's gone up from, I think it was 60 kilometers an hour to 72. That can make a huge difference.
It does. It helps out the teams, especially who are potentially doing a drive-through or something of the nature, as there is a driver change as Garibaldi goes out and Guillaume Levesque come into the car. What is that thing, you know, I think it makes it easier on the cars. I think the run in with 60 kilometers was about, give or take, a full minute when you were doing that with that speed. So, well, it helps out. I think it shortens the time about to 40-something seconds, if I remember correctly.
And we'll see those drivers exit pit lane here in just a few moments' time. Touching on your current P3 runner, the gridandgo.com esports 001 car currently slotted in that final podium spot. Sven Haas currently behind the wheel of that race car, as he has been for quite some time. Currently 21 laps into this stint. So we will end up seeing him make that call to come down pit lane in the not too far off future. Isaac Gullison, on the other hand, in the Scuderia Ferrari HP esports team, number 50 car. He's gonna come down pit lane probably this upcoming time by. Currently 25 laps into this stint. The stint lengths we've been looking all throughout this race have been around 26 to 27 laps. The most I think I've seen out of anybody has been 28 laps. So really at the moment, it'll probably be your P4 runner coming into the pits this time by, or perhaps next. And then Sven Haas, the driver that we're following right now in the 001, following in suit within the next 10 minutes.
Yeah, and it's kind of weird to see that their strategy kind of like fell. I'm not going to say fell flat. I still think they're due to a top 5. Given the fact they have a good offset on everybody, they have a 6-lap offset on everybody. 5-6 laps, but anyway, I think they're due to a top 5 when all this is said and done. I think this is a team to look for. I think the fact that we had so many battles between Drago and DS, whether they were intentional or not, I know Reiner and Ryan Barneveld were very unhappy about the situations that developed. And I know what happened between Ryan and I was in, but between Ryan I was off, and you and Jeremy were commentating. But I know he was very displeased with the situation and everything. But it is racing, and unfortunately, I think because of that, it made Redline's life so much easier than anything in this race to manage.
And the word that you raised there, manage, is such a strong word in these endurance races. You got to manage a lot for these races. I think I described it a little bit earlier on in this show, talking about the delicate balancing act that you have to play in these endurance races. It's like the act of balancing chainsaws. You know, one mistake, it can end up with your hand chopped off. So really, these racers, they got to deal with so much throughout this event. You got to worry about the strategy. Thankfully, some of these teams have a lot of people behind the scenes working at the permutations. You got to worry about how you're driving. You got to worry about traffic. You got to worry about pit entry, pit exit, hitting your marks, not making any mistakes. A 100 into the point limit here at Spa, compounded by the fact that once you hit that 100x and pick yourself up a drive-through, every 20x after that will result in another drive-through. Now, that may seem like a whole lot of incident points, but here at Spa, at a track that is, let's face it, it is not incredibly wide, and these cars are not the sort of ones where you can just basically look in the direction of where you want the car to go and it'll do it with no hesitation. These GT3 cars, especially on cold tires right out of the pits, these drivers will have to worry about that incident point limit. I am sure that at least one team will end up getting hit by that straight bullet.
You're making that mark already. Someone will actually hit the 100 incident mark.
Oh, have we already had that?
Careful now. Careful now. That's a strong statement.
Huh?
It's kind of like me saying there will be a yellow flag in this race. Oh, no, there won't be, even though I'm the emperor of yellow flags at RaceSpot, the self-proclaimed emperor of yellow flags at RaceSpot. It's that thing. I don't think anybody will hit the 100, but I think there will be teams flirting with the 100. Because I know the off-track limits in Spa, ever since they put up the new version of Spa, changed, and they are a little bit more lenient, and especially in some of these sections, we would say like Lecombe, for example, the second leg of Lecombe, you can cut a little bit of the inside of the left and right chicane, left and right corners, whereas back in the old days you would have to reach grass, and every time you touch that grass that would be an off-track incident. So that's why I say it's much easier now for you to not get a 100 like you would have, for example, back in 2014, if I remember correctly. Not 2014, but something close to that. Whereas Max Verstappen managed to, either it was Max or Lando, who managed to get from A license to D license in one race.
I think I remember Jeremy making a joke a little bit earlier on, and him and I working together on this show, saying how there used to be a time where the Skip Barber race immediately after this would get flooded with pro drivers for them getting dipped back down to D licenses as a result of their safety rating and everything plummeting down like I can't even say like a stone thrown into a pond. It's like a stone tied to an anvil with about 15 gallons of hard mercury all around it, just sinking right down to the bottom of that pond in the blink of an eye. So I think these racers will look to try and avoid that at all costs if they can here in this event. Should be noted, the number 50, the Scuderia Ferrari esports team, made that call to come down pit lane. Isaac Gollison will still be behind the wheel of that car, I believe, as we follow him in the pits at the present moment. And looking through the stint for that team, I believe it was a grand total of 27 laps. So roundabout on cue for that number 50 team to make that call to come down pit lane. And now we wait for the Grid and Go Esports 001.
But they will take a little bit of a while. Oh, Gillison. Easy, son. Easy. We already saw Dino. We already saw another Ferrari hit the tire barrier. I know the Ferrari is a little bit tends to drive on coat tires on a very loose setup in comparison to other cars. Because he wants to grip in. And because he wants to grip on coat tires, it makes the car way more loose than he wants to be. So, a scary moment, but the car is alive. That's what matters the most.
Yeah, and you just saw him heading his way through that pit exit, the super bumpy pit exit that we've got here on the endurance pit layout of Spa. On the inside of a Rouge and Radion, on a bit of asphalt that outside the Spa 24 feels like it was last paved back in, I'm going to say probably back in the 90s. That bit of asphalt, very, very bumpy. So frankly, the drivers having their difficulties getting through there. I mean, as we rode on board with that number 50 car, it was like a bucking rhino going up and down there. I can't even say a bucking bull. It was a bucking rhino ready to take a life, heading his way up there. That was madness, and I am very glad that we didn't see a driver spin off there and end up right in the middle of the road through one of the fastest sections of all of global motorsports there. That could have been on par with the disaster that we had at the start of this race. So thankfully, we avoided that. We're still running smooth. 13 hours and 45 minutes left to go here in the 2025 Falken Tyre Spa-24 here on the iRacing Esports Network and the RaceSpotTV YouTube channel. And we still got good racing. It's a side-by-side fight down into the turn. You can see that racing going on involving the 50. It should be noted as we follow that number 50 car running right around those racers. I believe that's the 114 that just got that move done on him to jump his way up a spot. That, I believe, is that car right into. I'm looking through. Yes, that is the 114. And right behind is the 83. With the drama we had a little bit earlier on in this race, there can be some confusion at certain points in time to see whether or not these cars are on the lead lap and battling for a spot or whether or not they are laps down. The 114 got the move done on Isaac Gillison. Well, that was for position, so that was the PGZ by P1Docs.com team jumping their way up into 12th, and the other car currently right behind the number 50 is actually a lap down car. So you've got a taste of everything that this race has to offer. Some lap down cars and some actual genuine battles for position, all going around a track that may be big, but when you put a lot of GT3 cars on it, it can feel quite minuscule with the little amount of space that everybody has to themselves.
And it's kind of funny because we have a reduced grid thanks to lap 1 shenanigans, as always, but it happens. What can you do? Had we had the 56 cars that normally would take part of this grid, this would feel really small. I know in real life they put up 75 cars. Now I think the biggest biggest grid ever assembled for 24 hours of Spa in real life, if I remember correctly. So it was quite condensed. That's, I think, the first time you would see a very condensed track. I know there were a lot of breakdowns in real life, in the IRL race, right? But still 40-something cars still running in the racetrack. I know you might see some in the tower, a lot of the cars already out, but it's still good to see, you know, that you have these many cars just going through this period of endurance, and hoping that, for example, some other teams, as the race goes on, they falter and they can grab some freebies and potentially minimize their I rating and safety rating damage.
And we did see for a couple of moments there a battle going on involving some of the racers heading off through the tight and twisty midsection of this racetrack. It was the 83, the other lap down car currently being classed in 40th. It was the Zenith Esports car currently being driven by Jaume Dalmas Torres, my apologies, currently being classed down in 40th, going side by side with the 50 Ferrari Esports car heading off through the mid-sector. That was not a battle for a position, obviously, because you can see that 83 has now made that call to come down pit lane multiple laps down after some drama a little bit earlier on in this race. Was wondering what exactly was being played at there as a result of that side-by-side racing. Now I can see with that pit stop approaching, the 83 just said, you know what, I'm just going to go for this move. I may as well try and gain a little bit of time. There's not too much to lose if this ends in tears. You're on a little bit farther towards the back, so they just decided to go for the move. The 50 car decides to play ball, losing out a bit of time still as a result of all that. And the point I was just going to raise, talking about pit stops, has now come to fruition as Sven Haus, behind the wheel of that 001 Grid and Go Esports car, has now made that call to come down pit lane. 26 lap long stint, so roundabout normal.
A little bit of a letdown to the fact that, for example, Vasquez was doing 27 laps. I know for Sven it's going to be a little bit harder for him to save fuel. I think the most of his runnings has been mostly solo. I think the last one he did was partially solo without any cars around, so that makes the life for you to save fuel a little bit more difficult, for you to stay applied to that. But the fact they still have a major upset on everybody else, 5-6 laps on them, is something that is truly remarkable. Question coming in chat, what happened to Barneveld? He got spun around by one of the Drago cars while battling for position. I think that was Ate Competent that spun him around and put him back, and I think he got some damage from the incident.
Yeah, so unfortunate moment there for that team. They've had a scrappy run through the midnight section of this as well. So these racers really learning that even though we're under the lights here at Spa, the track conditions are cold. You're still feeling the burn around this track for certain, as we ride on board with Ascari Ren in the number 10 Malo Racing Team BMW. Currently classing 8th at the present moment, trying to chase down that 08 Coanda Esports car. Right in front of him, that car, unless I'm very much mistaken, right in front of that racer is still being driven by Mitchell de Jong. Yes, it is the Coanda Esports team. That driver with sim and real-life racing experience, currently running strong at the present moment, classed in 7th as it stands currently with 13 hours and 40 minutes still left to go on the clock. Should remind you again, at the front of this field, it is still Team Redline running P1 and P2. They've been in that dominant spot all throughout this race. Those two drivers of Sam Coiter and Diogo Pinto got into their cars at the exact same time. They'll probably come out of them at the exact same time. That team, though, no matter who has been behind the wheel, they have been the dynamic duo. And although it is certainly temporary as a result of the off strategy, it's currently a Team Redline 1, 2, 3 with Coiter and Pinto on strategy. Cooper Webster, on the other hand, the number 22 machine, he's slightly off kilter, has spent far more time down pit lane compared to some of his, actually spent far more time out there on the racetrack during the stint than some of his competitors. 15-lap-old tires, so probably about 10 away from another call to come down pit lane compared to the likes of Pinto and Coiter to have been out there for only 8 laps. So that's how it stands at the front of the field. You go from a 1, 2, 3 for Team Redline to a it's a 3-car train of 4, 5, and 6 for your Drago Racing Ferraris. Ricardo Rico, Alexander Spetz, and Manuel Tonkasoko, as that's a moment for Gothan Smithers. That's heading off through Blanchimont. Let's take a look at this moment. Yeah, contact. Oh boy, that was rather bizarre. That car just looked all sorts of screwed up.
I wonder if Owen had something with the car, maybe outlap issues or something like that, but not quite, because he was already on his 4th lap. So something, I want to say maybe marbles and grip loss in the rear, maybe setup was a little bit more loose than he potentially expected coming out of Blanchimont, but a little bit of an unfortunate moment for the Irishman, who just, if I remember correctly, just offered the first time in his life a 24-hour race to Spa a few weeks back.
Yeah, pretty cool to see that in-sim to real-life racing conversion. Many of the drivers that you see out here on the racetrack are real-life racers, and many of these sim racers who have made a living for themselves here on the iRacing realm and in the iRacing world have gotten the opportunity to run in real-life races themselves. We'll say as well, touching back on this point, because of recent developments in the world of Formula One, Max Verstappen is currently negotiating a Mercedes deal instead of driving a BMW here in this race, so he is not out here on the racetrack with his team. But that Team Redline stable still full of some very talented racers. They're saying some very good lap times. Cooper Webster on the hard charge, that number 22 car, despite spending about double the amount of time in this stint compared to some of his teammates well farther up the road, was actually able to be quicker than the two of them last time by, saying a 2:15.307 compared to a 2:15.533 for Diogo Pinto in second, and Sam Coiter at a 2:15.499. They do have some lap traffic right in front of them, but that's still a very solid lap from Cooper Webster. That 22 BMW Team Redline entry, who knows, if he can catch lightning in a bottle, maybe able to catch up to some of those team cars and turn it into a true 1, 2, 3 for Team Redline.
Well, it's a good question. To be fair, I don't think that Cooper would be able to catch them. If the race continues on until the final lap, maybe they will slow down 20-something seconds to let Cooper Cooper get around and then they can finish 1, 2, 3 across the line. But it is what it is. The race is a sense they're just gonna keep it this way, following each other, and it's gonna be going like this. No signs of separation or allowing other cars to come closer.
As we keep our eye on this battle up on the front with those two negotiating that lap car, that right there, unless I'm very much mistaken, I believe was the number 78 Porsche, if I could get eyes on that number exactly correctly there. Yeah, there we can see that driver right behind, looking at that car. Getting out of harm's way, that was correct. I was kind of close. It was the 78 with another 8 on the bottom, the 788 of Yannick Lapchin, the Live Sim Racing Arnage team, currently classed down 31st, down 2 spots from where they started this race. A matter of nearly 11 hours to go at this point, and it has been a fantastic first 11 hours, chock full of storylines, chock full of drama, with that drama at the start of this race probably being the real turning point for many a team's plans heading into this event. That big stack up coming out of Eau Rouge and Radion set the tone for what has been a challenging race for these drivers up and down the grid, with cold tires, gravel strewn all across this racetrack, and one of the most competitive fields that I feel like we've ever had from this event.
For sure. I was talking about this earlier. Since 2020, the average high rating or defined for the strength of field has exponentially increased in Spa. Back in the old days, I think before the COVID, I think the average you would get, the max would be around 6-7K. And then it was like very small margins of increase. You would see some guys going from 7.2, 7.1, 7.2, 7.3-ish. The strength of field today is 8.5K I rating, 8,500 I rating. So you have an idea of how skilled you have to be to get into those races. Like back when we would say, "Oh, you're fine with 7K and you make it into top split." Not quite. Not even an 8,000 I rated driver is safe from going into top split, depending on circumstances nowadays, depending on the event. Imagine at the Porsche Esports Super Cup, whenever they start their qualifiers in a little bit. What the heck?
Alrighty, that right there is some Redline drivers that have a bit too many incident points for their own good. I wonder, Hugo, Mr. Hugo, is doing a wonderful job working on all the cameras and the graphics in the virtual production hall. I wonder if we're going to load up a replay of that, because that was cartoony as we saw them take I'm not even going to say that as an esports line. That's an F1 2014 online lobby line on the Xbox 360. That was absolutely fantastic between those two. They were like, you know what? This chicane, too slow for us. Let's just take her around the outside, nearly end up in the tire barriers, which not nearly as soft and cushy as they are in real life. The tire barriers in the sim basically made out of the matter of a white dwarf star. So if you hit them, your car's gonna be feeling rather sad after that. I think they just want to amuse themselves and just swing way wide on corner exit. I'm sure maybe it's down to the fact that I haven't been getting too much good sleep as of recent or what, but that was so cartoonishly goofy, and I absolutely love it.
Part of me thinks they're trying to discover the new MotoGP cut line, and I know that MotoGP never races at Spa for obvious purposes.
I'm not sure how that would go. It would be like exciting, but I feel like it would be exciting in the same way that like waiting for a balloon to pop as you slowly fill it with more and more air.
No, for me it would be exciting in a Squid Game sense of way, or Battle Royale, the movie, not the game itself. For those who have seen the Japanese movie, watch it. For those who haven't seen it, watch it. It's a fantastic movie. Funny too.
I'm trying to think of what other interesting movie stories can be brought up here. You know, this probably changed the brain.
Okay. I do have one. I do. All right. Here's the thing. Spoiler alert. I haven't seen the F1 movie. Okay. But I do have a grip with it because I had a grip with the Gran Turismo movie when they made it. They made they made it Silverstone at Hungaroring, so that annoyed some of the sim racer fan base. Apparently, they did something like that at the F1 movie.
You know, I was very fortunate to get the opportunity to actually watch the F1 movie before it premiered in theaters. I actually watched it a couple of days beforehand. I think it was the Tuesday of the weekend. It ended up being shown in theaters for the first time on Friday of that week. And I personally enjoyed it. I was going to share a story of a much different sort of movie that I ended up watching as an 8-year-old that my brother handed to me on the day that he moved out. It was the Mel Brooks classic Spaceballs.
Oh, do you know they're making a sequel?
I have heard that they are making a sequel. Yeah, that's
with Mel Brooks.
Sadly, John Candy's no longer with us, so he cannot retrieve his role. But yeah, I just realized the pun with me saying retrieve. If anyone's ever seen that movie, you'll get that was a very unintentional.
That was a good pun. There's a good pun.
I didn't even mean to do that there. That was the best part. But yeah, I saw that movie as an 8-year-old. I think it definitely changed the way that I think. Maybe for the better, maybe for the worse. Only time will tell.
All right, fair. By the way, a great movie. Got to tell you, I think it's been ages I haven't seen that movie. Classic with Mel Brooks, Rick Moranis. Thank God he's actually back to the second movie. He's back from retirement specifically to do this movie. So I really am interested to see what kind of script they have concocted to bring back a guy that basically said he would give it a little bit of a break, and that break was more than 20 years without acting in a single role.
I'm trying to think of some of the other movies that I saw as a kid. The Rodney Dangerfield classic Caddyshack. I'm not sure if that was the smartest idea for me to watch that as a kid, but you know,
Caddyshack?
Yeah. Have you ever heard of that movie, Caddyshack, with Rodney Dangerfield?
No. I'm actually looking at it. Seems all right. Bill Murray, Chevy Chase.
Oh, I think you know, there was a line that I was going to say in describing that movie, but I'm not necessarily sure if I can say it on the air. It's very funny, but you can definitely tell they resorted to the use of some interesting green herbal supplements during the filming of that movie, for sure. It's an absolutely fantastic movie, though. 10 out of 10, absolutely. If anyone gets the opportunity to see Caddyshack, or really any movie starring Rodney Dangerfield, I highly recommend it. Albeit, I may be a little bit biased because I definitely... The sort of comedy that I grew up being around is slightly different than what most people get into nowadays. My father, who's tuning into this broadcast, is 67 years old, born in 1957. He grew up in that sort of era of Johnny Carson hosting The Tonight Show for 30 years, David Letterman in his early days back when he was hosting the Late Night Show over on NBC. It was even before he moved over to CBS. Just that sort of era of comedy. So guys like Rodney Dangerfield going on to The Tonight Show, occasionally going on with Jay Leno and all that stuff. That sort of era of humor is kind of the stuff that I grew up with. And it definitely, you can see it pop up every now and then in my commentary with some of the wild stuff that comes out of my mouth, whether it be the metaphors that I have heard people talking about in the iRacing YouTube chat, or just some of the general quips that I come up with on the air. I'm not sure what goes on in my brain, but thankfully I'm an organ donor, so maybe someone will study it one day.
Oh, nice. All right, and now a hot take, and don't think much. Best TV host, American TV host. Don't think much. Say the first thing that comes out of your brain. The best American TV host? Nighttime. Doesn't matter.
I was gonna say Conan O'Brien.
All right. Okay. I have to go to my number 3, I think. Number 2. Number 1 is going to be always Letterman, in my opinion.
See, this going to...
I know a lot of people would say Carson, but for me, it's Letterman. I grew up watching Letterman as a kid.
Yeah, see, I mentioned that my dad, 67 years old, he grew up with a certain era of late night television. I grew up with a rather different era. There was a time not terribly long ago as a...
Don't tell me you're a backyardigans guy.
This will be potentially even worse than that to some people in the chat. So this was back when I was, I think, 9, 10, around about this time. Just learned how to work the DVR in the house. And what I used to do back in the summer of 2014 is I would DVR The Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon, watch it, and then go to summer camp. This random summer camp that I think closed down the year after I went to it. It was this hole-in-the-wall place out in the county, and the main reason I went there is Dad got a discount because the people who ran it were like friends with my dad's boss at the time. It was a very interesting deal that we had going on there. But I remember distinctly watching The Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon as a very young kid, back in the early days of him hosting The Tonight Show as well. We're talking 2014, very, very early 2015, probably at the latest that I used to DVR the show. And that was kind of the late night television that I grew up watching. But as I've gone into being an adult, I've looked at more and more late night television. You know, I think I was actually listening to some old clips of, watching old clips of David Letterman and some of the top 10 lists he's had over the years. Conan O'Brien Needs a Friend, his podcast that he does now that he's no longer on late night television. That's absolutely fantastic. His interview with Jim Downey, the old Saturday Night Live and Late Night with David Letterman writer, just absolutely amazing stuff there. And there's two that are a little bit off the wall. Both of them, they didn't host the Late Show, they hosted the Late Late Show. And it's two men with very different views on how to put together a late night talk show. Yeah, Craig Ferguson was one of them. I've gone into his stuff as the other years have gone on, and not his predecessor, but the first ever host of the Late Late Show on NBC, Tom Snyder. That was not a comedy show. It was just like, imagine a podcast but done in the 70s, 80s, and 90s on radio and television for decades.
Oh, you brought up a very deep reference. I didn't even remember that Tom Snyder actually was the host of the Late Late Show. So here's the thing: in Brazil, we don't usually used to get a lot of these programming. You would have to pay, of course. If I remember correctly, of course, NBC's cable TV, right, in the U.S. Mm-hmm. But that kind of programming wasn't common in Brazil, so I only used to watch Letterman because my dad was a real fan, and it passed on cable TV. I think it was one of the few shows. Only, I would say, about 2015-ish, 2016, they started to get the Tonight Show, the Late Late Show, and these other ones from the CBS and the NBC and from ABC as well into the proper programming for Brazilian shows. Maybe a little bit older than less. Oh wait, actually, much less than that. I would say early 2000s. But it's that thing. I grew up watching that as well. But my dad is so big of a fan of these guys, and also from Mel Blanc. Not Mel Blanc. But I'm trying to remember. Like he was a fan of Carson. He was a fan. He used to watch Jack Parr stuff.
Ooh. There we go.
Yeah, like back in the 50s and 60s. My dad was born in the 1950s, if I remember correctly. Yeah, or mid-late 50s. He's passed away, unfortunately. But he used to watch that stuff from time to time whenever he could watch it, and he always used to be humored and tell me about these things and know the comedy about these things. And what made me actually capture that was watching... have you ever seen The Marvelous Miss Maisel?
I don't believe I have, no.
Watch it. If you like that old stuff into TV and the comedy, I think you'll like that. because it captures the old school of comedy for like the old school, now I'm trying to remember what is the character's name that is played Lenny Bruce. Like you have Lenny Bruce, you have Jack Parr, and you have some other comedians representing the show. That is in such a smart way. You would probably like it.
And Jack Parr, talk about a very, very interesting man in the world of late night television. If anyone's ever seen anything about Jack Parr and his run on The Tonight Show back in the late 50s and early 60s, immediate predecessor to Johnny Carson on the Tonight Show.
Yep.
He, at one point in time, during the show, during the taping, at the desk, essentially went off speech talking about a joke he had made the night prior that was cut because of 1960s U.S. broadcast television censorship and all that stuff. Just walked off the show. He just walked off in the middle of taping. They continued on, and they went I think it was 2.5 months or something like that with him not being on the show. And then he came back, and it was fine again. And then he ended up leaving the show in 1962. And then, of course, Johnny Carson took over, hosted it until 1992. Then Leno took over. Then he promised that 5 years from then, he was going to give Conan his show. And then when those 5 years came and went, he gave him the show and then took it back almost instantly. If anyone's ever heard that clip of Jimmy Kimmel giving Jay Leno a bit of a rib kicking during the whole NBC Conan Tonight Show drama of 2009, 2010, very good stuff. I've never really gone too big into Jimmy Kimmel myself, but that was one bit in time where I was like, you know what? Bravo. Thank you for calling the man out on his stuff right there and then as it was all going on. We still got a race going on. The other two Redline cars continue to lead over Ricardo Rico in the 069 car. We saw the number 22 Team Redline entry still being driven by Cooper Webster make that call to come down pit lane a couple of laps ago. He slotted in P10 now as it stands at the present moment. Currently 1 lap into the stint, so just saw him make that call to come down pit lane. Still split strategy, but still trying to find any way in the book to get up to those 2 other team cars that are running at the north end of the field.
Yeah. It's good that we still have that kind of strategy talk going. By the way, I've been trying to look into the laps. It's funny how I'm looking into Redline's laps, like the running toward 15 lows, mid lows, and the gap just keeps increasing to Drago and everything. But it's still good to see that there's so many battles going on, like mid pack up to the top 20. I've been looking like fiercely forward and driven by Kevin DeNoyer. And look at Lindquist for WSR Esports. That's a battle for P19. P18 actually. Apex is battling for P14 with Simify. So many things happening on the racetrack that that's why I say it sometimes might make the race looking dull of sorts. Because there's so many gaps in between the drivers and the teams. But there's always some sort of action happening on the racetrack, especially now where I think if you did a fuel-saving strategy, you're not able to do it anymore. You're gonna allow yourself to be more contentious for places.
And as we do get to the end of this stint, for many a racer up and down this grid, that'll start to be when these drivers turn the wick up more and more, start to battle more and more. And when it gets racy and dicey, that will be when the drama really starts to kick off. These racers all throughout this field, just trying to make it through this section of the race right now. It is still just as dark as it ever has been. The headlights shining bright on these race cars all around this track. Track temperatures still looking around about the same they did the last time I checked in on it. 22°C as the track temperature. That's 71 degrees Fahrenheit. Air temperature is 21 degrees C. That's 69 degrees Fahrenheit. So rather nice weather at the moment for these racers. Just about that perfect window. Maybe a bit on the cooler end. The tires won't really be overheating too much, but at the same time, it won't be so cold that you start to really lose out on some grip, and those out laps turn into a round of ice skating instead of driving a race car on a racetrack.
Yeah, it absolutely.
As we can continue to follow these racers, this is a battle for 14th that we've got on screen at the present moment. The Simplify Esports number 9 and the Apex Racing team number 99 covered by about 0.4 of a second as they head their way off through the mid-sector of this lap. This is turn number 14 and 15 that we're about to see these racers run through right now. About a half a second gap. A gap between these two. I wonder, Lorenzo, if we will start to see these racers get dicing, will we see them battle before they come into the pits? Looking at the live timing and just basing it off of the stint length that we know these usually run for, they won't be eyeballing a pit stop for another 9 to 10 laps, so they certainly have the time to really start to scrap and claw.
I think they will allow themselves to battle for a few spots. It will depend on the confidence driver level to see. Oh, if I overtake him, am I able to stretch out my lead after that overtake and try to get closer to other drivers? Because the pace level, of course, because the track has gotten a little bit colder. You said 71 Fahrenheit. For those who doesn't operate in Fahrenheit and operate with the proper measurement, which is Celsius, sorry America, that's 22 Celsius degrees. But I think the pace has been so equal between everybody that overtaking over here is a little bit difficult. It's kind of like negotiating. You would have to flash your lights, and that would be signaling for a move, then potentially try to break away from that post overtake, because like I said, the level of pace in here has been so fast and so consistent through the majority of the field. There isn't too much offset. I was having this conversation earlier. If you have an offset, and I would say 4/10 of a second slower per lap on your average, you're going to get punished by it. And we saw earlier on with one of the Commentators as an example.
As we continue to follow these racers run around the track, we still have to think about those pit stops coming up here in the not too far off future. I'm going to look through our live timing screen to see exactly who will be the next to come down pit lane. Even though we've been timing these since to essentially end on the hour, we have had drivers with some very different off-the-wall strategies go on up and down the grid. I think the next driver that we will see make a call to come down pit lane will be Patrick Hangston behind the wheel of the WSR Esports Black entry. The number 6 car currently slotted in P at 32. Currently 23 laps into this stint. You have some on 22 laps in the other Mag Performance 150 car, fittingly with the 150 as the car number. Alexander Nicholas behind the wheel of that car, currently classed in 27th. He's 22 laps into this stint right now. The same can also be said about your current P18 runner. The WSR Esports team, just as a whole, has had to go for some off-the-wall strategies. We've seen that go on with the WSR Esports Black entry. The same can be said about the number 23, the 18th placed WSR Esports Red team, currently being driven by Lucas Lindqvist. So that's how it's looking at the present moment when it comes to pit stops for the drivers solidly inside of the top 10. The next to come down pit lane will probably end up being the likes of your top 2 at the moment, as both Team Redline BMWs in P1 and P2, and even including some of the drivers a little bit farther in the back. Pretty much everybody locked steady in their stint. The only team that's on something different is the Team Redline, the 22 BMW, currently running at the top 10. Cooper Webster behind the wheel of that entry came in for his 10th pit stop a matter of about 4 laps ago here. So outside of that, and also the team right in front, the Gringo Esports 001, who've been off-kilter strategy-wise all throughout this race. Pretty much everybody in the top 10 running strong and running about the same.
There's no major offsets besides the 001 and now the 22. Other than that, it's been like marginal things. I would say maybe 1 or 3 laps. The biggest advantage, like you said, is or the biggest gap is the 22, which is they're on their 5th lap within the stint, and everybody else is right about on their 20th. But is that thing like of trying different things to see where it will lead you at the end of the race? And of course, if the biggest factor here, you don't have yellow flags or a safety car or a full course yellow to change your strategy. Hold up. I could be wrong, but since when Simify lost her bumper?
I don't think we've noticed that. Yeah, I'm sure that bumper at this point has been long gone from that race car, probably for sale on eBay at the present moment. That could be part of the reason why he's quite happy running right behind that Ferrari right in front. I'm not sure about you, Lorenzo. If it were me, though, running around this pitch black racetrack where the only illuminations you have outside of the pit lane area is from the headlights of these cars, if you don't have any headlights, I would let the other people use their headlights so I can actually see where I'm going. So I can't necessarily blame that Ferrari for just saying, you know what, I'm going to remain in this spot. I can still see where I'm going. I'm not losing out on a boatload of time.
But if I remember correctly, I could be very wrong. That would trigger a black and purple. No, sorry, not black and purple, but black and orange green circle flag. That's a technical flag. So they would have to come into the pit lane because you don't have headlights. That's odd.
Yeah, I'm looking through right now. I'm not sure if he's picked up a meatball flag, as we usually call it here in the States for the damage flag. Not sure if he's picked up something like that, but I think that car is starting to struggle when it comes to pace. You can see him running wide, heading out of turn number 15. Probably part of the reason why he was skidding around that much is down to the fact that there is no front splitter on that car, no front bumper, and I can imagine it is driving about as well as a badly tuned diesel dumper truck with a missing front tire. So that's how it shakes out for them. Not a good moment at all if you are that team. The 6 has come down pit lane. That right there was the team that I was mentioning a little bit earlier on in this broadcast, kind of talking about some of the other stuff that's been going on up and down the grid. That 6 car, the WSR Esports Black team, now making that call to come down pit lane. Patrick Hingston still behind the wheel of that machine. 41.8 seconds stop in the pit stall, about a minute and a half down pit lane altogether. A rather quick in and out section of stops for him, about as quick as you can get here at Spa with that lengthy pit lane. I'm not sure the exact length of the other pits here at Spa for this endurance combined pit lane with the Grand Prix pits and the Classic, but it's long. There's no other way around it. It's long.
Yeah. No, the pit is about 1 minute and a half. With the fixes and everything, whenever you have to do it, it's going to be extensive. I would estimate about 2 to 3 minutes to fix everything.
I think I'm not really sure exactly how long it would be in terms of that penalty, and also the small little broadcaster chat that we've got right now. David Haynes, who's got to be coming into the commentary booth here in about 7.5 minutes time to relieve me of my duties here in the lead chair here in the broadcast booth, letting me know that he does know the length of the pit lane, but that is his secret because it is his material. So fair enough. We'll say the old CIA line, he knows, but then he would have to kill me if he tells me. So that's how that goes when it comes to the pit lane length here at Spa. Oh, as that's a spinner a little bit farther off in the back, heading through Speaker's Corner. Not sure who that was. It looked like a Ferrari in the back of shots, losing it big time, heading off through turn number 9. That was a big moment, and there's no runoff area on that turn at all. So I have a very high expectations that car hit the wall, and there's probably a missing rear wing on a Ferrari somewhere around here.
Replay? Ooh.
Oh. Did he keep it out of the wall?
He did.
Oh my goodness. Oh wow, well done to the 79. That's Ryan Vandegrip behind the wheel of that race car. The gravel, I guess, working as quicksand on the exit of that corner. Now quickly he snapped off the track. Yeah, hits that curb on the inside, loses it through the turn. the fact he kept that thing out of the wall is an honest-to-God miracle. So well done to him. I guess the random number generation in iRacing playing well with him as he went through the gravel.
Yeah. Brought the RNG factor. That's a good one. By the way, I found out what happened to Simify, and a shout out to knowing things about stuff. Anyway, I'm not gonna do the call out proper, but they made contact with one of the Porsches. I don't want to say it's the Fiercely Ford Porsche when they were trying to overlap themselves or try to take an overtake on the Redline car. I think that was the 22 they tried to make an overtake, and as soon as that happened, they spun around on the final corner and they made contact with the oncoming Porsche.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate moment as Lucas Lundqvist behind the wheel of the number 23 car has made a awaited call to come down pit lane. That 23 driver, I think when we touched on them, they had spent about 23 laps out there on this current stint. So they're now coming down pit lane, going to relegate themselves a little bit farther in the back of the pack as a result of that pit stop. Looking through right now, the other stint length for that number 20 team set to be coming through right now. I think my graphics may be slightly misconstrued on the live timing tower, so I'm going to get that updated from mine. I apologize for that, folks, but it's still either way the team running in P22 as it stands presently, not able to get the exact stint length for them right now, but as has usually been the case, I would expect around about 25, 26, 27 to 28 laps at most for that team.
And Lundqvist staying in the car.
I think he is. So
yeah, he is. Yes. Yes. So we're gonna approach around the midnight hour. Of course, we're way past midnight hour, but I want to say the halfway point of the race, and hand out someone else. I think we have yet to see people doing the triples or quadruples in the car properly. I think we have seen someone doing triples, but I don't know if I've seen someone doing quadruples around Spa.
You know, I think a quadruple stint at Spa, that is, I wouldn't say it's 100% marked off as torture, but that is, that's got to be rather, that's a test. That is an absolute test of these drivers' skill and their drivers' patience here around this track. Still dark as ever. The track temperatures still remaining somewhat on the cooler end. I wouldn't say it's cold, but it's not necessarily hot either. Just remaining around 71 Fahrenheit and 69 for the ambient, and that would work out to 22C for the track, 21C for the ambient. That's how it's looking at the present moment. Another weather report. Won't have to worry about rain here in this race, so that's a good thing that these drivers will not have to worry about. No rain-related stress, not having to constantly look at those weather radars and just being absolutely terrified about the prospect of some drops of rain hitting the windshield of these cars.
Do you think they would not like rain at this point?
Yeah, I mean, if it were me being one of these racers running around a pitch black Spa with cold, dry, and dark air all around me, if I had some rain coming down there as well, first off, the track temperature would probably plummet here in the pitch blackness here in the Ardennes. Maybe it's just me. I say this as someone who absolutely used to adore running in the rain back in my karting days. I would vote no if I was one of these teams personally.
All right, because I was going to say I've seen talks of people wanting rain in this race for a singular reason, because. Like I mentioned before, of course, those teams in the back, the chances of them catching up to the people in the front would be a little bit lower than normally would be the normal rain. You have the rain. It's not a reset on the race, right, Ron? But it's something close to the reset. You would allow yourself to let's say, put up on a different strategy, increase the risk for other drivers and teams. They'll have to do other stuff, and these guys could fall themselves braking because of the weather changes and everything, right? So I've read talks about safety car and rain in this race for the first time in my life, that people actually want a safety cars in rain in this race in order to make maybe race more enticing for everybody in a certain sense.
Yeah, you know, maybe I'm just the sort of person that wants some peace and calm, but yeah, I personally would not want rain at this stage of the race. It's dark, the sun is firmly below that horizon, getting into the midnight hours here for the 2025 Falken Tyre Spa 24-hour here on the iRacing Esports Network and the RaceSpotTV YouTube channel. It has been a brilliant first 11 hours of this race. The BMW team Redline drivers in P1 and P2 have had a stranglehold on this race up to this point. Really, it's themselves versus a world here for this event. Let's see what they will be able to do as we get into the final hour of the first half of this race. I'll be stepping aside on the broadcast, but filling you in for the next few hours is going to be David Haynes. David, welcome into the show.
Absolutely fantastic to be here with 13 hours to go of the iRacing Spa 24-hour. Now going to be David Haynes with Lorenzo Bonda and Hugo Lewis as RaceSpotTV brings you live and uninterrupted coverage of this year's iRacing Spa 24 special event. Spa 24 is a special race in the iRacing special event calendar because it's just the one class, 59 GT3 cars duking it out. It's a big grid and there's so many drivers and teams that stand a chance, but best placed right now is BMW M Team Redline 21 and 20. They lead this race, and right on the top of the hour, they both head for pit lane. Sam Coutert leading Diogo Pinto.
So good race between everybody in the front of the field, like these two red lines following like Siamese twins of sorts. And I'm not bringing even up the Ferrari Brothers movie reference. I'm just like in general. But under that, there's still a lot to race for. More than half of the race still left, David, and there's a lot of cars who haven't been left yet. So the slightest mistake for someone, a disconnect or something of the nature, could make this race a little bit more exciting of sorts.
And Lorenzo, do you want to know how long the pit lane is here with the Spa configuration?
So that was the first question I was going to say to you.
It's exactly 1,000 meters from the start to the end of the pit lane speed limit in this configuration. A kilometer of pit lane used to be 60 k's an hour, so it used to take exactly a minute to do a drive through. It's now 72 k's an hour, and there's actually a little bit more space around that hairpin between the two halves. We're heading to pit lane right now, and your race leaders, Coutert and Pinto, have stayed in the respective BMW M Team Redline cars. They're going to go out and keep the lead of the race as the 069 of Ricardo Rico gets his pit stop underway. Keeping an eye on driver change. Definitely Manuel Troncoso staying in the other Drago Racing 269. Alexander Spetz in the Drago Racing 169 right now, and top of the hour is top of the pit stop times.
Like clockwork of sorts. Of course, we still have some drivers on the off strategies, like we mentioned time and time before, right? We saw the grid and go cars. They are doing their 19/20th lap, so they are the cars that are hanging out the longest, besides the Redline Team 22, which are on their 11th lap.
Tyre warm-up, something everyone's working with in the dark. 4 a.m. in sim, 20 degrees in the air, 22 degrees on the track. You spoke about that not long ago, but it remains difficult conditions for tyre warm-up. But once you get them in, you really should have them continue to last and work well in these stints. They should find a really long sweet spot across a stint. So 21 leading 20. 10 seconds to grid and go, who still need to stop. The 22 slightly off cycle. Moves will move back up into the third outright amongst the BMW M team Redlines. Not seeing any outlying pit stop times. It's basically run it all the way to the end of the tank, absolutely brim it, change the 4 tyres. Seems to be the way that everyone is going about it at their pit stops. That's just a tiny bit wide from Pinto out of the bus stop to complete a lap. 100 incident points before a drive-through penalty in this year's iRacing Spa 24. So you can't be doing that every single lap. Taking a look at some of the action towards the middle of the field. You've got some racers on outlaps. You've got some drivers, slightly warmer tyres, racing drivers on colder tyres. So Marla Racing Team's Ascari Rinner will have a tiny bit more tyre temperature than Xander Reed from Coanda Simsport. Down here in 13th and 14th, it's Attitude versus PGZ P1 Docs. And that looks like the tyre temperature from Matthias Pehonen sees him just absolutely sail past Mathieu Victorino, whose cold tyres just need a tiny bit more babysitting before they're going to switch on and let him fight a fight like that.
Yeah, it take about 3-4 laps-ish for it to properly build up. It's bad because of the nighttime. But once it builds up, you can start to properly do fast laps, as we see one of the Jago cars. And that's, I think, the 06... I was going to say the 169, but that's the twin.
Oh, and they've spun now, exiting there. And just really struggling with their car, with their tyres. And looped it, coming out of Stavelot. Well, half looped it. Not what you want to do, not what you're trying to do. At Ferrari, another Ferrari with the tail stepping out big time.
That sounded odd. That looked odd from our camera perspective.
Sure did. We now go to the Marla Racing Team. Ascari Rinner is saying he's going to have just a tiny bit more tyre temperature than Xander Reed in front, a 1-lap offset. And so they're both still working in a new set of tyres, but this should be advantage Renee. So closing in, then trying to put a little bit of pressure on. We've seen how easy it is to make a mistake on these outlaps with your cold tyres. Porsche in front of the BMW that we ride on board with. Look for the Fanatec logo on the steering wheel and you know absolutely you're on a BMW.
Yeah. And David, I actually got a little bit of a history for you. Do you know which brand actually won the most in real life at Spa? Waffles, which are much better than strip waffles. I said that at the start of my broadcast. Of course, I didn't know that Biscoff was also Belgian. I knew that waffles was actually Belgium, but anyway. BMW won the most. They won 25 races in total throughout the Spa 24 history. Do you know which brand won the most as Rina goes for the move?
The end of the bus stop down the inside puts you a little compromised for the exit, but that offset in tyre temperature really should be helping out Ascari Rina, who moves up into 9th. I'm looking at the lap times from last lap, and it's Alexander Spetz in the Drago Racing 169 who lost about 5 seconds. So I'm pretty sure it would have been the 169 Drago Racing Ferrari that we saw encounter trouble in the final sector.
Yeah, maybe I just caught off guard a little bit from the numbering of the car on the number board, but anyway, it is what it is. At least it's still in the race. But just to finalize, the car that actually won the most in iRacing was the BMW as well. 3 races in their own due to a 3P because they won the last 2 events.
Would have been 2020 Spa 24. I used the BMW Z4 GT3, my team. I think I had to buy it for that event, and then used it a couple of times since. Here's a look deeper in the field, so through Brussels. Oh! Alejandro Avenrui Sanchez getting out wide, getting into the marbles that no doubt have built up in that part of the racetrack and losing the rear. So you've got everything working against you. You're battling in the pack. You've found a dirty part of the racetrack and no doubt working with some cold tyres there, as well as the Ferrari seems to be a bit pointy through some of those medium speed corners as well. So that's some of the action. A couple of other cars coming through the pit lane now. So Altitude, Freem Esports and SimRC are both in the lane. That's Altitude just hitting the marks, and Leif Sebastian for SimRC is coming around in search of his pit crew as well. On the Kemmel Straight, the race leaders less than 1/10 of a second apart. This is Siamese twin stuff, absolutely conjoined. It's not at the hip, it appears to be nose to bumper at the moment. Coulthard was ahead leaving the pit lane, is ahead at the moment. They're just beginning their 4th lap since the pit stop, so this should be just beginning to find significantly more confidence.
There wasn't any confidence already.
30.5 seconds ahead of their next car that they're battling on strategy, Cooper Webster, and BMW M Team Redline's 22.
Yeah. If they weren't confident already in the car, because their third lap was already at 15.8, which is, if not a good lap, was potentially better than some of the other teams, which is just very surprising. And you were talking about grabbing the Z4, which was the last year they used the Z4. So I wish they could bring back the Z4 again, man. Don't get me wrong, I love listening to that V8 around that car. It was such a fun car to listen to.
I like the old GT3s that have got perfectly round steering wheels. So like the Porsche of the 997 generation, that BMW, some of the others, just a round wheel for a GT car just feels nice, feels right for me.
Yeah, nowadays we're getting more used with formula-based wheels coming into the car, right? We see the Lamborghini having a little bit of a Formula-esque engine wheel. The Ferrari wheel is Formula-esque within the 296. Can you say the BMW M4 bears a GT-esque wheel, even though it's not fully closed?
Yeah, it's not quite the same as the Mercedes one, which is pure Formula wheel. It's sort of got the top chopped off, but it's got most of the bottom part of the wheel from these BMWs. Absolutely conjoined once again.
Because I heard one of the reasons was because of ergonomics. The drivers prefer to have these kind of wheels instead of driving, the round ones. Don't get me wrong. For me, it's I've driven so much on my G29 that I'm already used to it. But yeah, there is some ergonomics. I understand the topic around that. But like I said before, unfortunate was the last year they were in the Z4 and the iRacing 24 hours. After that, they brought the M4 into the service. Within 2021, they ran the first one and they won it. But the winner within 2020 was actually a McLaren that ended for some reason. I don't know what Josh Rogers found in this. Was a great discussion of topic. He found something in that car that nobody else didn't. As we see, Leif Sebastian's problem, he has no wing in that Spark car. Yeah,
so there's damage on the 76 SimRC, so outlap dramas for them, cold tyre dramas for Leif Sebastian. SimRC had just pitted and now there's damage to their car. They're struggling around and they've hit the tow truck as well. So let's take a look at the pit exit. Oh, it's so early in the pit exit. Looped it around, gone backwards into the wall, and before even on the Kemmel Straight, before he even left the pit exit proper, they've done a significant amount of damage to that SimRC car, that SimRC Ferrari.
Don't know if that car is going to come back with 12 hours and 40 minutes to go. It would be good to see more cars in the race, but it is what it is.
So I think an unexpectedly long pit stop from SDR Sim Racing and a second pit stop from Apex Racing Academy 98 as well. Keeping an eye on all of that. Simplify Esports number 3. Now, did they have repairs to do, or were they speeding on pit lane? Because they've also had a long stop, as I'm looking through all the pit stop times of the pit stops that we've just had in the last 15 minutes.
Don't know. It's a good question. Oh, you got me. Not gonna lie.
Got Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports number 50 on the pit lane. Got Adidas Racing by WSR on the pit lane. We're looking at the number 50. So they have to go around the hairpin and then into the second part of the pit lane, the classic pit lane. Part of this long endurance configuration, Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. There's an endurance podium there as well. Driver change for the 50. Lorenzo Manfredotti is going to get in. Taking a look here at 17th and 18th, Coanda Esports versus WSR Esports Red. Coanda in the Porsche, WSR in the BMW just behind, applying some pressure.
Yeah, and I was trying to have a little bit of a talk with some of the teams, and apparently Coanda is starting to get a little bit more confident with the car. I know that's 81 slowly trying to get a little bit into pace, but now we're seeing Sean Tyre in the car. Sean was the guy I was talking this with Jeremy and Ron, David. You know, we've talked about this race being so fast that the slightest upset of pace, he would get punished heavily. And Sean, whenever he was, that car was, I think, a little bit farther into the top 20. I think they were P12 at a certain point. Started to get overtaken by everybody, literally everybody, and there was no mercy around them. And that was actually Sean Tyre driving the car. I hope that they don't have to suffer again with Sean back in the car again.
It's 8 laps on the tyres from the BMW. It's 4 laps on the tyres from Coanda's Porsche. Sean Tyre will drop in behind Lucas Lindqvist. Very decisive going down the inside of the bus stop chicane, one of the biggest braking zones and one of the best overtaking opportunities around Spa. The other really being at the end of the Kemmel Straight quite often into Lacombe and the Malmedy section of corners. Through La Source goes this group with 59 cars, all in the one class. There's always someone battling someone, some battles for position through here because there's just so many cars all in contention for the same spots. WSR Esports going to hold that position at the end of the Kemmel Straight, just ahead of Coanda Esports. And now through the middle part of the lap, maybe look to put just a tiny bit more space on them. It's only 2 seconds up the road to the next car for position, fiercely forward yellow. So there's some of the headlights just ahead there. A couple of lap down cars also amongst this. These 2 cars are 3 minutes behind the race leader. So there's also some lap up cars just in front of them as well. Marla Racing Team and Coanda Esports, I think. Long stop happening right now for the 369. Dr. Hops Customs. There's so many, I think, victims of cold tyres. This could be one of them, Lorenzo.
Yep. Look at the reactions. The Spats didn't crash the car, but that was a mega save. This is the save of the year.
Steering to try to correct it. Then he's backwards, so he flips the steering the other way, and then it straightens up. So we'll take another look. Alexander Spats, plenty of curb at the top of Radion. He's backwards, so he flicks the steering around to get forward. Well done, everyone that didn't drill him, because that could have been so close. And Alexander Spets lives to fight another day. So it might have been someone else even that we saw losing out. Gridandgo.com 001 Yanakosh takes the pit lane, so 22 Cooper Webster moves up into third. Drago Racing 069 moves up into fourth. The 169 Alexander Spets moves up into fifth, and he's just behind his teammate now. Taking a look at Simify as well. So down the Camel Straight, we are going to get side by side past the kink, up the hill, picking up so much speed, up towards 250, 260 k's an hour.
Yeah. Good battle between these guys, and I'll just say it, David, save of the year for me. This is literally the save of the year that we just saw. Because to be fair, this would have been a very similar situation what we saw at lap 1 when the Williams car came back into the racetrack. Not because they wanted to, because the car, whenever it goes back, it for some reason, despite you hold the brakes, it doesn't hold. It's kind of like it doesn't hold the brakes of sorts. It doesn't stop the car, and everybody else reacted just as accordingly as they should. They were deviating from Spets, but him keeping on the track, just coming back onto the racetrack and with minimal time loss, that is just amazing.
In theory, ABS should work when you're going backwards as well as forwards. There are some wheel speed sensors that actually don't know whether the wheel is going forward or backwards, and so the ABS would have to work backwards if it works forwards.
Mm-hmm. But at least for what matters the most, he still lives to fight another day, like you said before.
So this is our double Drago Racing's Ricardo Rico ahead of Alexander Spets right now. And the numbers on them are about to increment when they cross the start-finish line here and go from 5th and 6th to 4th and 5th in the windscreen, because they've just had someone that was ahead of them pit, and that happens. Ricardo Rico now scored 4th. Alexander Spets scored 5th. Their teammate Manuel Troncoso is about 9 seconds behind them. So not in direct company, but not too far away. Marla Racing Team and Coanda Esports have also cycled forward a little bit up to 7th and 8th. We saw Ascari Rinner and his BMW make the pass before. We're going to get a bit of a swap between the 069 and the 169. I think we might. So Alexander Spets takes the 169 up into 4th place.
Yeah. And it's going to lead the pack for those two Drago cars. Question is, can they match the pace that Redline is putting? It's hard. The one thing Spets can say is, I think with these new tires, he's glad that you don't have that, temperature spike within the wheel, the core of the wheel, and basically would destroy your tires. It would be the equivalent of flat spotting the car. So he actually can push the car just as well. He just cannot trust the car any more than he probably did already. So that's a good bit. He still can resume a normal race with these new tires, where in the old circumstances, in the old days, that probably wouldn't be a thing.
What a moment it was, and Alexander Spets seems unshaken by it, as we've seen him move ahead of his teammate to be the leading Drago Racing Ferrari. They're going to need to put in a lot of work in the back half of this race, though, if they're going to cut into what is a trio of BMW M Team Redline cars leading this one, and also they're going to have to cut through just a little bit of lapped traffic. Looks like Falken Sim Racing and Maniti Racing White or someone else there. They'll work on it best they can. Now, the battle that we've been keeping our eye on is the work that Lucas Lindqvist is doing in the WSR Esports red car. We saw him make a pass on Coanda Esports, now closing quickly on fiercely forward yellow. Last lap for Kevin Desnoyers in the number 14 cost a little bit of time, and I think the answer might be traffic letting a couple of cars go, like Marlow Racing Team and Coanda and maybe some of the Dragos, and it's let WSR Esports Red get pretty close. So the next car ahead is for position. This is going to be a battle, 16th and 17th. Lindqvist really quick right now. You might have Manuel Troncoso there. No, Alexander Spetz trying to work through that traffic. So two of the battles that we were keeping our eye on are actually geographically in exactly the same sequence of corners, just one lap separated. That's 4th and 5th Drago Racing, and immediately behind them, and having let them through, cost some time for fiercely forward yellow, which is the number 14. Ooh, I see a hint of light on the horizon.
It's the dawn of a new day starting to creep up in the Ardennes forest. This is why I said earlier, it is the shortest night in the 24-hour events. Whereas Daytona has the longest night, this one has the shortest night.
Potentially a little bit of time lost here for fiercely forward yellow. They're trying to work through the traffic at the bus stop chicane, and took a little bit of work, took them getting offline. That looks like it is Maniti Racing White in between the battle for 16th and 17th. But now it's Lucas Lindqvist's job. He's going to get given nothing easily and for free, so he needs to focus on a good run up and at the exit of Radion here. Gives himself just a couple of car lengths. I think he might have just given himself the chance to back off one car length to not be immediately behind the Ferrari, and now try to get a run onto the Kemmel Straight. You can see the driver that you want to battle and you want to pass, and there goes Maniti Racing White pulling offline, pulling out of the throttle and dropping behind. That's about as good service as I think he was ever going to get to then unleash himself to try to battle Kevin Desnoyers.
Yeah, question is, will the rest of the grid up in the front of Desnoyers going to collaborate? I think the first car is the Falken, the P33 team that has actually been driven by Max Schneider. So that's the difficulty, right, of, one make events, right, David? Because everybody else has the, same balance of performance. There is no much differentiation between the cars. It makes overlapping difficult, especially with the race being so consistently fast for everybody. They've been doing nearly the same pace, so it's a time management of sorts. It's kind of like a little bit of a time management play that you have to do to avoid losing lots of time while being overlapped. For example, nice save from Lindqvist coming out of Stavelot to Pro Frere.
Yeah, homologated cars, so if you're racing a BMW, the parts are the same as any other BMW. The balance of performance is the same for every other BMW. What you don't necessarily have is the same setup between every team, so that's an area of slight difference, and you work out what works, put your focus in different areas. Another lap car in between Fiercely Forward Yellow and WSR Esports Red. So Fiercely Forward Yellow, every time that they can put a car between themselves and WSR Esports Red, it's good. They've managed to do it again, and honestly, look like they're going to have the pace to go with the two Drago Racings here as well. So despite being a lap down to them right now, this is two pretty quick cars, and this is the weather and the conditions at Spa. It's overcast, but a hint of the sun and the sky, and of course that'll continue to brighten up. You don't really see it when you're focused on the cars, but when you look up and you look at the sky, there is a little bit of dawn. It's purple sky in the morning. I don't know if that's a good or a bad omen.
Ooh. It is in Purple Rain, though.
No, 0% chance of any of those clouds making any rain. Chance that the wind will change direction from the southeast to the southwest. Now, I think southeast is a bit of a headwind on the Camel Straight here, and southwest would become a bit of a crosswind there, and sort of more of a tailwind on the pit straight. I got the geography right. Tiny bit further up the order, Grid and Go. Now, Nakosh pitted 4 laps ago, so the tyres are still coming in for the Ferrari 001. Coanda Esports Julian Sonnen will have caught up over the last few laps, but the offset in tyre temperature and grip is diminishing. So the Porsche for Coanda here just closing in on Grid and Go's Ferrari inside of the top 10.
And it's what keeps going to be awkward for me is the fact that they're still doing that. Of course, like I said before, it's hard for them to save fuel. But the fact they are still, for example, whenever all the leaders stop, they are within top 3 and within that conversation. It just bears me is like letting this race continue. What would be their actual real position on track, given the fact they're gonna potentially feel about 5-6 laps less than their competition? Because that's about what, 10 seconds, the 1/3 of your 1/3 or maybe 1/4 of your stint that you're actually cutting off from the rest of the competition.
Yeah, so a chance that at future pit stops or at a final pit stop that you shave 10 seconds off it, because a full tank of fuel is just over 40 seconds. So in that case, for Grid and Go, they're in fact 25 seconds behind the next car for position. So if they keep it up, then it maybe gives them an advantage versus Coanda here. But outright pace is still going to be necessary to gain any more positions and indeed to protect themselves from any faster cars a tiny bit further back in the field. Looks like the tyres have come good for the 001. The end of the Camel Straight still remaining just a couple of car lengths clear of Coanda. Every corner of the sky beginning to look a little brighter as well. And you know what that means Sunday morning at the racetrack?
Nope. Talk to me. What? Or I might be missing something.
Well, it means it's time to grill some breakfast and open the first beer of the day.
Yeah. Hopefully they are opening good Duff Delirium beers. I've had this talk on our broadcast chat on iRace on YouTube about, you know, pouring your first Leffe or your first Delirium or your first Duvel, because let's be honest, Mr. David, I don't know if you are a beer guy like myself. Belgium, I would say, is the place to be in the world for beers. I know people would say, oh, but the Netherlands or maybe in the Czech Republic or Germany for their famous beers. But for me, Belgium, man, they never get it wrong with their beers, dude.
You're right, Stella Artois, best beer ever.
Bam. And to think it was made there as well. It is also good within the cost. But then again, ever since I've been in Europe, Stella Artois, forgive me, but I've been a Carlsberg guy ever since. And I know that's a Danish beer. Even though the price is nearly the same between them in the bottle or the tin.
Cooper's Brewery has the rights to Carlsberg beers in Australia. They are brewed in Adelaide under license fun fact. Now we're very close off Radion this time between 9th and 10th. The 001 versus the 018. Julian Cernan has a decision to make. Does he sit in behind Jan Kosh, or is he looking to outbrake and make a move at the end of the Kemmel Straight? He's looking to just sit and save right now. He had a really good opportunity there and didn't go for it. Just stayed behind. Ferrari bounces a little bit of curb, which of course you've got to be careful of in some places. We've seen at Jackie Ick's corner up here that if you're on the curb turning in from the outside of the corner, it's very unsettling. There, just getting it right, but it's a high risk game. Number 11 TC Esports comes into pit lane now. I think that's after just 8 laps. So what is Abel Torres and the number 11 up to? Cooper Webster from third is going to pit after 25 laps in the BMW M Team Redline 22. That's the pit lane action at the moment. Don't see damage for the 11. I don't fully understand the need for this pit stop. I hope I'm seeing correctly that it's only 8 laps since they last stopped, and it's going on beyond 40 seconds, so this is not a normal and scheduled stop for the number 11 TC Esports.
That's odd. And there's also weird, for example, seeing Abel Torres, right? I was having this conversation with some guys in the again in the Brazilian community, especially they do fix and GT sprint. Abel during the entire week was one of the fastest guys doing fixed and open, and you can notice his pace. He was really good at it. Always featuring in the top 5 or top 3s, even winning some of these open splits and fixed splits. But when he came into racing, he was at the back, which is slightly surprising. Only you would expect, a guy, if he did well and he has good iRating, he would be figuring at the front, not at the back, sitting at 30th place, which at a certain point, I think they were 40th third. A certain point in the race.
The pit stop goes beyond 2 minutes. It's a 3-driver team in the number 11 of Abel Torres, Baptiste Jimenez, and Jack Keithley. Keithley only done 50 laps in this race. Torres has done 119. Jimenez 129. So I was wondering if it was maybe a drive or drive time issue. Like maybe Abel Torres himself had a problem. It's at 2 minutes 34 and they're rolling now, I think. So that seems like maybe some damage that had to get repaired. This group becomes third and fourth with the pit stop from Cooper Webster. Alexander Spetz now in third with Ricardo Rico just behind him in fourth. Last lap, Manuel Troncoso in fifth was quicker than them. It's still about a 10-second gap though. The first 2 Drago Racings to the third. And they've still got the fiercely forward yellow WSR battle behind them as well. Way less lap traffic than there was earlier on. But fiercely forward yellow with the slipstream of the Drago Racing Ferraris, I think, is just helping them protect their margin as well at the moment. 2 battles, one of them his teammates clearly working together in this stage of the race with so much still to go. The other one is well and truly on between fiercely forward yellow and WSR Esports red.
It's kind of funny when we see this battle between the Fiercely for WSR. It's kind of like the Gabriel Bortoleto and Fernando Alonso fight, but in inverted roles, because it looks like both BMWs seem quicker than the Ferrari, and Bortoleto and Alonso would be basically the Java cars. It's kind of like, how do you negotiate with two cars that seemingly are faster than you, but in track they are one lap back from you?
Yeah, we're about to get them all across the timing line. Alexander Spetz 2:15.7. Kevin Denoyer 2:15.6. So yeah, this could get just a little frustrating if Fisley Forward Yellow end up being hindered rather than helped. I still think at the moment they're being helped by having some pace-setting slipstream out front. We got to the back of them and then couldn't do anything. You'd feel a little boxed in and like it was advantaging WSR Esports Red.
The sky getting more clear by the minute.
And remember, if there were some people near you in the camping that were very, very loud late at night while you were trying to sleep, you owe it to them to be very, very loud early in the morning when you wake up and they're still asleep.
Have you been personally to Spa, David?
No, this is just my Bathurst experience when, your plan is to wake up at 5 a.m. to see the race start, but there's other people in the campground that don't seem like they're planning on doing that.
And they decide to be loud. I hope they're not putting men at work while they're doing all that noise.
No.
Fair. Good.
But I met a man in... Have you ever met a man in Brussels who was 6'4" and full of muscles?
It's a good question. And I asked, did you speak my language? And he just smiled and gave me a Vegemite sandwich. And he said, well, the rest is history.
Yes, indeed. That song is about being an Australian abroad, and everyone you run into somehow is also an Australian, and it's true. You'll be an Australian, you'll go to London, you'll think, I fancy going somewhere to get a beer, and you'll be served by someone Australian. And that's the moral of the story of the song. Too many Australians everywhere.
It's kind of like me with Brazilians. There's Brazilians everywhere. But then again, I moved to a place where naturally there would be a lot of Brazilians. I moved to Portugal, so naturally there would be a lot of Brazilians in here. It's kind of like me moving states nowadays, considering how many people there are in here.
Still drinking Guarana Antarctica.
Guarana. Get it right, Mr. David Haynes.
All right. I'm sure they'd still give me one if that's what I asked for as I ordered. This is 6th and 7th Marla Racing Team ahead of Coanda Esports. So Ascari Rinner and Xander Reed, it's sort of leveled off a little bit in the battle between them. We saw where the tyre offset was advantaged Ascari Rinner to try to make the move. Now they're well and truly past half stint, and the fuel load is lightening off, and whoever's preserved their tyres better now finds themselves at an advantage. It seems like Xander Reed is holding on for Coanda Esports' best hopes in this race.
Yeah, I was having a talk with Tristan, and they seemed confident they were catching up to the Mala car. So hopefully they're probably going to be working, try to get closer to the Drago cars. Well, drag go car, because the closest one is Manuel Troncoso is at sitting in 5th place. So we'll see how that will go in the next few laps.
I've got my eyes glued to the thermometers, and I'll let you know once there's any movement in air or track temperature, but it remains exactly as it has been for the last hour or so. 20.6 in the air, 21.7 on the track. Minute by minute, the sky gets lighter. Sun not peeking through any of the trees or shining on the racetrack, but just giving a slight glow to the overcast horizon. Last lap between these two, Ascari Rinner actually extended it by 1/10 versus Xander Reed. Reed looks like he did well up Ratty on there, and he looks like he really closes it in on the Kemmel Straight. So then it becomes just all a matter of, are you looking at 15 minutes time when you make your pit stop, trying to jump them? Or do you think you can make a move in the next couple of minutes? If they retain the same offset, that could get interesting, because Ascari Rinner will be the first to cold tyres, but then have 1 lap more warmth, as they did earlier, if the Coanda Porsche pits the lap after.
And we got to think about each car reacting differently to cold tires, don't we, David? Maybe the BMW might be a little bit more understeery with cold tires, and then the Porsche, and the Porsche might be a little bit more oversteery, and you might have to counteract that whenever you set the anti-roll bar. So that thing, man, the race adjustments to try to ensure that it is properly competitive for everybody.
Final corner uphill through the bus stop chicane. The Porsche from Coanda Esports getting the nose just a little bit closer to those sausage curves at the apex. Marla Racing Team's BMW giving them a tiny bit more space. But as always with a slow corner like that, the earlier you can get to throttle, the faster you can get out of the corner, and the faster you'll then go down the next straight. 2:15.5 from both of these cars. 2:15.5 from Manuel Troncoso, 2:15.5 from the other two Drago Racing cars, but 2:15.3 from those race leaders, the two BMW M Team Redlines, 21 and 20. So that's how they are just continuously, stint after stint, just slowly increasing the split between them and the rest of the field.
I was gonna bring that up. It's just insane what Redline. I've mentioned this time and time again. It sounds like I'm beating on a dead horse. What the Redline team in general are doing with those BMWs running 15 mid-lows throughout their whole stint, which is such a consistency that is scary to watch. And you only see that maybe a lap or so from other cars. So you see, for example, Jarno Koch in the 001 Grid and Go car, right? He did a 15.3, but then on the last lap he does a 15.7. This variety kills, the momentum whenever you're trying to build that up. And the fact that he has Julian Sonnen in the back of him as well, following closely, puts a little bit of a pressure as well.